She's beautiful in an obvious kind of way, but I don't understand how Remy could be with her. Yes? Are you going to say something, or just stare? I shake my head in disgust. You are living proof. There's absolutely no cure for cunts. She touches her cheek like I slapped it. God, how I wish I had. I turn my back on her and walk away.
18. Changes. Remy. You were right. She's here. Lupe's text flashes on my screen. I've been dressed for hours waiting for it. I swing my legs over the side of the bed and slip my feet into my shoes. Remy, it's 6 a.m. Where are you going? Joni calls from the bed. I have an errand to run before the wedding. Go back to sleep. I'll be back before breakfast. I grab my phone and keys and head to the door. Okay, bring me a Starbucks when you come back. The coffee here is awful, she calls after me. As soon as I'm in the hallway, I break into a run. The thought that Cal could be gone by the time I get to casa is like a whip at my back. I sprint through the lobby, not caring that I'm giving the early morning staff fodder for gossip. I self-parked last night so that I wouldn't have to wait for a valet driver to get my car, and less than 7 minutes after I got Lupe's text, I'm driving down Woodway and turning left onto the 610 freeway. I knew she wouldn't come here without going there. I knew it would be the only time I'd find a way to talk with her without anyone around. I haven't lived in Houston for 6 years, but I've supported Casa financially since I started volunteering, and every time I'm home, I go visit. Lupe loved Cal. Every time I see her, she asks if we're back together, so when I asked her to help, she was happy to do me the favor. I just need to talk to her, need to say all of the things I didn't when I had the chance, see if there's any hope for us. I touch the small locket dangling next to the small gold cross that hangs from a gold chain around my neck. I've worn it ever since I realized I wouldn't get to give it to her. I pull up and see the Nissan Maxima rental in the driveway and let out a sigh of relief. She's still here. I race up the walkway. Lupe opens the door as I approach like she's been waiting for me. Hello, my love. She props up on her tiptoes and presses a kiss to my cheek. I hug her back. I've come to love Lupe. She's the perfect combination of grit, persistence, and kindness. She's kept this place running by sheer strength of her love for these children. She's with Carlos in the back. I told her you were coming, she says, and there's a gentle reproach in her eyes. I had asked her not to say anything. I didn't want her to feel trapped, and I wanted her to have a choice. I don't know what happened between you two, but I remember the way you were when you were here, so I guessed she'd be glad you were coming, and I was right. She pats my cheek with affection and smiles softly up at me. You were? I glance over her shoulder, eager to get to her. Let me know when you're leaving so I can lock up after you. She pads away down the hall, and I stand there gathering my nerve. I can see the crack of light under the door to Carlos's room. We always knew he'd never be adopted, and every year I've highlighted part of my contribution to supplement the reimbursement the state gives Lupe and Casa for his care. I gird my loins and walk down the hall to talk to the girl I've been waiting almost a decade to talk to.
Cal. He's here. Lupe's text makes my heart jump. I press a kiss to Carlos's cheek and stand up. I take one last look around the room and marvel how it has all the space and light he needs. It's all thanks to Remy's donations. Lupe took me for a tour around the house, showing me all the improvements that have been made. Over the years, she's kept me updated on Carlos, the only kid who's still here from the time I volunteered. He's aged out of the system, doesn't have to worry about being displaced. This is his home. All because Remy loves him. Not that I'm surprised. He's an excellent human being, larger than life, brighter than the sun. It's why I fell so hard for him. Distance from that evening has cooled my anger about it. When I'm feeling extremely rational, I even understand why he lied. But I hate that he felt like he had to. It was fucked up. But I've told myself, drilled it into my thick skull, that things have worked out as they were meant to. So why does thinking that feel so much like swallowing broken glass? Stop being dramatic, Cal. I scold myself under my breath. I steel my shoulders and steady my breath. But nothing can calm the wild beating of my heart. I close my eyes and remind myself he doesn't hold my heart the way he used to. I've moved on. I'm happy. I'm building a life. I repeat these words to myself over and over again until I can say it without stumbling over the words. And then I step out into the hallway. Our eyes find each other immediately, and I see the same uncertainty as I feel staring back at me, but it's different, rougher, less restrained than mine, and in his gaze is so much hunger. I feel it as though he was touching me, and I have to steel myself against it. Will. His gruff voice is just a decibel above a whisper, and he swallows hard when I brush a tear away. "Hey, Carlton," I manage. He walks up to me, his lips pressed together in a determined line, his eyes intent on mine. Without missing a beat, he wraps his arms around me and pulls me into a hug, and I hug him back. It feels so good to be back in his strong arms that for a minute I forget the way we left things and how much it hurt that last time I saw him. But only for a minute. I pull out of his hold and he lets me go, but reluctantly. A shiver of dread and delight runs the same course as his hands slide down my arms. He grasps my hands, holds them in his, and my heart beats wildly. I see the instant the stone of the ring on my left hand presses into his palm. His eyes never leave mine, and tears well at the back of them as I see a whole rail of emotions move through his. Surprise, confusion, disbelief, hurt. What the fuck is this? I force myself to smile. It feels watery and thin and brittle. "I'm getting married," I rush out in a breath before I lose my nerve. "To who?" he asks flatly and drops my hand. "To Paul. I'm here with him. He knows Marcel. I thought you worked for him." He holds my hand, his eyes on the ring. "No, I work for his family's business. He's not my boss or anything." "Do you love him?" he asks. His tone is harsh. I close my eyes because I can't look at him and say it. "I'm pregnant." The room is silent. He doesn't say anything, but his chest heaves sharply on a silent gasp, and I can't bring myself to look at him. "Do you want to get married?" His voice is so gentle, so tender that it makes me want to weep in his arms. "Yes," I say, even though I want to confess that I'm not sure. "Do you love him?" His voice is still gentler when he asks this time, but I can see the truth. The devastation in his eyes. It makes me angry. "You don't get to look at me like that," I spit. "I fucking know, Cal," he says, and he sounds like he's in pain. "I know that night was a shit show, but you disappeared without a trace. I had no idea where you'd gone. Why didn't you ever try to get in touch?" His question is devoid of accusation, but I can see it in his eyes, and the audacity of it is shocking. Why, would I? We didn't leave for 4 days after that night. I never heard from you. I almost choke on the memory. His eyes narrow and he clenches his jaw. I came by the very next day. Your mother said you didn't want to see me. I came every fucking day until I realized you were gone. He grits out angrily. I reel backwards. My mother lied to me. Granted, I shouldn't be surprised. It was just one in a string of lies that she told me my whole life. But when I think what might be different if I'd seen him before I left, if I'd known he wanted to see me, I can't bear the thought. They played games with our lives, and they won. We were kids, without a say. What's done is done. I look over at Remy, and he looks as despondent as I feel. We stand there in a heavy, barbed silence that makes the room feel very small. I break the silence because I want to make sure he knows everything she did. I saw her today, and I trembled when I remembered how she plotted to hurt me. Your mother blackmailed my mother. His jaw goes slack. What? She promised to make our lives a living hell unless we got out of town. He closes his eyes. I knew it didn't make sense the way you disappeared. He groans like he's in pain. God, that woman. I'm so sorry, Cal. I didn't know. I know, I say uselessly. It's too late for all of this. I thought I was such a man. I was just a powerless, clueless kid. Maybe I still am. He shakes his head. Yeah. When my mother packed us up, I didn't think about refusing to go. I was hurt and confused, and she used that to her advantage. We moved to New York, and I finished high school there. You still live there? He asks, but he sounds dazed. Yep, I went to Columbia, got a job with an investigative journalism magazine. I live in Harlem now, but I'm moving in with Paul soon. Well, all you need is the book and your porch, and your happy ending is basically here, he says dully, but his words hit me like poison-tipped arrows, and the resentment and anger in them seep into my skin. It's been 6 years, and you've moved on too. You're with Joni. My voice betrays how defensive I feel. Not for long. It's basically over. His voice is devoid of emotion. His dark brows are furrowed in a dark smile. Oh. I'm sorry? I'm not sure if he's upset or if it's a good thing. He looks back at the window without responding. So, when's the wedding? He asks quietly. His change of subject gives me whiplash. Soon? His family is Catholic. They want it done before I start to show. I stare at my feet and close my eyes and try to remember that this is all going to be fine. It hurts now, but it won't always. I'm making the right choices for myself and for my child. Remy owns my heart, but love isn't enough. I owe my child the best start I can give her. Congratulations. He looks so sad, even though he's smiling. I don't know why I feel like I've broken his heart. I know that's not the case. It's my heart that's got a permanent crack in it from loving him when I shouldn't have. He never felt the same way. He slides his hand up my arm and caresses the inside of my elbow. I close my eyes because his touch is bliss and I want to savor it. You know, I wanted things to be different. His words aren't a question. They are the final words in this chapter of our lives. It's a stab in the gut. I'm so fucking sorry about that weekend, Cal. So sorry I didn't just tell you about the event. Sorry I hurt you. Sorry I let you down. We were a lot of things to each other, but most of all, we'd been friends. I nod. I know you are. I knew it then. And yes, I miss our friendship. It's such an understatement. There is so much unspoken in his words, too, and for now, it will have to stay that way. You just miss me driving you around. Yeah, I don't miss your slow-ass driving at all. He smiles. It's a flash of light from a shooting star across a dark, moonless sky, and just like that, I don't feel so fucking shitty. Life has gotten in the way so many times, and now it's time for us to get off this ride. It takes effort to step away from him, away from his touch, but I do it with a smile. So, you're about to be a Supreme Court clerk. Still asking around about me, I see. A bark of surprised laughter escapes me. I guess so. Congratulations. It's a big fucking deal. He shakes his head as if he's amazed by his own achievement. Cal, there's a voter ID law coming up for review. I would be involved in a really historically significant moment. I mean, every decision the court makes is historically significant, but it's a brand new question, and I get to be right there if I get it. You'll get it. You're Remington Wild, the legend. You're damn good at everything, I quip, but it sounds brittle and hollow in my own ears. I just smile wider. I'm not good at everything, Cal. I just work harder than everyone else. I'm so proud of him and sad for us. You did it. I imbue my voice with that pride. He nods and then shakes his head like he disagrees. No, Cal. I've fucked up so bad. He sounds despondent. I forget the distance I tried to create and move closer to him. What do you mean? You're a shoo-in for that job. No, not that. This. Us. He reaches out and presses his palm between my breasts, and at his touch, tears spring to my eyes. The bone-deep regret in his voice scares me. I shake my head at him. We didn't stand a chance. We had everything against us. Your mother hated me. Life... He moves so quickly I don't even see it coming. His arm wraps around my waist and he pulls me up against him, and then drops us onto the low-slung couch under the window. He holds me in his lap. His eyes hook onto mine, and that wolf-like keenness he had whenever he was determined appears. Remy, I start to admonish him. His big, warm hand cups my jaw, and the words die in my throat. His hand on my skin ignites every synapse of need in my body. It's like he flipped a switch. Yeah, I know. I feel it too, he says quietly. His hand moves up my jaw into my hair. I close my eyes against the shiver that runs through me when the pads of his big fingers caress my scalp. Remy, you're so beautiful, he says, and I look down at him. You are too, I whisper, and he is, inside and out. He brings his face to mine until our foreheads touch and our noses brush each other. I rock mine back and forth over his forehead. His eyes roam my face. I missed that fucking freckle, he whispers, and his breath dances on my lips. So close. So close. A wave of longing crashes against my resolve, and my breath hitches. Can I kiss you? He asks, holding my gaze, piercing my very soul with it. I've never wanted anything more. I have to bite my lip to keep from begging him to please kiss me. I shake my head. He groans softly and slides his nose along mine. I exhale a shuddering breath, and he inhales sharply like he's trying to capture it. Don't you remember how good it felt when we kissed? He asks. Oh, how I remember. How I've dreamed of it. How I've tasted it. Measured everything by it. And just like when I was a girl, I can't deny him anything. And our time apart has only amplified our feelings. The tips of our noses rub against each other as I nod. He cradles my head and brings my mouth to his. The touch is electric. It sizzles, and our sharp gasps are synchronized. My lips quiver as his brush back and forth across them, and a wildfire of goose flesh covers my entire body. When his tongue, hot and wet and so fucking delicious, sweeps across my bottom lip, I'm transported to a place where he and I are together, without parents interfering, without fucked up timing, without heartbroken nights that made me careless, without anything but my best friend, my lover, the man I would have followed anywhere he'd asked me to. It was one summer, but it had been the most wonderful, unexpected interlude in the shit show that had been my life. I let my chest press against his and wrap my hand around his neck, and the kiss deepens. His tongue sweeps inside my mouth and tangles with mine. He licks and sucks and reverently, lovingly reminds me of everything I've missed. This is the most perfect kiss, because this is the most perfect man. Even in the ways that we are flawed, we are each other's perfects. His hand drifts down my shoulder, and he cups my breast, and his thumb sweeps my nipple. His fingers twist and fist the hair at the nape of my neck, lips skid down my throat, his teeth and tongue working in beautiful concert, nipping and then soothing. I am unraveling. I'm approaching a place I shouldn't be going. The warning bells start to ring. This is wrong, and I won't ruin my chance at having the life I always wanted. Not when the last time I let him close enough, he decimated my heart. There's a loud crash in the hallway, and I yank my mouth off his and jump out of his lap. His fingers circle my wrist, and he yanks me back. No, not yet, he says, and his lips press to mine again. Remy, no, please, let's not. I feel it too, but no. I put a hand over my still flat stomach. He lets go of my wrist. The light in his eyes cool, and he drops his head and shakes it. When he looks up at me again, his eyes are clear, like he's dropped a mask over the raging emotions that had nearly drowned us a few minutes ago. I know. I'm sorry. That's not the man I was raised to be. Hearing him say he's sorry, even though I know I should be too, stings. It's just seeing you. Just everything makes me forget myself. It's okay. Nostalgia and all, I say lamely. And I know how much you like kissing me. He winks and flashes me a grin. It doesn't quite reach his eyes, but I can see he's trying. So I smile back. And when I do, he nods his head as if accepting something and stands up. So, friends, he asks and watches me. We've always been, and will always be. When I leave 30 minutes later, I feel better. I have Remy back in my life, and I've made the right choice. I'm going to be somebody's mother, someone who didn't ask to be born, and I want to do right by him or her. I won't put a child through what I went through, not even if it means having to settle for friendship with the man I love.
19. The Wedding. Remy. "What are you two doing?" my mother thunders as she bursts into the small vestibule where Reagan and I are huddled. I don't look at her. I've had about as much of her shit as I can take this week, and after this morning with Cal, I'm about as raw as an open wound. "Mother, I'm just not sure," Reagan pleads. I want to tell her to save her breath. "Well, that baby in your belly says at some point you were very sure. You'll be sure again. You will not embarrass your family this way." Remy says, "Remy," my mother infuses my name with caustic dismissal, "doesn't know the first thing about a relationship or marriage. He's the very last person you should be taking advice from." I'm not even mad. She's right, but I won't let her act like she knows any better. As opposed to you and your long, successful marriage? Your father died, Remy. Nice of you to remember that today. Most days you act like he ran off to join the circus. Your disrespectful tone and subversive efforts will not be tolerated today. She glares at me and stomps over to where we're sitting and looks down her nose at Reagan. You've got 250 family members and friends waiting in that chapel. Marcel Landell is standing at the end of an aisle waiting to marry you. Despite your shameless antics and your hysterics 2 days ago, he's there. You should be on your knees, thanking your lucky stars that he'll still have you. Instead, you're here with your brother hatching whatever harebrained scheme you can think of to get out of doing what is right. Mother, I am not. I know Marcel is a great man. I know I'm lucky, but I don't love him, Reagan pleads. My mother grabs Reagan's chin and yanks her face upward. Do you think that matters? He's a good man. You're clearly attracted to him. She shoots a glance at the small swell of Reagan's belly. He's got money, and most importantly, you're carrying his child. You must not soil our name with illegitimacy. You will not. Now get up. She turns and walks out of the room. Reagan shoots me a helpless glance and stands. I grab her hand and pull her back down to her seat. I lean forward and hold her gaze. This is my twin. We may be as different as the sunrise and the sunset, but she's still my true other half, and I want more for her than marriage for expediency. Reggie, you don't have to do anything. If you don't want to marry him, I will walk you out of here and I'll explain it to him. He's a reasonable man, a good man, but that doesn't mean you have to spend the rest of your life with him. My mother spins on her heels and marches back toward where I'm sitting. She stands toe-to-toe with me, looking upon me with the anger that so often clouds our interactions. Our relationship has deteriorated to the point that we only speak to each other when we need to. I keep the things I care about out of her reach. You are not the head of this family. You are not the person who will have to deal with the fallout of what you're advising. Stop being so selfish and immature and do what your father should be doing and walk your sister down the aisle. I stand up now, sick of her browbeating insults and her disdain. Or what? You don't have basketball to use as your stick anymore. You got rid of Cal, so what do you have to hold over me now? Her hand flies to her chest, and her face is a picture of indignation. But I know my mother, and indignant isn't an emotion in her tank. She's pissed and can't believe I would dare speak to her like that. Yes, I wanted her to know that she'd never be one of us. But how am I responsible for your little tart's disappearing act? Well, let's see. How about blackmail and extortion? Remy! Reagan gasps loudly. I take in her shocked expression and immediately decide to stand down. I'm sorry. It's your wedding day. Yes, you can chase your conspiracy theories another day. And one day you'll thank me. She wasn't suitable, and she's the reason you became obsessed with civil rights. And now, instead of working for your family's corporation, you're about to become a low-level civil servant. Joni being your partner is the only reason you still have any clout in Houston. If you marry her, you can go off on your legal journey gallivanting and still have the social status to do the wild name credit. I won't apologize for what I did. I stand up then, even though I don't move from my sister's side. Of course not. That would require you to actually care about how I feel. She sneers and steps toward me. The girl you love is marrying someone else because she didn't love you enough to come after you, Remy. She chose that. I didn't do that. You can't blame me for all of your troubles. Please stop! Reagan stands up and shouts. Please don't fight. Don't say such ugly things to each other, please. Not today. She looks between us, and her eyes are full of a begging plea. The fight in me dissipates. It's not about me today. My grandfather asked me to walk Reagan down the aisle, and I've seen it as a solemn and sacred responsibility. I'm sorry, Reg. You're right. But you have to decide because it's not fair to keep him waiting. Do you want to go, or should we walk down that aisle? She looks down at her hand and twists the large, solitary stone engagement ring around her finger. Her fiancé Marcel is 20 years her senior. He's the owner of the multinational media company that owns the television station Reagan works for, and he got her pregnant. When she told me, I hadn't taken it well. I want to do it. Reagan's quiet statement jolts me back to the present. Of course you do. You're not a fool. My mother casts her eyes on me so that it's clear what she was leaving unsaid. Come on, I'll let them know you had a snafu with your dress and are on your way out. Oh, and Remy, you should use the ring I gave you soon. Oh, Mother, I've decided I'd rather pluck my eyes out with hot pokers than marry Joni, so I'll be giving it back to you. Maybe give it to Tyson. He'll need it before I ever do. You are such a disappointment. She casts those words over her shoulder as she walks out, and I look at Reagan in shock. Remy, it's okay. My sister tucks her arms through mine and pats my hand reassuringly. We'll get through this together, like we have everything else. I'm just glad you're here and able to give me away. I am too. Come on, let's go get married.
20. Try. Cal. I don't know why I came. I didn't decide until an hour ago. When I got back from Casa, I told Paul I was sick. He believed me. For once, he relented and would have let me stay where I was if I'd insisted. But the truth is, I couldn't bear the thought of not seeing Remy again. I couldn't stop thinking about our conversation at Casa and the way he'd looked when I said I was pregnant. And the way it felt to hear he didn't get my letters. There is so much unsaid between us, so many moments deferred by life. I have managed to convince myself that everything is as it should be. We're both where life intended us to be, and every time I think about my baby, I feel so much love that I know it alone can sustain me. I've got my dream job. I'm living the happily ever after I never thought I'd have. So why does it feel so hollow? When the church doors opened and Remy and Reagan stepped onto that carpet, I had known for a fact that this had been a mistake. I should have stayed at the hotel. Being here with Paul only exacerbated the feeling of wrong that is settled on my shoulders like a cape. I don't love Paul. I don't think I ever could. At least not the way I think, because that belongs to someone else. Now, the party is in full swing. Paul and I are seated at the table farthest away from the bride, groom, and bridal family. I've watched Remy lead his sister in the traditional father-daughter dance. All of that young charm is morphed into a mature charisma that makes everyone smile as he walks by. He's the most handsome man in the room. His hair is closely cropped. The strength of his jaw is magnified by his short, immaculately groomed beard. I wish he was mine. "You want another Shirley Temple?" Paul asks, and I give him a wan smile and nod. "And a glass of water, too, please." "Be right back. There's an open bar, so I'm going to get another one of these." He jiggles his empty lowball glass. I bite my tongue against the warning that he's drinking too much because the last thing I want is to have a fight with him. "Hey, friend. Can I have this dance?" I freeze in my seat. It's Remy. I turn and take him in. He looks like a tall glass of ice water in the middle of a sandstorm. His tuxedo is cut to fit, and fit it does. So very, very well. Hey, sure," I say, and find my words are more of a sigh than anything else because I'm struggling to breathe. My heart is hammering in my chest. "You look incredible in that dress," he says, and looks me up and down. I flush and run a self-conscious hand over my hair, which I had blown out and flat-ironed for today. October is the 1 month a girl with a head full of natural curls can get away with a style like this in Houston, so I went down to the hotel salon on a whim. "Let's dance. Come on." He sticks his hand out, and I take it. Okay. We're on the dance floor in a few steps. Remy's arm goes around my waist, and he draws me into him in one fluid motion. I swear my insides are melting. "Cal." He whispers my name in my ear, and there's an urgency in his voice. Because my tongue is tied. "I'm drunk," he confesses. "You don't drink," I chide him. "It's the only way I would have survived Reagan's pre-divorce party," he whispers, and I giggle. "Don't say that. Just telling it like it is. And I don't want to talk about her." "Okay." I let him twirl us around, then I lean back and look him in the eye. "You having a good time?" "Fuck no." "Why? You have a headache from the drinks already?" "Nope. The only thing that hurts is this." He takes my hand and lays it on his chest. I can feel the beat of his heart against my palm and gasp. "Remy." I pull my hand away. "Doesn't yours? I could have sworn you loved me too." My heart stops. "You loved me?" "Love. Present tense." I shake my head in denial. "I should have told you then." He pulls me to him and presses his lips to my ear. On the crowded dance floor, it feels like we're alone. "You were everything I wanted before I even knew I wanted it, Cal. You made me wonder and think and you changed my life in ways I can't quantify. My heart thuds against his chest, and I can feel the vibration of it throughout my whole body. Do you ever wonder, what if? He whispers, and my heart starts to crack. Every day, I admit on a whisper. Do you know, I think about you when I'm with her. When I kiss her, sometimes I taste you. My heart cracks in a way I feel to my bones. Me too, I admit. Is this okay? For us to feel this way and let each other go? He asks the question I think I'll ask myself for the rest of my life. I can only do what I think at this moment is right. He hums. I tremble from the wave of pure, unadulterated lust that slams into me, from just the way his breath brushes against my skin. Then I feel the insistent press of his hard cock in my stomach. I can't stop myself from pressing closer. I want to put that inside of you. I miss your pussy, Cal. We were only kids, and it's still the best pussy I've ever had, and I could take such good care of it now. I know things. His hands slide down my back and stop short of grabbing my ass. I clench my thighs in a failed effort to quiet the throb his touch is creating between them. I am so turned on, and yet so sad at the same time. We can't be friends, he whispers in my ear, his lips skimming the sensitive shell of my ear before he drops his forehead onto my shoulder. And my heart hurts so profoundly because I know he's right. I know when he comes to his senses, sobers up or whatever, that he'll regret this and will never do it again. I know, I whisper. Fuck. I don't want to let you go. Not again. Not after all this time. Leave him, Cal. He grates. His lips linger on the side of my face. I've never been more tempted in my life. The crush of bodies on the dance floor makes a nice camouflage, but we're being very reckless, holding each other this close in public. Neither one of us can afford to be seen. Neither of us seems to care. This time, his lips dust the fine hairs at my temple. What if we're supposed to be together? What if it was my baby you had growing inside of you? It's my last name you should have been getting ready to take. My house you come home to. Me you're going home with. My dick you're riding until you come all over it. He growls, hot and angry in my ear. I want to respond by shouting yes after each sentence. I am completely undone, and I feel the loss of him and our chance so keenly. Remy, please don't. I hug him and want so badly to cry. And then he goes and guarantees that I will leave there knowing exactly what I've missed. I'm so in love with you. So in love. My heart constricts and then starts to race. He presses his nose into my hair and wraps me tightly in his arms. I'll miss you, Will, he says like he's about to let me go, and I start to panic. I want to stay like this, in his arms. The rebel in me hopes that Paul sees us, but the girl who grew up with her chaotic mother showing her just what life as a single parent looked like wins. I've made my choice. I pull out of his embrace and shake my head. Remy, I'm sorry. I can't read his eyes. but I can feel his disappointment and his anger. It permeates the space between us and mingles with mine. He leans forward and down so that his lips are at my ear. For me, it's always been you. My heart aches, and I bite back a whimper. He skims his fingers down my arms. If you change your mind, you want to run away from it all, now, later, ever, say the word. I'll be waiting. And then he presses a kiss to my cheek, lets me go, and walks away.
21. Eclipse. Remy. The morning after the wedding has been a bleak one. The guests are gone. Cal is gone. I'm on autopilot now. If I stop to think about yesterday, I'll lose my shit. I have never felt so sick to my stomach as I did when Cal said she was pregnant. She was right that I'd moved on too, but I didn't realize until yesterday, when it was too late, that I'd been carrying an ember of hope inside me that somehow, one day, we'd get it right. But just like I had when I was a boy, I overestimated how much control I'd have over what happened between us. Yesterday, if she'd said yes when I asked her to leave him, I would have walked out of there with her and not given a damn about what came next. And now, I understand my grandfather's advice. I would have thrown away everything for her, and if he'd turned his back on me for it, I would have lived with it. For her, I would have done anything. So maybe it is for the best. I'm cleaning my slate and focusing on the things I can control. Breaking up with Joni has been on my to-do list for months. After this fucking disaster of a weekend, I've decided it's time. She may be right on paper, but I'd rather have nothing than settle. So, as we're eating breakfast on the balcony of our hotel room, I tell her it's over. She eyes me stonily while she finishes chewing her bagel and wipes her mouth. "This is because of her," she says icily. It's been a long time coming. I feel like shit because I know that's what it looks like, but I need to do this before I leave. She raises a skeptical eyebrow and purses her lips. "So it's just a coincidence that the day after you saw your little secret girlfriend from high school, you're breaking up with me?" She wasn't my secret girlfriend, and no, it's not a coincidence. I'm honest because whatever else I may be, a hypocrite isn't one of them. "She's not good enough for you," she says through taut lips. "You don't know anything about her or what's good for me, Joni," I say in a warning voice. I'm mad at Cal, but fuck if anyone can talk about her like that. "Isn't she getting married?" She looks at me like I'm the most pathetic asshole she's ever seen. She's not wrong. "So?" I shrug. The weight of resentment and disappointment has left me numb. "So are you running off together? She's leaving her meal ticket? I guess it makes sense. You've definitely got deeper pockets." Her sarcasm is ugly and dry, and I'm an idiot for feeling like Cal is still mine to defend. But I do. I always will. "You're the one who cares about how deep my pockets are, and no, she's not leaving him. I just don't want this anymore." I point between us. She curls her lip in disgust. "So, after you spent the weekend humiliating me by mooning after her and practically making out with her on the dance floor, you're breaking up with me." She laughs humorlessly. "I'm sorry," I say with as much contrition as I can muster. "No, I'm sorry that I didn't dump you first." She throws her napkin down. I blow out a breath. Me too. We stare at each other. She's beautiful. It would have been a lot more convenient if I'd fallen in love with her. "I won't take you back." she says after eyeing me. Her voice is even. She's not threatening me. This is the truth. I nod in agreement. You shouldn't. You deserve a man who can love you. That's not me. She sits down across from me, crosses her legs, and assesses me coolly. I'm not looking for love. I don't believe in it the way you do. The way I do? I lean back and look at her like she's grown horns. Yes, I've been very surprised at how sensitive you are, Remington. I am not sensitive, I growl. That gets under my skin, because after this weekend I feel raw. It's not an insult, it's just an observation, she says evenly. I'm not insulted, it's just not true. And if you don't want love, why do you want to get married so badly? I want power and freedom. You're already powerful, Joni, and I don't see any shackles around your wrists. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there. And the only power I have is because my father is powerful. I'm just his daughter. I have ambitions greater than that, and there are some doors that will only open to me if I have a powerful, wealthy man beside me. Well, shit. If that's all you want, there are about 100 men in this hotel who fit that description. She scoffs. 99% of them are either too old, gay, or psychotic. It's hard to find a good-looking, wealthy, young, straight man. If I'm going to let someone lock me up in the proverbial tower, I would at least like to enjoy the view. She looks me up and down like I'm a horse she's considering buying, and I feel like I'm seeing her, really seeing her, for the first time. You're cold, Joni. As a brick of ice. She clears her throat, but otherwise she appears completely unfazed. So you don't really care that we're breaking up? I ask, surprised. She gathers her purse and phone from the table and stands. Like you said, there are 100 men in this hotel who will do the job. I'll miss the view, but I've got my pride, Remington, and I won't miss the constant reminders that you were settling for me. She looks me up and down and shakes her head. What a waste, she says, before she walks out of our hotel room and out of my life. As I board my flight back to Washington, I feel like I'm living in a whole new world. The hope-fueled torch I've carried for Cal has been snuffed out. We're not getting our happy ending. I fucked up, she's moved on. Somewhere between those two facts is our full story. A story held together by a mortar made up of my mother's manipulations and her mother's fuck-ups, my idiocy and the unpredictable twists of fate. Look at what love does to people. Look what it did to me. I don't care what Joni thinks. It's the last thing I want to fuck with again. I'm in the middle of a crucial final year in law school. I'm competing for a federal clerkship that would put me on the path to U.S. Attorney or Assistant Attorney General. I've busted my ass in law school, and not only am I number one in my class, but I've already established myself as one hell of a litigator in training during our moot court hearings. People thought basketball was my gift. I used to think so too. But how good I am on the basketball court is a mere trifle compared to how good I am in a courtroom. Advocacy is my gift, and deciding to follow my convictions and go to law school was the best thing I ever did. And now, it's the only thing I've got. I feel sick as I think about Cal being with someone else. It's not the future I imagined, but I'll make it be enough.
3. Again. Present day. 22. Concrete jungle. Cal. New York City, 8 years later. Damn it! Ouch! I reach out to grab the yelping, stumbling woman I just plowed head first into while I grab my throbbing forehead. Oh my God, are you okay? I'm so sorry. I snagged my hose on something and I was looking. Look where you're going, she yells. The red of her wool knit cap seemed like the perfect accessory for her ruddy face, which is pinched in pain. She pulls out of my grasp and stalks away with an angry glare over her shoulder. I'm sorry, I say to her, retreating back, and then step out of the flow of pedestrian traffic on East 28th Street and duck into the drugstore. I dig in my coat pocket for the pack of tissues that's taken up permanent residence there this winter. My nose has been running pretty much non-stop for 2 months, and I haven't been able to find the time to go see a doctor about it. Welcome to Duane Reade, a young girl behind the counter calls without looking up from her phone. Where are your pantyhose? I ask. They're in the same aisle as the travel-size stuff. She points in the general direction of the back of the store, without looking up from her phone. I want to tell her that when I was her age, I would have killed to have a job at a nice drugstore in Manhattan. But today, my own life is such a mess that I can't scold anyone. For anything. My phone rings as I stalk down the aisles, looking at the hanging signs above them for a clue about where pantyhose might be. I yank it out of my purse and feel a jolt of panic when I see my lawyer's name flashing on the screen. Hey, Fallon, I'm sorry I haven't paid your invoice. Yeah, me too. Too bad Sorry doesn't pay my kids' tuition. Mine's either. If you don't pay me by the end of the month, at least half what you owe me, I'll have to turn your account over to a debt collector. I can't have this sitting on my books. I knew this was coming. She's one of the Peters I robbed to pay Paul last month. Okay, I understand. I'll get paid by then. I'll just shuffle some other stuff. I like you, Cal. I do. But we all have bills. I know. I appreciate you letting me pay monthly in the first place. I want to help you, kid, but that ex of yours is a special kind of asshole. It was time-consuming to answer all of his fucking motions. Next time you get married, get to know him a little better before you sign your life away. Oh, Fallon, I can't even imagine a next time. I sigh into the phone. That's what they all say. But most people are a sucker for a good old romantic heartbreak. Not complaining. Keeps me in business. Let me know what you want to do. She hangs up without saying goodbye. I trudge up to the counter and hand the girl, who has still yet to grace me with the gift of a single glance, my box of tights and my credit card. I pull up my phone while I wait for her to complete the sale and try to find Fallon's last invoice. It was declined. You have another one? She hands the card back to me. She's finally looking at me. Her expression is impatient and annoyed. Try it again, I say, but without any real confidence because it's quite possible that I don't have enough money in my account to cover the $13 price tag of pantyhose I'm trying to buy. Okay, she shrugs and swipes it. I watch the machine, and when it gives that single beep, I gulp back a ball of humiliation and stick my hand out for my card. Don't know what's wrong. My bank must have made a mistake. I sound so lame, and she quirks her lips in a, yeah, right, and then looks past me. Next, she calls to the customer waiting behind me. This is a new low for me, buying pantyhose from a drugstore. That appears to be the theme of my life right now. New lows are all the new year has brought me. I gather my purse and the shattered fragments of my pride and walk out of the store. I duck into the McDonald's next door and hurry into the bathroom. I take the pantyhose off and stuff them into my purse. I tell myself that it's fine to go without pantyhose in early February in New York City, but the sharp bite of winter wind against my bare legs as I walk to work tells me very differently. It's not fine. Nothing is. I'm officially a disaster. and by the time I get to the Fifth Avenue office building, I'm freezing, despondent, and on the edge of a panic attack. How am I even going to eat tonight? I hope I have enough money on my fare card for the train ride back home. Bianca's supposed to be with me tonight, and I was planning on grocery shopping. Shit. How in the world is this even my life? I blow my nose before I get onto the elevator and ride up to the 20th floor with a knot in my stomach. Thank God for this job. The pay is shit, but it's better than nothing, and it's just a stepping stone for me. I'm up for a producer's position that's being vacated, and if I can get that job, it will relieve some of the financial pressure of starting over the way I've had to since Paul and I got divorced. But it's also a huge opportunity career-wise. It's a viral new show on HBO where the hosts travel the country investigating unsolved mysteries and disappearances. It's like it was written for me, and I have a chance to become a producer and curate content. I'm breathless thinking about being back in my field after so many years. Hey, you're late. Where the hell are your tights? My office mate and my best friend Kelly greets me as soon as I walk through the door. I pat my purse. In here. Glad they're nice and warm while your legs are freezing. I snagged them on something on my way up the stairs from the train. Couldn't get a new pair, but couldn't walk in here looking like I'd slept in the park, so I took them off. How bad could the hole have been? You can't be outside like that. You'll catch your death. Bad. If I'd walked in here like that, Jules would have sent me home. I'll run to Macy's at lunch and grab you a pair to put on, she says. Thank you so much, Kelly. I run over to hug her. Kelly's such a mother hen. I love it. My mother remarried last year and moved to Atlantic City. It's nice to have someone who cares enough to fuss. Don't thank me so fast. Jules has been in here twice looking for you. She has? That can't be good. Jules is our editor-in-chief, and she detests anyone being late. I wonder if they've made a decision. I give her an anxious smile and shed my navy blue peacoat, drop my purse, and riffle through for my things. Maybe. I saw Slugman come out of there just before she came here to find you. I hold up my crossed fingers, and she returns the gesture with a smile. You better get up there before she has to come back. I grab my notebook and pen and hustle out of the door. You wanted to see me? I ask as I poke my head in Jules's office. Yes, come in. I've never come to look for you in the morning. Are you always late? She folds her arms across her chest and doesn't hide the fact that she's completely unimpressed with me. Her sharp gray eyes are like chips of steel and feel just as sharp as she trains them on me and waits for me to answer. No, never. Today has been extraordinary, in lots of ways. I'm sorry. I hope my apology sounds sincere because it's really not. In reality, I'm less than 10 minutes late. Every other day I'm in the office by 7:30 a.m., Of course, the only day it actually matters, I'm late. The rest of the hiring committee wants to hire John Slugman instead of you. She cuts straight to the chase. My stomach falls like an elevator car cut loose from its cables. I clutch the notepad to steady my hands and fight the tears that sting the back of my eyes. Oh! My voice is trapped in the panic clogging my throat. I clear it and try to look her in the eye. Can you tell me why? Because he's a man? This business is a boys' club, she says dispassionately. I see, I whisper to my hands. That feels worse than knowing that I fell short somehow. Thank God money is mightier than sexism, and my husband has more of it than almost anyone. I write the checks around here, so it's my vote that counts, she says in her cool, silky way. My head snaps up. I'm afraid to hope, but I clutch at the tiny ember of it she just threw my way. And how are you voting? He's good, she says and shrugs. My shoulders fall. I think you're better. That ember roars to life. You do? I gasp. She nods. I detest tears. She hands me a tissue, and I dab at the tears I didn't quite manage to stem. I'm sticking my neck out here, Cal. You need to show the rest of the editorial board that you're the best person for the job. How? If I haven't managed to do that already, you've written some great pieces, but you're holding back. Dig deeper into the stories. Find the human aspect. Give your audience some hope while you deliver the gloom of the story. You need to be twice as good as him. Bring your A game. I thought I had been, but clearly not. I swallow a ball of disappointment. I'll try harder. You fucking better. I'm throwing you a big bone. She steeples her hands under her chin and nods at my notebook. I open it. I got a lead today, and I think you're the perfect person to pursue it. If you can bring it home, it would be the making of you. Wow, thank you. Your faith in me is— Please don't prove it misguided, she says with no warmth at all. I've been waiting for a woman I could champion. You're it. Do not let me down. Okay. If you don't come back with this story, not only will you not get the producer's position, you're also not going to have this job anymore. We're making cuts to junior staff, and your current role is on the chopping block. Tell me about the lead, I say, getting straight to business. Getting fired isn't an option. I need this job. If I lose it right now, I won't be able to sell my place fast enough to keep us from losing everything. No, nothing will stop me. You're from Houston, right? Surprise straightens my spine. Yes. I mean, I haven't lived there in over 15 years, but yes. Wonderful. There was this weird little news story out of there a couple months ago. A shooting. Gigi Rivers, oldest daughter of Houston's founding family. She was the family's black sheep. She's lived in Italy for 30 years. Suddenly, she's back in Houston, and she wasn't there very long before she was shot right outside the Rivers' company headquarters. Someone shot her? I gasp. I remember that family. Remy told me their families were rivals. Yes. She raises a scandalized eyebrow. Word is, the bullet was meant for Hayes Rivers. The official story was that it was a disgruntled former employee looking for revenge. It could be, right? I mean, it's Texas. They love guns, right? Her wide-eyed stare is expectant, so I nod. But what if it's more than some wacko who got fired? His aunt made a full recovery, but instead of scurrying back to the safety of her Tuscan villa, where not even the police have guns, she's still in Houston. And, I ask impatiently, I've got so many ideas for the part of the series I'd be producing called Bad at Love, looking at cold cases where crimes of passion had been suspected. This story sounds a little Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous to me. I know that right now beggars can't be choosers, but I'm confused by the assignment. Jules, this sounds intriguing, but it also sounds like gossip. I want to investigate things that matter. I'm not a gossip columnist. We're not a gossip magazine. We report on real people, and when they go missing, it rips a hole in the lives of the people left behind. She purses her lips in disappointment. They are one of the most powerful and influential families in America. Their influence is vast, and people care about them. We need viewers or we can't sell advertising, and if we can't sell advertising, none of us will have a job. So I'm sending you after a story that to you feels fluffy, but is exactly what our viewership wants. You know how much interest there is in this family. Yes, and between E-Television and People Magazine, they get all the information they need. She leans back in her chair and raises a haughty eyebrow at me. Please, don't do me the insult of thinking that I would be suggesting we report this like it's salacious gossip. I've got another interesting tidbit from my source, and that's what I'm sending you to Houston for. According to a credible source, there was a DNA test ordered for Hayes Rivers last fall. I gawk at her. You don't have to live in Houston to have heard of the return of the Rivers King, as they call Hayes Rivers, from Italy. It was big news everywhere. They are one of the last remaining true family dynasties in the United States, and the fact that they all look like movie stars only makes them the subject of intense interest. There were dozens of interest pieces detailing his background, really casting this aura of mystery onto his return. We ran a documentary that, to date, has one of the highest number of views of anything we've done. And if Hayes Rivers is not the heir, then who is? That's going to be one of the most talked about missing persons story of the year, if we can get it. These are the kind of dramas that get made into movies. Your familiarity with the neighborhood and the city make you the perfect person to lift the veil. Excitement wells in my gut. This is my chance. I've fucked up everything else, but if I can get my career right, maybe I can start to get back on my feet. Yes, I agree. I can do that. Of course you can. You're pretty, you're curious, almost too curious for your own good, and you're hungry, but not in a I'll do anything to win kind of way like Slugman is. I look at you, and I see myself. You're what, 29? I cringe. 31. You're in competition with a 22-year-old college graduate. You reek of single mother starting over, and I want you to win because I think you deserve it. So go and get this story. I think about Bianca and what it means if I go to Houston for work that could take weeks or months to complete. But if I get it, I can pay Fallon back for my shit show of a divorce and finally get back on my feet. I look down at my bare legs, think about my empty fridge and empty bank account. I can't say no. I'll ask Kelly for air miles to get Bianca a ticket down to spend a weekend with me. It'll be fine. And Houston means Remy. I push that thought away. That's really the last thing that should be on my mind, but it is increasingly so since my divorce. I'm single, and he is too. I haven't seen him in 8 years, and that last time had been so painful, I'm not sure he'll be happy to see me. It may not be a good idea to poke at old wounds. I'm just asking for more heartbreak. But the truth is, even after all of these years, my heart is still his to break. Even now, just at the thought of seeing him, the foolish thing is beating wildly. 23. Missing. Cal. I'm meeting Kalila Greer. I hear a voice behind me speak softly to the maitre d'. Reagan? I call to her back, and she turns around and gapes at me. Cal, is that you? I let her stare. I look nothing like she remembers. To be fair, she looks nothing like she used to either. At her wedding, the gawky, skinny girl with terrible acne and braces was already long gone. But even then, in her couture wedding gown, she'd still had an air of insecurity around her. Today, Reagan Wild Landell stands in front of me in all of her glory. She looks perfect. Her hair is a sleek sea of chocolate silk whipped into beautiful waves that hover at her shoulders. I only see hair that perfect in magazines. No one looks like that in real life. Well, no one but Reagan. Her tanned honey skin is polished and glows against the white of her body-hugging blouse. Her makeup so expertly applied that I wonder if maybe she doesn't have it tattooed into place. Her body, even after 3 children, is ridiculously toned. She's dressed head to toe in Carolina Herrera couture, black pencil skirt, white blouse with flounces at the sleeves. A sexy but simple pair of black patent leather Louboutins adorn her small, perfectly lovely feet. Small gold hoops dangle from her ears, a simple gold band on her finger where most wealthy women wear their huge diamonds. She doesn't need diamonds to declare that she has a right to be here. She is a diamond, of the first water, and she's come fully into her own. I'm envious of that. I'm still sifting through the rubble of my life to figure out who I am. Today I'm dressed like the journalist I wish I was, in clothes I can no longer afford to buy. My once unfettered dark curls have been blown straight, highlighted with gold and restrained in the confines of my signature ponytail. I've got a face full of makeup that's both heavier and a lot less subtle than Reagan's. Her eyes roam over my well-tailored dark black pants, a creamy cashmere sweater that wraps around my body with a belt of gold silk, my kid leather ankle boots, and my Kate Spade handbag, which all look perfectly chic and respectable. There's not a hint of the refusal to conform that used to be the calling card of my style. But this is what 8 years as a Stepford wife has made me. I don't remember the last time I left my house with no makeup on. Suddenly it feels heavy when I speak. I can feel it moving in the small lines around my mouth and eyes. I can't wait to wash it off. Cal, thank you for meeting me. You look wonderful. She leans in to kiss me on the cheek and embraces me. Raoul, we're ready to be seated. She graces the man with a warm smile before tucking her arm through mine and leading us through the restaurant. Come on, we have a lot to talk about. I booked us a private room for lunch. This is where the boozy, bored housewives come to hang out. I only come when I need to go somewhere no one will notice me. I'm one of them now, minus the boozy part, she says, and I am a little caught off guard by how candid she's just been with me. I only called her because I couldn't reach Remy. We barely know each other. I wasn't even sure she would know who I was when I called. When I asked her if she had a good number for Remy, she said, I have no idea where he is. We haven't heard from him in months. Then she burst into tears, and my heart stopped. Remy missing. It sounded impossible. It was like saying the moon fell out of the sky. When she asked me to meet her for lunch, I'd come right away. As soon as Raoul shuts the door of our little dark wood-walled dining room, she leans in and grabs my hands. I'm sorry I fell apart like that on the phone. She looks like she might cry again. Tell me what happened. I squeeze her hand reassuringly. I don't know. He's gone. So no one knows where he is? Someone knows. His fucking partners at the firm. They said they're not able to divulge it. His best friend's wife works for him, and they don't know where he is either. I was hoping you might. Me? I lean away, completely taken aback. She fiddles with the edge of her napkin and looks away from me. Why would you think that? Look, I know you were married and you guys didn't stay in touch, but I heard you and Paul split, kind of around the same time he went missing. I thought maybe the two of you had finally gone for it. He's never gotten over you. I'm stunned. Really? She doesn't appear to hear me. She's staring at her napkin and tugging at it like she's trying to tear it. His car's GPS system was turned off. He hasn't made a phone call. He hasn't sent an email. Why haven't you called the police? I told you. Because his partners at the law firm know where he is. He's not missing. Just not talking to his family. But why would he do that? I don't know. She practically growls in frustration. No one does. How is that possible? When's the last time you saw him? The last time anyone saw him was the day he went to the hospital to see Gigi Rivers. An alarm bell rings in my head. I lean forward, and even though I know we're alone, I still look around the room just to make sure. Why would he go and see Gigi Rivers? He and Hayes are best friends. They have been since Hayes moved back. I thought your families were feuding, I ask, and take a sip of my water to quench my parched throat. Well, it's never been our generation. That's something our parents know about, but never told us more than that the Wilds weren't one of us. But they're just really close. Her voice cracks. She closes her eyes and battles back tears. Hayes just got married. I was sure he'd come back for that. But he didn't. And it's my daughter's birthday today. That's why I'm so distraught. He would never, ever miss this. I think something's happened to him. Those men at the office don't care as long as they're making money. Remy's out there somewhere, alone. Oh my God. My mind is whirling, and my heart thuds as I try to parse and separate what she's saying about Remy from my questions about Gigi Rivers. Cal, Remy is intensely private. He's always been. But in the last few years, as his career took off, he's become like a different person. He's a complete workaholic, a taskmaster, perfectionist, and really kind of closed off to any real affection. He moved back here when my grandfather died. He's been really focused on building Wild Law. He goes off sometimes, but he's never just disappeared. I'm afraid he's not coming back. My stomach forms a knot. The thought of Remy somewhere hurt or stranded and alone sends chills through my body. Reagan doesn't seem to notice my stillness or feel my panic. I'm still trying to protect his privacy. He wouldn't want this to be news. Whatever is going on with him is obviously serious. His assistant quit right when he left, and I know he wouldn't trust anyone else. I've been managing his calendar, but I fucked up. I forgot to cancel one of his appearances. He was the keynote speaker. Now there's gossip that he's missing. Her face is pinched. Oh, wow. I shake my head in bewilderment, trying to put together the meager facts she's just given me. So, he didn't get in touch with you at all? Her question lurches me out of the daze that the rest of her words put me in. I've heard nothing, but I think I'm the last person he'd call. Cal, you're probably the only person he'd call. He talks about you all the time. Those Christmas cards Paul sends Marcel every year, He's confiscated every single one. His refrigerator is covered with them. I just assumed. I thought he would come to you." She covers her face in despair. "No, he didn't come to me," I say slowly. "Oh, God, I don't know what to do. Gigi Rivers won't talk to any of us," she wails. "Why? Because of the feud? I guess." She clears her throat and composes herself. "My mother's tried. She said she won't see us. I don't understand. I'm friends with Stone Rivers, but he's off in Medellin or some shit, and otherwise I have no contact with the rest of them. I don't know what to do." "Are you kidding? Your brother is missing, and you haven't talked to the last people who saw him?" She leans away from the judgment in my voice. "I told you. My mother tried. They won't talk to us," she insists. "And you believe your mother?" I'm incredulous. I know firsthand that the woman is a devious, shameless liar. She frowns. Why wouldn't I? I cock my head at her. She was at the party. She may not have seen it go down, but she must have heard. Her wide eyes fill with regret as she remembers, and she flattens her lips in regret. "I know what she did to you. It was so wrong, but this is different. She wants to find Remy desperately. She's out of her mind with worry. She can't possibly be that naive about her mother. If she wants something, she gets it. If she hasn't found Remy, it's because she hasn't tried to. But I hold my tongue because I can see in her earnest eyes that she believes what she's saying. I don't believe it's possible that Tina's not involved somehow, but it won't help me to distance Reagan by insulting her now. Do you know how I can reach Gigi Rivers? She's in Rivers Wild. She bought a place, but she's got security. I'm not going to break in. I'll just go over, tell her I'm looking for Remy. If she's hostile or won't talk, then at least we'll know that something went down in that hospital room, and we can start looking for answers about what." Reagan's eyes widen. "Oh, Cal, thank you so much." She smiles for the first time, and the hope in it makes me anxious. Don't thank me yet. Even if I do get in to see her, I don't know how much she'll tell me. It'll be better than nothing. When will you go? She takes a huge swig of water. I glance at my watch. This detour is going to throw a wrench in my plans, but if something has happened to Remy, I have to help. I need to go back to my hotel and make some calls and send some emails, but I'll go today. She clamps a hand over her mouth. "Oh, Cal, I'm so self-absorbed. I've hijacked your trip with this drama about Remy. I'm so sorry." She covers my hand with hers. "Tell me why you're in town." My mind is so focused on unpacking everything she's told me that I draw a blank for a second. "Are you okay?" Her pretty brow furrows in worry. I shake myself and hope my benign smile is convincing. "I'm in town doing research on a story I'm writing and just thought I'd look up an old friend." Her confused sadness clears, and in its place is the other thing she and Remy share. Keen, knowing gazes. "Why didn't you just call Remy's office? Why call me? We're not friends," she says, and I get my own guard right back up. She may be nice, but she was never stupid. Her tears made me forget that I'm on an assignment, one that requires me to lie to her. I did call his office. No one answered, so I called yours next. She nods slowly as if she's processing what I've said and is deciding whether she believes it. "What story are you working on?" she asks finally. "It's an investigation. I can't talk about it. I signed an NDA. You understand," I say with a small, not particularly friendly smile. She holds my gaze for a few minutes. and then smiles apologetically. I'm sorry. I don't trust anyone right now. We've had some local press sniffing around since he missed that event, and I'm just so on edge. Here you are about to do me a huge favor, and I'm giving you the 9th degree. I squeeze her hand reassuringly. You've had a hard day. It's okay. Thank you, Cal. I know you always cared so much about Remy. I smile and look down at my hands because I can't keep looking her in the eye and pretend that I'm being purely altruistic. I am worried about Remy and want to find him too, but I didn't come down here expecting to find that there might be a connection between Gigi Rivers getting shot and the Wilds. It seems like a long shot, but Remy up and disappearing after visiting her in the hospital feels like something. I'll talk to Gigi and let you know what I find. I tell her, thank you so much. You have no idea how grateful I am. It'll be a good place to start. Maybe she can tell us if he seemed upset about something when she saw him, and if that doesn't work, I'll talk to some of the hospital staff and see if anyone saw or heard anything. I tell her, I should have thought of that, but my little not-so-secret poison pen article hasn't exactly honed my skills as a journalist. She smiles self-deprecatingly. Poison pen? It's just a gossip column I write under a pen name. It's an open secret that it's me, but I haven't worked properly since I married Marcel. Do you want to work? I ask. She smiles blandly and then proceeds to act like she didn't hear me. So, how long are you here? I'm very good at staying in my lane, so I let it go. I'll go back when I have the story. I'm thinking no more than a couple of weeks. You must love the freedom of being divorced. If I even mentioned going away indefinitely, my husband and children would band together and hog-tie me. She laughs, but it's tinny and flat. Her eyes glisten with tears. Are you okay, Reagan? She blinks back her tears and smiles. I just want my brother home. I need him. 24. Found. Cal. Miss Rivers, thank you for speaking with me. I stand up as Gigi Rivers is wheeled into the sitting room. She looks younger than I imagined, and very much like Hayes Rivers. She lifts an eyebrow at me and doesn't smile. Well, you say you're a friend of Remy's, and you left your phone with my security guard, so I hope that means I can speak without worrying you're recording it. I can't imagine living like you think everyone is looking to betray you. Her nurse helps her out of the chair and settles her on the cushion she's arranged on the couch. Thank you, Enid. You can leave us, she says with a tired smile to her nurse. The young woman turns to me and sets her dark, green, serious eyes on me with a warning glare. Please remember that she is recovering. Nothing too difficult. And I'll be back in 20 minutes to check on her. What does she think I'm going to do? I just want to chat. I'll make sure to pay attention to signs that she's getting tired. Stop talking about me like I'm a deaf invalid. Enid, I said you can leave us. And Kalila, if I'm tired, you won't have to look for signs. I'll tell you. Now sit. Let's get to talking. Of course, Gigi, Enid says in a cajoling voice. She gives me an almost comical warning frown on her way out. I've wondered when someone was going to call me. I've given up on that woman calling me back, but I'm thrilled someone actually gives a shit enough to come and talk to me. Her voice drips with disgust. I'm confused. I was told that you refused to speak to the Wilds, that Mrs. Wilde had reached out to you and had her efforts rebuffed. That's a lie. But considering the source, I'm not surprised. I've called her every day since I got home." She pulls her phone out and scrolls through it. Then she hands it to me. "Here, look. I'm not tech-savvy enough to know how to fake that." I take the phone from her. Sure enough, her outgoing calls are interspersed with several listed to a T Wild. I shake my head. My mind boggled. Why would Tina pretend Gigi had refused to talk to them? She laughs dryly. I look up and she's watching me with beautiful hazel eyes that, in contrast to the small smile she's wearing, are very sad. "You must not know her." "Oh, I know her, but it's been a long time," I confess. "She's done so much lying over the last few years. She's forgotten how to tell the truth. Trust me, it takes someone who has done the very same thing to recognize it. She doesn't know what's false and what's true anymore." I look at her with a knowing understanding. "So, Remington skipped out on his family, huh? The girl who comes in to do my hair told me she'd heard gossip that he'd gone walkies." She muses, but doesn't offer anything else. I smile and try to appear patient. "I understand you're the last person to see him before he left." "Was I? I hadn't heard that. I have no idea what was going on, because no one in that family will talk to me." I swallow back a frustrated growl and smile. "Will you tell me what happened with Remington when you saw him?" "I could, but then I'd be telling a story that's not mine to tell. My nephew, Hayes, and Remington, they are the ones will have to tell you the story." My gut twists when I realize that Remy, somehow, is mixed up in whatever is happening with the Rivers family. "Do you think Hayes will speak with me?" I ask hopefully. "Why don't you just ask Remy?" she asks in a voice now full of skepticism. "Because no one knows where he is?" I remind her. She angles away from me, her arms folded tightly across her chest, and narrows her eyes at me. "How did you say you knew him?" I sit up straighter, give her what I hope is a convincing smile. "We were friends when I was in high school, good friends. We've lost touch over the years, but now that I've heard that he's missing, I want to try to find him." She gives an assessing glance and then pulls out her phone. "You are a terrible liar." "I'm not lying. I am really just trying to find Remy. Enid, I'm ready to go. Please come down." "Please, no. Please leave. I don't know what you really want, but I can't help you." "You naughty girl! I can't believe you have the nerve to show your face in here after the way you disappeared." Sweet's loud voice envelops me in an embrace nearly as warm as the one she's giving me with her arms. "I'm sorry, Sweet. It wasn't up to me." "That mother of yours," she says, without a hint of acrimony as she lets me go. We sit down at a corner table and hold hands across it. She scans my face and then sits back. "You look different," she says, and even though I know she's not judging me, I still run a hand over my hair. "It's been 8 years, Sweet. I've had a kid. I was bound to change." She frowns unimpressed. "No, it's not that. Like, maybe you wouldn't call Joni West a cunt if she tried to push you around today." Sweet had laughed so hard when I told her that story. Back for less than a day and her name crops up. Should I be worried that she's going to stroll in any minute? Thank goodness, no. She's that lout of a husband's problem now. She got married. I can't disguise my surprise, and she laughs. "Oh, yeah, except I doubt Remy even noticed. Now, she's making everyone in Greatwood miserable." "Greatwood?" "Her husband bought the golf course, and they live there now. She used to come by whenever she had a new car to show off, but she stopped doing that when she realized no one cared. I know she and Remy broke up. I saw it all over the news, but after carrying a torch for him for most of her life, I imagined that she'd never move on. But I guess that was silly, considering that even though I loved him, I married someone else too. Now, tell me why you're in town. She smiles sweetly. I'm working on a story. Can't really talk about it, but my lead is here in Houston, so I'm chasing it. I don't add that I'm failing so far, and the only lead I'm chasing is Remy. After being very unceremoniously asked to leave Gigi's house, my stomach is in knots. Something weird is going on. I need to find him. So, you know Remy's not around. I mean, no one's saying anything, but he's been gone for months. She informs me with a conspiratorial glance around the restaurant. It's like she read my thoughts. So, people are talking? I ask. Not yet. His people have covered for him good, but I've noticed. And you've been in town for less than a day, and you have too. It's only a matter of time before everyone does. Reagan told me. I promised her I'd try to find him, but the only person who knows anything just threw me out of her house. I don't even want to know. You know how I hate gossip. And she does. Her husband, Lo, lives for it, though. But she might know something. She nods at a dark-haired woman holding a steaming mug of coffee and staring blankly out of a window. I look back at Sweet in surprise. Who in the world is that? She was Remy's personal assistant for years. Ah, the one who quit. I eye her. She looks more like a low-maintenance yoga enthusiast than she does the former personal assistant to one of the wealthiest men in the state. Are you sure that's her? Oh, yeah. She's been spending a lot of time in here, doing nothing. But she worked for him a long time. She might talk to you. Armed with an address and Rachel's command that I bring Remy home, I pull just out onto Wild Way Parkway and start making my way north. I'm fiddling with my GPS when my phone rings. My daughter's face lights up my screen, and I press the green circle to accept it. My sweets, hi, baby, I sing at her. Hi, Mom, where are you? She asks. My heart flutters as her sweet voice fills my car. I'm in Texas, for work, like I was yesterday, I remind her. Still? Yes, honey, still, and don't whine. But I miss you, she moans, and it feels so damn good to know someone does. You just miss my mac and cheese, I tease her. My heart aches, though. I wish I could be with her. She's young, but she's great company, and in some ways, I'm getting to live my childhood through her. She makes all the shit I've had to wade through worth it. Making sure she gets everything I missed out on is what gets me out of bed every morning. I would suffer everything all over again if it meant I could have her. I miss you more, but guess what? I'm buying you a ticket to come and see me in 2 weeks. You and I are going to spend a whole weekend just hanging out. Really? She squeals, and I'm glad she's still so easy to please. Yes, I promise. I can't. Her voice muffles, and I hear her speaking to someone. Bianca! I shout. I didn't even ask where she was when she called. She's almost 8, and she has playdates now. Paul lets her walk to her friend's house by herself. I know it's fine, and I did it at her age, but my neighborhood in Houston wasn't anything like the huge city blocks of Manhattan where my child is growing up. Kalila. Paul's voice comes through clear, full of reproach, and loud. Hello, Paul. It's not an authorized phone call day for you. Please stick to the schedule. I'm sorry. I'm not going to decline a call from my daughter because it goes against your ridiculous rules. Those rules are in the best interest of my new family dynamic. On the days she speaks with you, Donna is upset. It causes a heightened level of tension in our home that I would like to minimize. It would be best, actually, if these protracted visits could be kept to a minimum in general. My anger surges. At his parents' urging, he fought me for full custody. I went broke to make sure that my daughter stayed with me. Now, Paul treats being a parent like it's an inconvenience. She's going to grow up one day, Paul, and she'll wonder why you didn't spend more time with her. She'll be leaving in a week. Please do your best to make her feel at home until then. It's a warning and not a request. Maybe you should be here instead of gallivanting all over the country in the name of a career. You made your choices. Now we all have to live with them. And then he hangs up. He has never laid a hand on me, but I used to flinch every time he started to talk, because his words were his weapon. He berated me constantly, ruined my career, and then, the minute I rebelled, he divorced me and took up with his secretary. He's the one who had an affair, but somehow the breakdown of our marriage was my fault. I've never wanted her to feel like a piece of rope in a tug-of-war. She hated that we split. She loves us both. Choose better next time, Cal. I hear Fallon's voice in my ear. Armed with that and an address that Rachel, Remy's assistant, very willingly provided, I enter the on-ramp and make my way toward College Station to find Remy.
25. I remember. Remy. The crunch of gravel under the tires doesn't surprise me. Nancy started barking 3 minutes ago. She always does when someone comes up this way. She spots them a few miles away, and she comes running, barking her head off. She's calmed down a lot since I found her, but she's still wary of everyone who comes here. Mrs. Jameson comes up every Tuesday from the small restaurant that's attached to the convenience store she and her husband own in town. Nancy barks at her so hard she refuses to get out of her car. But today's not Tuesday, and I haven't invited anyone to visit. For a split second, I wonder if Reagan finally pulled her head out of her ass and came to find me, or if my mother has sent some sort of special forces team to make sure I don't talk, as if I ever would. I wish I didn't know what I knew. Why in the world would I want to broadcast it? When the squeak of brakes tells me the car's in front of my house, I stand up. I head toward the front of the house and pick up my shotgun. It's resting in a corner nook built into the wall. I pick up my pace when I hear the car door close, and I put the butt on my shoulder and open the door slowly. I drop the gun, and it lands with a thud at my feet. I stand there with my heart racing like it hasn't in years. Cal is standing at the end of my walkway, and it's like someone put an electric paddle on my chest and hit the power button. "Oh my God in heaven!" Cal screams and throws her hands up in front of her and crouches behind the open door of her car. I shut the door behind me when I hear the scramble of Nancy's claws across the floor as the strange voice brings her running to investigate. Cal's lips are moving, but I can't hear what she's saying over the roar of blood in my ears. Is it possible I'm dreaming? Hallucinating? Cal can't possibly be here. I stand barefoot on the front porch of the house and stare down the long stone gravel path at the very last person I expected to see, and perhaps the only person in the world who, right now, I'm happy to see. Her skin is still that smooth, creamy caramel that I swear I can taste in the back of my throat just looking at her. It's like she's stopped aging since the last time I saw her, almost 8 years ago. Or maybe I've died and I'm in heaven. This is exactly what my heaven would be, somewhere quiet with Cal. But in my dreams, she looks different. I cock my head and take her in. Her hair is very straight, streaked with golden highlights and scraped back off her face. Her face is made up. She's wearing lipstick. It's a neutral color, but still not close to the peachy perfection of her own lips. I sweep her from head to toe. She's dressed like she lives in a J.Crew catalog. I go from being shocked to see her to being worried. "Will?" I say her name and she peeks out from behind her hands. Her large brown eyes land on me, and the twin beauties stir a place deep inside of me that has been asleep for a long time. "Remy, hi." Her smooth, deep voice is the most soothing thing I've heard in a long time. It makes me think about things I miss, home most of all. Because every time I've been with Cal, no matter where we've been, I've always felt at home. I walk toward her, barely noticing the bite of the gravel under my bare feet, and completely ignore Mrs. Jameson's repeated warnings about snakes. But her being here makes no sense. Something must be wrong. "Why are you here?" It sounds harsh and unwelcoming even to my own ears, and she flinches. I came for you, to see you, to check on you. She blows out a nervous breath and looks around the property. "The house is so beautiful. I don't know why I imagined I'd find you living in some burned-out, abandoned house." I sway and take a step closer to her. Her eyes widen a fraction, but then she takes a step toward me, too. "How do you find me?" We're only 10 feet apart now, and my arms are starting to ache for her. She swallows, and the flash of her soft pink tongue as it darts over her tender, plump bottom lip draws my eyes back to her lips. I want to wipe that fucking lipstick off with my tongue. I met Rachel. She told me you might be here." My eyes follow the bob of her throat, visible even trapped behind the neck of her wool navy blue turtleneck. I peruse the rest of her and miss the pop of color that has always been her trademark. My eyes snap back to hers. "Are you okay?" She laughs. Fuck, I've missed her laugh so much. "You've been gone without a word to anyone for months. Are you okay?" No one's asked me that question in a while, and it loosens something in me, and I tell her what I haven't even admitted to myself. "No, I'm not okay." Her smile vanishes, and I'm caught in this weird limbo of wanting to put it back and being glad that someone is looking at me like they give a shit. At the same time, it's torture that she's not mine, that I can't just walk up to her, kiss her, and fuck her until I feel better. "Why are you here?" I ask again, because I don't understand at all. "Don't you live in New York City with your husband and your daughter? Why are you in Texas, at this house you shouldn't have been able to find?" Her smile is a weird, glitchy, indecisive thing. I don't smile back. She clears her throat, and her smile falters. "We have a lot of catching up to do. I am really just here to check on you, I promise. We can go inside or talk out here. Either's fine with me, but I'd rather do it sitting down." She nods at her feet and lifts one of her legs up to indicate the heel on the boot she's wearing. Oh, shit. I shake my head. It's Cal, not the fucking FBI. If she's here, there's a reason. I'm treating her like she's a hostile enemy. I've been out here alone with my anger for too long. "I'm sorry. Sorry. Come in." I wave her to follow me, and I head back to the house. Nancy's tongue is pressed to the glass of the door, and I can see the eagerness in her eyes. I've got a dog, though. She's skittish. I rescued her, and she's got some kind of PTSD. Instead of running from people, she tries to attack them. I turn just as she's making her way up the stairs, and I hold out a hand to her. She doesn't hesitate to slip hers into mine. I wish she had. That touch, the slide of her soft palm against mine, is like dropping a goldfish into the mouth of a starving shark. Hardly enough. I'm trying to think, figure out how I'm going to handle sitting next to her when I want to pull her into me and hold her there. But she's someone else's wife. I let go of her. Oh! She looks in surprise at her companionless hand and then back at me. I smile stiffly. I'll go in first and hold her back. Once she sees us being friendly for a few minutes, she'll be cool. She eyes the dog wearily but gives me a genuinely happy smile. I don't have pets, but I've always wanted one. You rescue her from a shelter around here? Nope. Someone chopped her tail off and threw her in a ditch to bleed to death. I found her on one of my runs and brought her home. She just took to me. Another Remy person, I see, she says, a wry smile tugging the corner of her pretty mouth. It's enchanting. I look away from her, open the door, and grab Nancy's collar just as she lunges for Cal. Cal shrieks and steps backward. Oh my God, you weren't kidding. Has she bitten you? No, and she won't bite you either. She's just trying to scare you because she doesn't know you're not here to hurt her. I scratch her chin and smile down at her. Do you, girl? She won't hurt you. I slide a glance at Cal and wink. She only breaks human hearts. She flushes. Come in. Rub her head once. She'll be good. She'll slink off and won't come out until she's hungry. Cal looks between me and the dog like she's not sure she believes either one of us. Then she drops to her knees and brings herself almost eye level with Nancy. Hey, she says softly in return to Nancy's growl. She puts a hand on her head. I understand, baby. I wouldn't like people either. I'm Kalia. I'm nice, like he said. And don't mind his talk about hearts. I've never been the one to do the breaking. She looks up and smiles in that sweet way she has, and I have to look away again. She is so beautiful it steals my breath. What kind of dog is she? I don't know. The vet said she's a mutt, but that black coat and her height say she's at least part mastiff of some sort. We just don't know. Nancy huffs contentedly and turns her nose until it's in Cal's palm. I blink down at her. Well, that's a record. Takes her a few visits to give that to anyone. Maybe she can smell the little girl in me who always pined for a friend just like her, she says. At the mention of that little girl, I remember that Cal shouldn't be here. Are you going to tell me why you're here? I ask, pulling Nancy back. She looks up sharply and stands. I was in Houston for work. I called your office, thought we could catch up over lunch or something. When I couldn't get a hold of you there, I called Reagan. Reagan doesn't know where I am. No, but Rachel does. She gave me the address. Rachel did? She's still in Rivers Wild? Yeah, she asked me not to tell anyone, so I didn't. I just got in my rental and drove out here. Why? Your sister is worried sick. I wanted to make sure you're okay. You've gone off the grid completely. She looks around again. I'm perfectly happy out here. I have clients, they pay me in cash, food, cleaning services, and yard work. I don't have to worry that I'm living in a nest of vipers like I do with my own family. I realize my voice has gone from even to loud, and she takes a step toward me. Her eyes are wide with alarm. Remy, what's happened? Who hurt you? she asks, and my soul takes a deep sigh. The 10-pound weight that's been pressed against my heart lightens because my person is here. She'll understand, because she always does. Yet even in my state of I don't give a fuck, I'm not devoid of common sense. I know Cal is my friend, but she's also a journalist. I'll tell you, but what I tell you stays here.
26. Burning. Cal. Shit. Fuck. Why did he have to say that? When Remy stepped out with that gun, I almost pissed on myself. But then he looked at me like he'd been hunting and finally had his prey in his sights. I felt every single place his eyes landed on me as surely as he had touched me with those big, strong hands of his. I'd forgotten what a thrill it always was just to be in his presence, like dancing on the edge of a fire, the flames licking the tips of my toes, but not feeling any fear because he'd never let me hurt myself. Safe. Cherished. Seen. Remy had made me feel all of those things. It had been so long since I'd felt any of them. I was so desperate to touch him, I ached. He looks impossibly handsome, his cheeks covered in a dark beard that my fingers itched to touch. His hair has grown too. He's always worn it close to his head, but today it's long enough to get lost in. His dark ringlets cover his head like a crown. He's leaner, but more muscular, every bit as tall and strong as I remember him. Oh God, I want to climb him like a tree. I deflected earlier by gushing about the scenery and trying to get us out of the pocket of tension we'd stepped into the minute we saw each other. I've been taking huge imaginary gulps of air. It hasn't helped the feeling of lightheadedness that's come over me. Being forced to think before I speak feels like a huge task. But I have to remember why I'm here in the first place. My job. Cal, did you hear me? Are you okay? Remy peers at me. I'm fine. It's just a shock to see you, and of course, what you tell me stays here. I think I can make that promise in good faith. Whatever is going on with him can't possibly be about the Rivers woman. I'm listening. Go ahead, I nudge. He takes a deep breath. My father didn't die when I was 2. Those are the very last words I expected to hear. Come again? He left when I was 2. Left? I don't understand. He divorced my mother, remarried, had another kid. I processed that quickly. Okay, so everyone just thought he was dead? No, my grandfather and mother knew he wasn't. They let us think he was dead, because that was easier in their minds than us and the public knowing that he walked away. My eyes bug out of my head. But that's crazy. Do people actually do things like that? Apparently my people do. The kicker. Gigi Rivers was the woman he left her for. A feather could knock me over right now. My mind is racing. I make a mental list about everything that I know about Gigi Rivers, other than she's Hayes Rivers' aunt, and that she lives in Italy, and that she was estranged from her family for years. There's not much information about her. And the word is that she and the family reconciled when her brother died. She raised Hayes in Italy from his teens until he came back last year. Something clicks, the way it does when I finally find the last piece of a puzzle. I remember the paternity test Jules mentioned. Oh my God. It can't be. You said they had a kid. You have a half-sibling? Do you know where they are? I ask, in a neutral but hopeful voice. I need him to dismiss that impossible thought. Yeah, I know. He looks at me, his eyes glinting and his lips set in a thin, hard line. You do? My eyes nearly bug out of my head, but it's not for me to tell you. That's not my secret. But with those words, he gives it away. It must be Hayes. It makes so much sense. He's just unwittingly given me the answer to the scoop I came down here to chase. This story would be explosive. Except, of course, now I can't write it. I just promised Remy, and I would never, ever violate his privacy like that. Now, I just have to make sure no one else finds out. I'll tell Jules there's no story. Go back to New York and hunt down something else to help me clinch that job. I fall backwards in my seat. I know, it's totally crazy, right? Yeah, totally. I trail off as another question hits me. So where's your dad? Is he still with Gigi? Did he move to Italy with her? No, he didn't. But I don't know where he is. Gigi says he left the house to head to town for work, but he never showed up there, and he never came home. She was pregnant with their kid. She had the baby, went to Italy, and planned on taking the secret with her to the grave. Holy shit! I exclaim louder than I intended and give him an apologetic wince. Sorry, I don't mean to sound excited. It's just crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. So crazy that I've decided I don't want anything to do with any of them. So that's why you went to see her in the hospital. No, I went because Hayes is my friend. She got shot, almost died. Then he led me into a room and left me there so she could tell me something he'd known for weeks. He grinds his fist into his palm. Just thinking about that day makes my blood pressure spike. I'm so fucking pissed at everyone, Cal. I can't even imagine. I say, I feel totally helpless. My whole life is a fucking lie. My mother robbed me of really knowing who my father is. My grandfather, who I thought was my best friend, let me believe my father was dead while he played the grieving father. If he wasn't already dead, I'd fucking kill him. I put a hand on his chest to stop him from talking. Wait, so are you saying your father's not dead? No, I'm not saying that. But I have no proof that he is either. I've been here for months now. No one remembers him or Gigi. Ms. Jameson, who cooks for me, thinks she remembers Gigi, but not him. I came out here expecting to find answers easily, and there's just nothing. Why didn't you call me? I'm like the missing person specialist. I know we haven't spoken in 8 years, 6 months, and 21 days. But who's counting? He adds with a dry chuckle. And the last time I saw you, I told you I couldn't have anything to do with you. These are sort of extenuating circumstances, don't you think? I chide him. He looks at me hard and long, his expression stony. Honestly, Cal, I just wanted to be alone. Wanted to not be Remington Wild. To see who I was if I wasn't Lucas's son. They built this legend around him and then pushed me to live up to it. It wasn't even real. I threw myself into my work to build something worthy of the name I was given, and now it's like it all means nothing. So I came here hoping to just have some fucking peace of mind. He closes his eyes, and I feel a huge wave of sympathy for him, but I know if I express it, it'll just annoy him. So did you find it? Your peace of mind? I ask after a few minutes. No, but it's been good to cut off the world and just be. I look around the rustic but chicly decorated cottage. It's got every modern convenience, but it's furnished to be comfortable rather than stylish. 2 huge brown leather couches make a corner around a fireplace that stands in the middle of the room. So, this was their house. Yeah, they bought it and the farm when they walked away from their families in Houston. Gigi pays the taxes on it every year, has it renovated regularly. She said she'd planned on telling me one day, and that almost dying made her realize it was time. He pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and smooths his fingers over the worn edges of it. He's got the nicest hands. Long, broad fingers, square, wide fingernails, and intricately veined. Strong, sure hands that seem to know things about my body that no one else does. This is the letter. He planned on finding a way to see us again. He said my mother and my grandfather wouldn't agree to let him see us. Can I read it? I ask, and he hands it over without looking up. I unfold it carefully. It's worn, and even though he's folded it nicely, I can tell it's been balled up more than once. Dear Remy, one day I hope you'll understand that your freedom is worth more than anything. I didn't choose her. I chose that. And I will never love anyone as much as I love you. I will find a way back to you. Love, Dad. Oh, Remy, I'm so sorry. My words feel so utterly inadequate, but they're all I've got. Me too. Clearly, he was a piece of shit for leaving his family, but I wish I'd had the chance to get to know the real man behind all of the bullshit my mother's taught me about him instead. He drops his head into his hands and groans. I'm so sorry, Remy. I touch his shoulder, and he stiffens and sits up straight. My hand slides off his shoulder. Where's your family? His sudden change of subject catches me completely off guard. I stare at him blankly for a minute, and he laughs. You know, Paul, Bianca. I glance at the hands in my lap, then back at him. His smile disappears when he sees my face. I knew it. Something's wrong. What happened? Nothing is wrong. Paul and I got a divorce. Bianca's staying with him while I'm here. I'm bringing her down for a visit the week after next, if I'm still here. My answer is met with silence. His eyes lose their slightly far-away look and focus intently on me. His posture changes. He straightens and sits up. The hunger that was there before is back, and this time, he's not looking away. My throat is dry, and there's a thrumming in my core that's vibrant and strong. I haven't felt that sensation in years, and oh, how I've missed it. But I need to tamp it down. I'm not here for this. There's so much to talk about. Remy, we should— You're single? He asks, his voice a low growl. Yes, I say, and my breath catches in my throat at the way he's looking at me. He looks hungry, and like he wants to fuck me. My pussy clenches and his eyes take a quick scan of me. He shifts closer. Do you Still burn for me the way I burn for you, baby? He asks. A wave of lust hits me hard at the desperate catch in his gruff voice. I nod, fast and hard. He lunges across the couch and without preamble or question cups the back of my neck with one hand, cups my ass with the other, and crashes his mouth down on mine. He presses his body flush to mine, and the insistent press of his erection against my thigh is the most erotic thing I've felt in my entire life. Delicious, toe-curling tension coils deep inside of me. Then, let's do this before we say another word and ruin it. He breathes into my mouth. He's panting like he's just sprinted to catch me. He nibbles at my lips with his feverishly hot mouth. He bites his way down my neck, and I arch my back so that my throat presses into his teeth. I want to feel the bite of it. I am burning. Around me, everything else catches fire, too. I've forgotten why I'm here. I don't remember anything but how much I need him. My lips go on their own exploration. I suck and lick his scruffy jaw and down the column of his neck, rubbing my nose in his hair, letting my senses learn him, absorb him again, enjoy him again. You smell so good. He tugs at the hem of my turtleneck, and I lift my arms over my head so he can yank it off. He cups one of my breasts through my tank top and squeezes before he lowers his head and sucks my throbbing, aching nipple into the hot pleasure palace of his mouth. I shout his name and reach down with desperate, grasping fingers to tug his shirt off, too. I grip the hem of it and I pull, my fingernails scraping him at times until his shirt is over his head. The press of his warm, firm skin against my own, now topless body is akin to relief. I run my hands greedily over his smooth skin. God, I've missed you. He groans into my neck. He unbuttons my jeans, shoves them down my hips. I shove his sweatpants down and reach between us to wrap my hand around his thick cock. My fingers can't close around it completely, and I pulse in anticipation of having him inside me again. He slips his hand into my panties and cups my pussy. I grind against his palm and moan at how dizzying the pleasure is. The voice of reason is telling me that I'm making a mistake, that this is the last thing I need to do given what he's just told me. It's nearly drowned out by my rebel heart's shout of joy at how wonderful it feels to be in his arms. Nearly. Wait, I breathe. Shit, you're so fucking wet, he whispers against my ear. Remy, wait. I let go of his cock and shift so his hand slides out from my panties. He stiffens and pulls off me immediately and hovers over me. What's wrong? A bead of sweat falls from one of the curls that's hanging on his forehead. It lands on my cheek. He leans down, his heat and breath as heady as the weight of him on me. He glides the tip of his tongue over the spot on my cheek where his sweat fell. Remy, this isn't what I came for. I'm not ready, I pant and press a hand to his chest. His hot eyes bore holes into me. He swoops down and gives me the most perfect kiss. Not as perfect as the sweet friction of him sliding into my body would have been, but it wouldn't just be sex. Not to me. My feelings for him are right below the surface. I can't afford to let them spill over. So I sit up and pull my clothes on. Let's talk first.
27. Catching up. Remy. She's sprawled on top of me, her head resting on my shoulder, her eyes closed. Our chests rise and fall in almost perfect unison, and we lie there in silence, trying to catch our breaths and gather our thoughts. That was unexpected. I lost my mind for a second. I break the silence with my confession. I want to say I'm sorry because I kind of just attacked you. But Cal, I've been waiting for you to be free for me to do that for what feels like nearly half my life. She slides her pretty brown eyes over to me and lifts the corner of her mouth in a satisfied smile. I know. I've been waiting too. Surprise has me sitting up, thinking I missed something. Really? I thought, you were building a life. I thought you were happy. Happy? She looks away, her expression thoughtful. She sighs and shakes her head. No, but she didn't ask to be born. I chose to have her, and I wanted Bianca to have a stability I didn't. In hindsight, it was completely misguided. Her life has been in constant upheaval for the last couple of years. I'm just finding my feet. Her smile is tight and forced, and just like when we were kids, I feel compelled to make it reach her eyes. I shake my head at her. Well, shit. I take my first vacation in nearly 10 years and the world stopped turning. You motherfuckers can't survive without me. She throws her head back and chuckles. Thank the Lord your ego is still intact. I nudge her shoulder. I mean it. You being happily married was something I'd come to accept as fact. I nod to my fridge. It's the only thing that kept me from coming to you, that you looked happy in those pictures. Really? Well, the only person in that room who was truly happy was the photographer we paid to take our picture. For real. We both get lost in our thoughts for a minute. I break the silence with another confession. Want me to tell you something? Yeah, of course. You know everyone thinks I'm married to my career, that I've chosen it over having a family. Are they wrong? She asks. Very. I didn't move on because there was no one I wanted to move on with. I'm not the settling type, so I decided that I'd be alone. Are you serious? You were going to be a bachelor forever? She squawks. Why not? I have a satisfying career, my sister's kids are like my own, and I get a lot out of being their uncle. I serve my community, and I date some fantastic women. Just none that gave me the urge that you did. I trail my fingers through her hair. Urge? She drawls and leans into my touch. Yes, to dig deeper. To ask questions, to welcome discomfort as a sign of growth, to stop believing in someone else's version of my story and write it myself. You taught me all that. From the first time we met until just a few minutes ago when you told me you left your husband to live more honestly. You've always been so honorable, done the right thing, been brave. Really? She shakes her head dubiously. I haven't felt brave in a long time. I certainly wasn't brave enough to walk away until I was sort of forced to, the day he told me about his affair. I'd been terrified. She grimaces. God, I'm sorry. Did things just get bad all of a sudden? No. She skims her bottom lip with the edge of her top teeth, biting down when she gets to the very center of it. It wasn't sudden, or honestly even all that surprising. I trail a hand over her back and press a kiss to her shoulder. I can't believe she's here. I sink my teeth in her shoulder and she yelps. Why are you biting me? She pulls away from me and rubs her shoulder to soothe it, just making sure I wasn't dreaming. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to pinch yourself to figure that out. She rubs her neck, but a smile tugs at her lips. Come here, let me soothe it. She leans back in, and I suck the spot tenderly. If you promise to always do that afterward, you can bite me any time. She sighs and relaxes. So what happened with you and Paul? Are you sure you want to talk about my marriage? A skeptical frown mars her face. You've heard mine. Tell me yours. I nudge her. Her body relaxes on top of mine, and she blows out a long breath. When I had Bianca, I took maternity leave. I loved being home with her, but I was ready to get back to work at the end of the 3 months. Paul was very unhappy at the prospect. He was raised so differently than me. He's Catholic, or at least he pretends to be when it's convenient. He wanted me to stay home. I didn't. There's nothing wrong with being a full-time mother. It just wasn't what I wanted. I had dreams beyond that. I also really resented the way being married changed my freedom of movement. What do you mean by that? I ask. I mean, when I met Paul, I had just started getting a taste of living the life I wanted. I was done with school, I had a job, was earning good money, had roommates, went out, had sex, dated, whatever. I was free. Sure, it had been a hard road to get there, but I was free. And then I fell into a trap. He trapped you? My body tenses at the idea. I trapped myself. I was careless about something I'd spent my whole life afraid of. What, getting pregnant? No, of being a cliché, young, single, pregnant. But I don't regret my daughter. I just wish I hadn't married her father. It bound me to him in a way that made it very hard to extricate myself. I'm not sure I'd ever want to get married again. Surprise forces me to sitting. Huh? No. I mean, really. Our divorce was traumatic. We had a horrendous custody battle that I'm still paying off. I can hear how weary she is just talking about it. I hadn't really thought about marriage, but only because, for me, it's a given. Why did you marry him then? Because I didn't want to end up like my mother. Back then, single motherhood was akin to death. Her laugh is humorless. Being a stay-at-home mom felt like a small sacrifice to make for peace at home. When she started school and was gone all day, I started putting feelers out about jobs at the publishing houses. Did you find something? Yes. Paul made such a stink. I turned it down. Even with her in school? What did he expect you to do all day? Things other media tycoons' wives do, I guess. Go to lunches, fundraisers, cut ribbons at the openings of new hospital wings, look pretty, hair straight, makeup flawless. That's what he cared about. Don't stand out, be a picture-perfect wife. Suddenly my clothes were too revealing, too risque. My hair looked unprofessional. I changed all of those things to try to make him happy. I see, is all I say. But now I understand the slightly Stepford Wives vibe Cal gives off. Last year, my old boss called me up and asked me to come back, said he'd bring me back in at the same level and title and everything. Bianca was almost 8, and I said yes. Paul said he was on board. I was traveling a lot again. I pull away a little and eye her with surprise. Did you like being on the road? There's no position in the field of investigative journalism that doesn't require travel. I can't exactly do an online search for the questions I'm trying to answer. She huffs. Of course. But while I was gone, he met someone and fell in love, filed for divorce, and now he's married to her. She says it with admirable equilibrium. I'm fucking glad that shit is out of the way, but fuck him for throwing away such a treasure. He's a spineless shit. He is. He fought me for custody. I won, but it was brutal financially. Then, as soon as his new wife discovered that Bianca wasn't going to call her mommy, her weekends with him became few and far in between. I had to beg him to take her while I was here. Fuck him again. What about your mom? She sighs deeply. Her absent stare is wistful. I spent my whole life following her from disaster to disaster, from apartment to apartment. Her endless stream of boyfriends, the parties, even the arrest and foster care. I even forgave her for hiding my father's identity. I thought he was dead. I ask about her last sentence. Nope, he's alive and kicking. It's David Lister. If she had touched me with just the tip of her finger right now, I would fall over. You're kidding. Lister is your father? No. He's just the man who got my mother pregnant. I don't even think about him, honestly, and I don't want to talk about him now, she says firmly, so I let it go because I don't know what to make of it anyway. You and your mom seemed so tight. We were, like sisters. I didn't know until after I had Bianca that mothers aren't supposed to be like sisters. She never really fought for me. She didn't give up anything for me. Not like you did for your daughter. I finish her sentence, and it coaxes her to frown a little. She nods sadly. It's what every mother should do. Even yours did. Oh, mine. I don't want to talk about her. I dismiss her comment. She didn't think I was what you needed. She fought for you, even when she knew you'd hate her for it. Mine just dragged me behind her as she ran from her mistakes. The grass is always greener, huh? Sometimes, especially when you've got no grass at all, she says quietly. She looks so tired. I hate that she's had a rough time and that I've been sitting here twiddling my thumbs thinking she was happy. Anyway, Mom remarried, lives in Atlantic City, and we go visit a couple of times a year. Bianca looks a lot like her. She smiles dreamily at the mention of her daughter. What's she like, even though I feel like I already know her, all of those Christmas cards? I nod over to the fridge again. And, of course, she's got a Marvel for a mother. I'm no Marvel, Remy. I'm just determined. Yes, you are. And you've never turned your back on anyone you love. If she's learned that from you, then she's incredible. I think so, but I just love her and protect her. Who she is who she is. I'm so tired. Where do you want to sleep? I have a spare bedroom, or you can sleep with me. I try to keep the desperation out of my voice, but I know I failed when her eyes dart away uncomfortably. I think the spare bedroom is best. I'm not sure. Listen, there's no pressure. Not from me, really. That you're here is enough. When you're sure, say the word. She nods, but narrows her eyes, her gaze thoughtful and probing. Are you sure? I mean, it's been a long time. I've changed. I stop her with a finger pressed to her lips. She kisses it, and her eyes flutter closed. See? Time's just gone by, but we're still the same. Yes. Her agreement is little more than a sigh. I pull her to me, wrap my arms around her. Her arms go around my waist, and she rests her head on my chest. There's no space between us, and I could stay right here forever. We still feel each other, want each other. I press a kiss to the side of her neck before I run my nose along it. She sighs, burrows deeper into me. When's the last time you had a conversation like that? When's the last time you didn't have a single blip of anxiety? I don't remember. Me neither. So I'm sure. And when you are, Cal, just say the word. But you have to know that this time I'm playing for keeps.
28. Complications. Cal. My stomach drops when I see the name on the screen of my ringing phone. I nearly decline the call, but I know that will only make things worse. "Morning, Jules." I grimace at the effort it takes to keep my voice natural, but I'm sweating bullets because I have already fucked up my assignment. I got here and forgot immediately why I was here in the first place. I actually got in to see Gigi Rivers, and I didn't ask her a single fucking question except, where can I find Remington? Because apparently my very neglected vagina usurped my brain the minute I thought we might be breathing the same air. I stand up and head to the small front foyer of the house. Any updates? A door opens on the left side of the house. Remy must finally be awake. I step out into the already very warm morning. I make sure the door is shut and sit on the top step of the porch. I pray splinters don't find a home in my bare thighs. "None yet." "You've been there for 2 days," she says sharply. "Technically 1. I wince at how lame I sound. "If you're already speaking in technicalities, that means you've already made a mistake," she accuses. "I haven't made a mistake." I lie through my teeth. Well, it's not technically a lie. It's so much more than a mistake. "Cal, I'm not calling to argue with you," she snaps. "Jewel, do you know Reagan Landell, née Wild?" Her question and the mention of Reagan's name completely startle me. "Yes, well, kind of. She's a rich, bored housewife who is also a failed journalist and is a sometimes gossip columnist," she says, without any judgment, like she's reading from a list. She's putting Reagan into a context she can understand, underestimating her in a way that I think a lot of people do. I feel like I should defend her, but that would only make things worse. "Okay, so why are we talking about her then?" "Apparently, Reagan was overheard telling someone that Remington Wild is missing." "I don't understand," I mumble dumbly. My plan from earlier goes up in a fiery blaze. How the hell did anyone overhear us? Neither do I, but you're going to go and find out if the two are related, and if they are, you're going to write a story about it. Surprise explodes inside of me and panic starts to build. Whoa, no, that's not the story I'm here to pursue. Why would they be related? My brain is moving at 1,000 miles an hour as I try to figure how in the world she could have found out. Last time he was seen, he was leaving the hospital in the wee hours of the morning the day after Gigi Rivers was shot, but no one knows who he was there to visit. He was supposed to be the keynote speaker of an event the ACLU was holding, and he didn't show up. His family has declined to comment, but I have this bead on Reagan. Find out everything you can about him. What about the Rivers story? My voice comes out in a squeak, and I clear my throat. Holy shit. This is a cluster. They're related. I just know it. My inner bloodhound is on fire. She sounds more animated than I've ever heard her. My stomach sinks. If you can get this story, Cal, the job will be yours. People would die for a peek behind the curtain one of the country's biggest families has draped themselves in. It's catnip for our audience. She's practically crowing. Okay, I'll work on it today. The contrasting lack of conviction in my voice is startling. Cal. Jules's voice takes on an uncharacteristic softness that's as jarring as someone's shout would be. Yes, Jules?" I ask tentatively when she doesn't speak. "I want you to do well. Right now, though, I feel like I'm doing your job for you. I know you're probably trying to find your feet and that you've got stuff going on at home, so I'll cut you some slack, but just today." Her voice loses the warmth that tinged it. "Thank you," I say quietly. I hate that I'm letting her down. She stuck her neck out for me. I know her credibility is on the line. I've just given you a substantial lead. I want the next one to come from you. She pauses and waits for me to agree. Okay. I know I sound lame, but right now, I don't know what else to say that wouldn't be a lie. I need to come clean. Get your head in the game. Slugman's just as hungry as you are. I know. I feel like a 1,000-pound weight has been strapped to my shoulders. I'll call you when I have something to tell you, I promise, and hang up before she can ask me another question. I'm going to be sick. Why is this happening? This job was my chance. I glance back at the house. But so was this. What the fuck am I going to do? Is there a way to write this story without including Remy? Not only did I promise him not to share anything he told me about himself, I know he would never agree to letting me write it. He would be livid if he even thought I'd tricked the story out of him. I need to shut it down. I just don't know how. Especially now when Jules has him so firmly in her sights. I click my heels and wish I could turn back time. The front door opens and Remy says, "You done with your call?" I turn slowly to face him. Yeah, it was just my eyes nearly fall out of my head. He's smiling, leaning in the doorway without a stitch of clothing on. I've seen it all before. I almost had it all last night. But Remy, naked in broad daylight, is just like looking at a rare statue. His body is perfect. His muscular chest is covered in a light dusting of the same dark hair that's on his head. It swirls down his body and narrows to a trail that leads to the happiest of sights. His thick, long, left-leaning dick. It twitches, and I take a step toward him. I step on a leaf that's fallen from one of the potted plants on the porch, and the crunch of it reminds me that we're outside. I rush back to the porch and try to push him back into the house. "You can't come outside naked." He doesn't move. Instead, his arms wrap around me and pull me in for a hug. "Good morning, Will. Nice to see your face first thing." I tilt my head back and smile up at him. "Nice to see yours, too." I cup his firm, bare ass and squeeze it. "Can we go inside now, though? I don't have a neighbor for 2 miles. He tilts his hips, so his stiffening dick presses into me. "Someone could drive up any minute," I protest, but don't let go. "Nah, Nancy starts barking when they're a mile away." He pulls me to the wicker love seat, drops down, and pulls me onto his lap. "Don't you feel weird being naked outside?" I squirm. "No, why should I?" He spreads his thighs and leans back with me against his chest. "I think most people do. Most people aren't worth knowing, much less emulating. I could live like this forever." His voice is gruff, like he's trying to convince himself as well as me. I disentangle myself and stand up to face him. "Remy, I know you're upset, but what about your work, your practice, your friends?" "Wild Law is in good hands, maybe even better than it was with me. And my friends aren't going anywhere. In fact, One of them even came all the way here to find me. He smiles with a carelessness I'm not sure he really feels. I don't think anyone feels like things are better with you gone. Reagan is worried. Fine. I'll call Reagan and Tyson. But what I've got to say needs to be said in person. Great. Then let's head back to Houston. Get you back in the saddle. He stands up without any warning. Come on. He claps his hands together and heads toward the door. I watch the spectacular sight of his retreating back, admiring the way his muscles ripple with each step for a minute before I follow him inside. Where are we going? When I get to the bedroom, I find him slipping into a pair of briefs. For a run. It'll be great. I'll show you the property and take you around town. I thought you said town was 3 miles away. It is. He pulls on a t-shirt and opens the drawer of his dresser and pulls out a pair of sweats. I can't run 6 miles, Remy. Each step of 2 miles I do a day feels like torture. Of course you can. You never know what you're capable of until you try. Get dressed. I'll just wait for you to come back, I say, and flop onto the bed. Oh, no, you won't. He grabs me by the arms and pulls me up to standing. Yes, I will. I'll die before we get there. I flail dramatically and he laughs. It'll feel great. And if you get tired, I promise I'll carry you back home via piggyback. He reaches into my luggage and rummages around until he finds my sneakers. He peeks inside. Still a size 7, he says before he hands them to me. How do you remember my shoe size? I ask and take them grudgingly from him. You left those shoes in the hallway of my parents' house 13 years ago. I cover my mouth with my hand and stare at him wide-eyed. Has it really been that long? Yeah, it has. And I'll never be able to say sorry in a way that truly conveys just how shitty I feel about that night. His eyes are soft, full of regret, and they search mine as if he's expecting to see the same thing reflected in them. But it's not. Not even a little. Remy, that night was humiliating, hurtful, and I wish it had never happened. I know if you had to do it again, you would do things differently. But I stopped asking what if a long time ago. Everything happens for a reason. We might not be here now if it hadn't. I grab hold of his hands. I guess. He sounds unconvinced, and he breaks eye contact. I drop his hands so I can cup his precious face, and he looks at me again. Bianca is reason enough for me to know why I went through that. She's a special kid. I was meant to be her mom. Paul was meant to be her dad. I gentle my voice when I say those words, but he flinches away. She helped me find the courage to live a life that wasn't a lie, and that's what, in the end, brought us back together. Like you said, we had to walk that walk, right? I guess. And you're right about asking what if. I just hate that I hurt you, Cal. You, of all people. I'm not sure that I'll ever forgive myself. The pain in his voice tears at me, and I wish I could take it away. All's well that ends well. I have a feeling that we're going to end well. I press a kiss to his mouth, and he grips my side and dips his tongue between my lips. I love that little freckle on the top. It kills me. He flicks my lip with his tongue and presses soft, small kisses to it. His touch, light and fleeting as it is, makes me giddy. I rise up on my toes and slip my arms around his neck. Well, why don't we skip that run and kiss the calories away? He pulls my arms down and grins. I'd almost forgotten. Thanks for the reminder. Me and my big mouth, I grumble. He frowns at me in exaggerated reproach. Hey, I happen to like that mouth. Watch how you talk about it. He slaps my ass before he strolls out of the room and calls over his shoulder, Hurry up. We'll need to stretch and warm up before we head out.
29. Time. Remy. You okay? My question is met with a wheezing sound that sounds like a groan, but I think is actually a fuck you. Cal's been cursing me out for the last mile and a half. The return trip has really highlighted the slopes in the terrain. We've run uphill for most of the journey that leads to the house. Want me to carry you? She comes to a dead stop and bends over, hands on her knees, and squints up at me. Her face is red and her hair, soaked with sweat, sticks to her face. She pants as she peers up at me, and she looks pissed. Is that a yes? She stands, hands at her waist, and grimaces. That's an it's about fucking time you asked, you sadist, she says, and I let out a loud bark of laughter. You could have told me to pick you up any time. You should have offered the first time I said I thought I was going to throw up. You don't ask, you don't get. Hop on. I turn around so my back is facing her and bend my knees. She puts her hands on my shoulder, and I hook my arms around her thighs and hoist her up. She lets her entire weight rest on me. Her head lolls on my shoulder. Thank God you're built like a gladiator. I don't think I could have made it 10 more steps. Good thing you're not built like a gladiator, or you would have had to lie there until you caught your second wind. Whatever. I'm going to take a nap. She drapes her arms around my neck and sighs. I savor her weight, the sweet smell of her sweat, the thud of her heart against my neck, the heat of her pussy pressed to my back. So, this job, it's as an investigative journalist? She stiffens, lifts her head slightly, and then she relaxes again and lays it back down. Yeah, it's actually a television show. I'm sort of auditioning for a job. When I'm done with the assignment, I'll know whether I get the permanent role that there's only one of. So, you're in a competition with someone else for it? Yeah, his name is Slugman. That's his real name? I chuckle. Yeah, honestly, he's not so bad. I just hate him because he's 10 years younger than me, probably smarter and more tech-savvy than I am. So you think the youngin's got the leg up? He might, but our editor, who would be our boss, likes me best. So if you don't get it, then what? Not getting it would be disastrous. I was out of work for so long. I tried to find a job in a male-dominated business obsessed with youth. That I even have a shot at this is a miracle. What will you do if you don't get it? Because that's a possibility, right? Bite your tongue and take that back. She stiffens. I'm not saying you won't. I believe in you. I'm sure you'll bring back the makings for a great story and get the job. But I'm not making the decision, and neither are you, so we can't be sure how it'll go. You need to think about what you'll do. She's silent for a few minutes, and then she says, I don't know, Remy. Dig deep, Will. Rewrite your happy ending, one that doesn't include this job. She's quiet, but it's not an uncomfortable silence. I can practically hear the slightly rusty wheels of her imagination turning. I'd get a regular, non-journalist job and spend my nights writing my book. You want to write a book? Yeah, I do. My book of legends. I want to try and get it published. Do you still have it? I ask, a fond smile on my face as I remember the notebook that brought us together. Of course I do. It's in New York. Good. So you have a good start. You have your book. Next worst-case scenario. Why can't we do best-case scenarios instead? Because you already know what that looks like. Best-case scenarios are always what we hope for or secretly expect. When we plan, we need to think about what could go wrong. She finishes for me, just like old times. Exactly. So, what would you do if no one buys it? Keep working my regular job and write for pleasure. You give up easy, Cal. No, I don't, but I have bills to pay. I need that 9 to 5, she protests. But why couldn't writing pay the bills too? Because that's not up to me. If I don't have a publisher, I don't have a way to get it out there. So you give up? How about you stop acting like I'm some sort of quitter? Why are you irritated with me? How about you stop treating your dream like it's up to someone else to make it come true? If you want it, take it. That's not true, Remy, she protests. Why isn't it true? I push back. Because, she says like she can't believe she has to explain it to me. Because what? Tell me, in your own words, why you can't do it, I challenge. Don't say it like I gave up on it. She sounds defensive. If you didn't, who did? I hoist her higher and turn up the last curve to the house. You can't let one setback stop you. Oh, you mean like you're doing? She mutters. It's my turn to stiffen. I stop walking and slide her off my back. I turn around to face her. What? You don't like the taste of your own medicine? She asks, a smug smile on her face. They're not the same thing, I say slowly. I'm annoyed at the comparison she just made. How are they different? You're out here hiding, I'm working a job I don't love but need. You're fucking talented. If you didn't find a publisher who was interested, that would be a setback, meaning it's one closed door. Others will open. If you believe that, then why are you out here, hiding? That comment slides right under my skin, and I bristle. I'm not fucking hiding. And unlike you, I didn't suffer a setback. My entire life shifted, fundamentally. Everything I thought about myself, my life, my family, very little of it is true. Regret mars her pretty face, and she walks toward me. Oh, babe, I'm so sorry. I know. She wraps an arm around my waist. I relax as soon as her body touches mine, and I hug her back. I have to reconcile that I lived with people who lied to me constantly and profoundly, and that I never even had a clue. I feel like an idiot, because now when I think back on it, I would never have guessed any of this, even when I think about all of the signs. Signs? Like what? She leans back and eyes me skeptically. My mother. I have these two versions of my father that are at war with each other in the part of my mind where I keep him. What do you mean? I mean, in public she talked about him like he was a god, a bright light that had been snuffed out much too soon. But privately, the way she spoke of him was lukewarm at best, and when she let the curtain slip and her grief was on full display, I thought she really hated him. Really? Oh, yeah. It was usually around his birthday or their anniversary. It was like a cloud descended over our house, and we all lived with the weight of what felt more like rage than grief. She would drink and then cry hysterically, sometimes all night long. She would look at me, the darker-skinned, darker-haired version of him, and sneer when she told me I was just like him. She'd never say how, but I knew it wasn't anything good. I think she hates me too. My laugh is brittle and devoid of humor. Oh, Remy, she couldn't. I hate the pity in her eyes, loathe it, but it's just nice that she gives a shit. I loop an arm around her neck and bend down to kiss her. So yeah, I'm Remington Wilde, the legend, but can a man just fucking wallow? I stare down at her, my eyes serious as I let her absorb the weight of everything I just laid on her. She smiles up at me, that soft understanding tempered with some regret. If you're happy here, you should stay as long as you need to. I'm fucking happy, and now you're here. I bump the end of her nose with mine. I can't stay, she says quietly. I knew it was coming. I had hoped to have more than a couple of days. I contemplate what's waiting for me in Houston, and my gut clenches. I'm sorry, Remy, so sorry, but my job. I need to get back to Houston so I can figure out my story. She looks up at me appealingly, and I make up my mind. I cup her cheek, kiss her quickly, and then I pull back. Okay, but before we go back, I want to cook you dinner. She wrinkles her nose. You're going to cook? Why not? She squeaks and grips my forearms. Wait, did you say we'll go back? Yeah, we'll go back. I'm not letting you out of my sight again. The knot in my stomach doesn't fist so tight when I add that. She grins and then launches herself into my arms. Oh my God! Are you sure? I laugh and set her back down with a nod. I'm sure. I need to go and talk to my siblings anyway. Remy, I don't want you to leave before you're ready. This morning you loved it here. She frowns slightly. I do, but I've hit nothing but dead ends. Besides, I can't have that young buck Rivers getting comfortable with the biggest lion in the jungle. Well, good. She claps. We should drive through town tomorrow, one more time just to make sure. I mean, I'm a trained investigator. I could ask questions. I know I don't have your training, but I've talked to everyone. Let's stop anyway, on our way back to Houston, with a pro at your side. I've forgotten what it's like to have someone offer to do anything for me. I'm not alone anymore. She's back. Okay, if it'll make you feel better, even though I could probably teach you a thing or two about investigations. Good Lord, you are incorrigible. I wink and turn around. I jerk a thumb at my back. Climb on. She hops on. I hitch her up higher and start running. Remy, come on, don't try to show off and end up collapsing before we get home. She yells into the wind, and I pick up my pace. I see you've got jokes. Hold on. I've been running this hill every day, and I can do it 4 times at top speed without breaking a sweat. I'm in the best shape of my life. You just hang on and keep those tits and that hot pussy pressed to my back, and I'll get us home. She tightens her grip, laughs, and says, Giddy up, stud. Take me home. 30. Grown. Remy. That was delicious, Cal says, and snuggles against my shoulder. We took a blanket out to my truck and ate in the flatbed. I wanted to give her one more night under the stars before we head back to Houston. I'm glad I was able to use up most of the food in the house. I shift the small basket to my left hand and take a hold of her hand. Are you sure you're ready to go back? I'll come back next weekend if you want to stay. She links our fingers and steps into my side. I wish I could bottle the contentment I'm feeling right now and take a sip whenever I needed it. Yeah, I'm sure. I press a kiss to her mouth. We get up to the porch. I put the basket down and sit us down in the chair I keep there. I tug on the slick, straight fall of hair hanging from her ponytail. I like your hair. I like yours. She reaches out to run her fingers through it. I need to cut it when I get back to town. Why? It's not too long. I like it. I'm glad you like it, but it's gotta go. Why? I contemplate her question for a minute. When I came out here, I wanted to see what it felt like to not be Remington Wild. Okay, how's the experiment going? I mean, besides achieving the werewolf look, what are your other major takeaways? You're such a shit-talker, Cal. And my takeaways are that despite the obvious downsides, being related to my mother being the greatest of these, I like being Remington Wild very much. He's a good man. He does important work. He loves his family, and he's only an asshole to people who deserve it. Don't forget best lover in the world. she says as she holds my hand, tracing a pattern over it. That goes without saying. I shoot her a quick eye roll before I look back to the road. My father spent his last days here. I felt a sense of peace in the last few months that I'm not sure I've ever known. I feel the tug of regret as I think how much I'll miss it here. But this isn't my place either, just like basketball wasn't my place. I know where I belong, and that's in that shark tank, leading and making a fucking difference. I look at our hands, and she's still tracing the pattern. I pause and pay attention and realize she's spelling something. What are you spelling? Pay attention. T-H-E-W-O-R-D. I stop at the last letter, and my heart gives one long, hard pump before it starts to race. I reach behind me to flip the switch on the porch light so I can see her eyes. Her pupils shrink and she squints, but she's got a very pleased smile on her face. Don't play with me. If you're not ready, I can wait. I ache on the inside for you, she says with her sweet, closed-mouth smile that gives her lips a beautiful heart shape. You shouldn't say shit like that, not when I can't put my dick where it needs to be. Remy, she exclaims and turns in my lap. What? You never heard the word dick before? I raise an amused eyebrow at her. I've never heard you talk like that before. Well, except for at the wedding when you were drunk. I wasn't that drunk. She slaps my shoulder. What? You were talking all of that? You were touching me. I only said that because I was fucking miserable and I needed to hold you and say those things to you without you slapping me. You are so crazy, she giggles. About you? Yes. And I have been since the day I saw you in that bookstore, Cal. I've been waiting a long fucking time. I'm an honorable man. I would never have done anything to disrupt your marriage. But I won't lie, I prayed like hell you would. I'm sorry, she whispers. I run a slow hand down her back. No, I am. When I think about the havoc my dad's decision wreaked, I feel like an ass for the way I behaved last time I saw you. I was asking you to do what he did. I wouldn't wish that on anyone's child. You were upset that night. You didn't mean it. She tries to console me, but I don't want it. I did mean it. You just loved your daughter enough to say no. My father... Her previously relaxed brow wrinkles, and her mouth contracts like she's had an unexpected bite of something sour. That's not fair, Remy. He didn't know he'd never see you again. He did. My mother told him. My grandfather cut him off. Your father came from a world where anything he wanted he got, where no one dared to say no, and he thought that when he left your mother she'd calm down and you all would find a way to coexist. Well, he was wrong. We all think that sort of thing only happens to other people. I mean, do you think I imagined that my mother would go to jail and I'd be in foster care? She was a shitty role model, but I lived a normal life. I went to school, lamented my looks, and had crushes on boys who weren't always nice to me. You told me no, I point out. Her eyes turn sad. Yes, because that kind of surety was stolen from me a long time ago. I know how easily everything can change. I know that children deserve the best we can give them. They are so innocent, and I wanted to make sure my child had the best possible chance at a normal life. She's lucky you're her mother, I tell her. I'm lucky to be her mother, but that doesn't mean that I don't regret saying no to you. I regret it every day. Her quiet confession is the last thing I expected to hear. Really? I was so worried about depriving her of things I thought she needed to be happy, but I never imagined how much I'd be depriving myself of in the process. I cup her face, cradle it in the palm of my hand, and stare into those pools of breathtaking brown that are always a reflection of what is really in her heart. Right now, all I can see is love, shaped, molded, transformed, and bolstered by time and distance, but at its core, it's the same love we found that summer. Losing you fucking hurt, Cal, but I don't think I would trade this journey for anything. She shakes her head and smiles wistfully, but with joy, too. Me neither. When I left for Howard, I was nursing the biggest heartache of my life, and I got through and was driven by my need to cling to and honor my time with you by doing something that spoke to my heart. So I helped you embrace your sensitive side? She quips. I'm not sensitive, I growl. Oh, baby, you so are. She smiles gently. I ignore her pointedly. I said all of that to say I loved you then, but I wasn't ready. Well, how introspective of you, she says, and I press my lips to hers and savor how they yield so easily to me. Our kisses have mellowed since she got here. They feel more urgent than desperate. We pull apart, and I say, I want to meet your daughter. Her eyes dance, and she claps her hands together excitedly. I told her about you. Did you tell her how good-looking I am? She rolls her eyes. You're unbearably cocky. Nah, I'm a humble motherfucker, and I have to say, it's nice to finally have a mother to fuck. She groans and covers her face. Remy, you're still dropping those lame-ass pickup lines? How about this for a pickup line instead? I grab her hand and press it to my cock. Her fingers grip it immediately, and fuck me, it feels so fucking good. I like this line a lot. I'm responding very well to it. She whispers, and we stroke my cock together through my pants, and when I start to get hard, I pull her hand away. She pouts. You tease. Never. I fist my hand in her hair and tug her head back so her throat is exposed. Let me show you all of the things I've learned since you've been gone.
31. Find me. Cal. Let's play a game. One where you hide, and I look until I find you. Remy's voice is dark and deep and wickedly sensual. A shiver runs through me and my nipples tingle at the promise in his voice. Okay, like hide and go seek? I ask. Yes, just like that. He's got the most wicked grin on his face. He cups my head and starts to massage my neck. I let my head fall and groan when his fingers press against a tense spot. Why do you want to play a game? Let's just do this, I croon. His fingers fist in my hair, but he pulls my head forward gently until his lips tickle my ear. Because I want to hunt for you and catch you, and when I do, I want you to do whatever I say until you can't take any more. He murmurs and then sucks my earlobe into the wet heat of his mouth. You can do that without hide-and-go-seek. I press lingering kisses on the side of his face. He pulls away, his dark eyes intense and hooded with desire and so much need that my breath quickens. I like the thrill of the hunt. I'm going to have you the way I've imagined having you since the last time we were together. He runs his teeth down the column of my throat and I shudder. I was just a boy then, and I didn't have years of being without you to make up for. I lean away, clutch my proverbial pearls, and ask with a mock tremble in my voice, "Is this grown-up Remy going to scare me and make me want to run?"
"No, he's going to make you want to come,"
he drawls and pulls me onto his lap again. His hard dick feels huge against my thigh. Oh my. I run my nose along his neck and breathe in his cool, clean scent. He stays there, pressed against me for a beat longer than necessary, and then takes a hold of my lower lip with his teeth and one of my nipples between his fingers. He bites down at the same time as his fingers squeeze and pull the pulsing peak of my breast. Then he lets me go. "Now, get inside and hide." Oh, shit. I scurry off his lap and he hands me a set of keys. "You'll need these to get in. I'll give you a 2-minute head start." "What about your dog?"
"She's in her crate tonight."
He sounds like he's breathing hard. "Okay." My voice is high and breathy. My heart is pounding in my ears. Remy is about to turn me out. Holy shit, I can't remember the last time I've been so turned on. I fumble with the lock and get the door open. I hit the switch next to the wall and all the lights come on. I slip my shoes off and drop my purse and keys on the small table by the door. I hear the creak of the porch chair, and I know he's coming. Anticipation moves through me in the giddiest ripples of lust. I'm going to make myself very easy to find. I giggle and slip my shirt over my head and drop it where I stand, and then run in the direction of the guest bedroom. I take my jeans off there and then dash to the hall. I hear the front door close just as I'm dropping my bra over the door handle of his bedroom. I slip out of my panties and walk to the huge armoire that takes up almost an entire wall. I slip the string of my G-string onto the small handle that opens it and start to climb inside. Just as I'm tucking myself inside, the entire house is plunged into darkness. I quiver with delight when I hear the squeak of the bedroom door's hinges and footsteps moving across the floor toward me. I hold my breath. I know he's there. He knows I'm there, but with every step he takes, my heart rate ticks up a notch.
"Cal, you broke the rules."
I yelp. He's standing right outside the armoire.
"You were supposed to run, hide, and let me find you. By leaving a trail. Thank you for the panties, by the way. Your cunt smells delicious. You've deprived me of my chase."
His voice is so deep. It resonates through, and goose flesh spreads all over my body. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Remy." I purr.
"Good."
The door opens, and he's standing there, naked, except for a tie draped over his shoulders and his thick, already rock-hard cock in his hand. His fist moves up and down in a lazy stroke that immediately captivates me. The moonbeams cut in through the window and illuminate the head of it. Oh, this has to be some sort of sin. Nothing so tempting that it makes me forget my name can actually be good for me. My fingers are brushing the warm skin of his chest before I even realize I've lifted my hand. He steps back.
"Get down here and show me just how sorry you are."
32. Yours, Cal. I take his proffered hand and climb down from the closet. I need the support because my thighs are quivering. He turns away and walks to the bed. His naked ass is a beautiful thing, and I'm almost drooling by the time he turns around to face me. He sits down at the edge of the bed and spreads his thighs and continues stroking his thick dick. I take a step toward him. He pulls the tie from around his neck and snaps it.
"Offer yourself to me,"
he says, and this time the command in his voice is different. It's darker, but sensual, and I would do anything he says. I kneel first, cup my breasts, drop my head down to swipe my tongue across my nipple.
"Fuck, Cal. Come and let's suck them together."
Gingerly, I place my hands on the cool wood floor and lift my head so our eyes are locked while I prowl slowly toward him. His dark eyes are like a line that casts hooks into mine. Each move forward is driven by the pull of that tether.
"Is your sweet cunt wet?"
His husky voice is so deep, it's nearly a growl.
"So wet,
it's dripping down my thighs." He moves his hand faster.
"I'm going to lick it off and then suck more of it out of you,"
he promises, and his hand speeds up. His eyes close briefly, and I speed up my movement.
"I want to suck you too. Will you come in my mouth?" "Repeatedly, baby. But when you get here, I want you on your knees in front of me, and I want you to tell me how badly you want me to fuck you. Tell me you'll never let anyone else in that body."
I reach him in a dozen paces and place my hands on his knees and start to slide my fingers toward the center of his thighs. His free hand grabs one wrist, then the other.
"Not until I tell you, greedy."
He smirks and gives his drool-worthy dick one more stroke before he lets go. It bobs right in front of my mouth. My tongue darts out, but I only manage a small swipe of his salty head before he moves away. He wraps his tie around my wrists, and I gasp.
"Do you trust me?"
"Yes." He ties a knot and binds my hands together. I lean forward to try and take his cock between my lips again. He moves away.
"No, not yet."
He rests my hands on the bed in between his spread thighs, just out of reach of him. Then he grips my chin and forces my eyes up to his. They're so very dark, and yet I can see the hunger, the heat, the love burning bright in them.
"I've spent my whole life without you, knowing that another man has been eating and fucking what's mine."
I try to pull my face away, but he drags my eyes back to him.
"Do you know what that feels like?"
he asks. "Like something tearing at your insides," I tell him. He presses his thumb into my mouth and I suck it.
"Tonight, you are mine."
I swallow and a tremor moves through me at the dark promise in his voice. "I've always been yours," I whisper, and his expression sharpens, turns primal, and his need is a visceral, palpable force wrapping itself around me.
"That's fucking right,"
he growls before he crushes his mouth to mine and kisses me with an almost savage fervor that I return eagerly. While our tongues duel and dart in a wet, open-mouthed dance, my bound hands itch for freedom, especially when he twines my ponytail around his fist.
"Your hair is always pulled back,"
he mutters against my mouth. "It's easy this way."
"Easy."
He rolls the word around like he's testing it and tugs the elastic, holding it together until my hair spills like a veil around my shoulders.
"I wanna fuck easy up."
He gathers bunches of it in his hands.
"I wanna fuck you up, and then put you back together like only I can."
"You still talk so much," I tease. He presses his thumb into my chin and holds my mouth open.
"How about we both stop talking?"
he drawls, and then he slides forward and the salty, taut, hot tip of his dick glides against the inside of my bottom lip. I dart my tongue out to lick it, and he surges forward, slipping into my mouth while he cups the back of my head. Suck my dick like you fucking missed it. His voice is ragged with need, and I move my head up and down. The slide of his silken cock against my wet tongue is making me crazy. His broad head presses against the back of my throat, and I gag, but I don't stop. I wrap both hands around the base of his thick, long, beautiful cock and wrap my lips around it and hollow my cheeks. I experiment with my pace until his moans tell me what he likes. His grip on my hair is turned painful. His free hand roams my back and shoulders, my pussy, my nipples, my ass, my thighs. Everything pulses with jealousy. They all want what my mouth has. And when I feel the rush of his cum on my tongue, I don't waste a minute getting off my knees and climbing on top of him. He moans low, loud, and when I drape my arms over his shoulder and press my chest to his, it reverberates between us. Get on, he growls, and I lower myself onto his still spurting cock. I slip down so easily, the slide of friction so delicious that our eyes widen at the same time. Best cunt in the world, he says, and fucks me in time to his praise. Yours, I purr. My head falls back, my hair brushes the small of my back, and all of the sensations assailing me are making my body go wild. You're never going to forget that again. His gaze turns determined, and he stands up. I hook my still-bound hands around his neck and wrap my legs around his waist. He stands like that for a minute, kissing me, holding me in his strong arms like I weigh nothing. I feel weightless, like if he let me go, I would defy gravity and float away. I drape my arms over his shoulders and pull myself up and slam back down. Oh, shit, Cal. He groans my name, and I feel a surge of power. I press my forehead against his. Our kiss is a teasing one. We nip each other's lips. Our tongues twine and our breaths intermingle. Then he lifts me off his dick and lets me fall back on the bed. He reaches to the lamp on the bedside table, and the dark room floods with soft, hazy light. I've never felt comfortable being naked with the lights on, even before I had Bianca, but especially not since. My body bears the marks of carrying and nursing my daughter, but Remy's gaze is nothing short of adoring as his eyes burn a path up my body. I feel nothing but beautiful. Right now there's nothing I wouldn't do to feel him inside of me, to have his mouth on me, his tongue in my pussy, his dick in my ass, his cum all over me. Please, do something. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No pleases here. You don't ask for what is yours. He drops to his knees in front of me. His big hands cup my thighs, and he pushes them open. You haven't shaved. He sounds so pleased. His breath blows hot over me. Not since I got divorced. His expression darkens. All of this is mine. He drops kisses and drags licks on the inside of my thighs in between his words. Yes, yours. Like he wants to reward me, he pulls my clit between those soft, sweet lips, and he starts to suck me just the way I like it. He slips his thumb, just the tip of it, into my ass, and I gasp at the surprise burn. "Does that feel good?" he asks, and I'm so distracted by the scrape of his stubble against the inside of my thigh that all I can do is moan and roll my hips and fuck myself on his hand. Just when I feel the first flutter of my orgasm, he pulls out. His hips fill the cradle of mine, and he holds me still while his thick dick becomes my master. I open my legs as wide as I can and wrap them around him. He presses a kiss to my neck and then takes my lips in the most delicious kiss while he slides inside my pulsing sex. The sweet sting that accompanies his first stroke is prelude to my pleasure, and I welcome it. My body arches off the mattress, a slow reach upward for something, and when his dick hits the top of my pussy, I wrap my arms around his neck to keep myself attached to him. "Yeah, baby, hold on. I'm about to fuck you like the blessing you are." His muscular body quivers above me. My knees grip his waist, and the ripple of muscle combined with each of his thrusts is almost as potent as his cock is in sending a fire burning through me. His mouth is pressed against my neck, and the pace of his hot, heavy breaths match the pace of his hips between mine. He tugs the tie from my wrists and growls, "Touch me," before my cocky, sweet, sexy gentleman unleashes, lets go, and fucks me like the beast only I turn him into. My fingers celebrate their emancipation by running in hungry fascination over the grooves of his muscles and pinching my nipples until I start to come. "Remington." His name is a moan that curls up from deep inside of me and falls from my parted lips like a hosanna. "Kalila." His reply is a promise, and then he lets out the most exquisite, rumbly groan I swear I've ever heard, and comes so hard inside of me that I feel it at the very center of me. I follow him over the edge of my orgasm, where I float, suspended on a cloud of fulfillment and pleasure so raw, tears spill from the corners of my eyes. I wrap my arms around him, hold him close to me, and savor being in his arms and knowing that, at least for now, I can stay here. "Fucking delicious," he whispers before he pulls me into him. As his body relaxes into sleep next to mine, I think about my future. I've come full circle to the place where I first felt like a woman in the arms of the man I belong to. I've imagined all of the worst-case scenarios, and the only one I know I can't live with is doing something that would drive us apart. Not when we're both finally free. It took 14 years, but fate appears to finally be on our side. I choose him. This time, I'm going to outdraw love. I won't lose this again. 33. Surprise. Cal. I sit down with my cup of coffee and wince when my ass touches the wooden seat of the dining room chair. The apex of my thighs aches from Remy being between them for most of the night. I sip my coffee and moan at the slide of hot liquid down my throat, combined with the memory of the way he used me. All of me. My mouth. My pussy. My ass. God, I'd forgotten what it felt like to be thoroughly and completely fucked. His dedicated runs and workouts have left him in great shape, and his stamina outpaced mine. He had to carry me to the shower when we were done in bed. I'm surprised I'm walking steadily this morning. I'm not looking forward to the long drive back to Houston. "You have everything?" Remy walks out of the bedroom and shoves his phone into his pocket. I mumble around a mouthful of Cheerios. Remy leans against the counter and his pocket starts vibrating. I raise my eyebrows. You turned it on? His dark eyebrows furrow in annoyance. I'm ignoring it. I shovel the last bite of cereal into my mouth and stand to take my bowl to the sink. Great. I'm ready to go. I need to stop for gas, but I'll just follow you to town. We can leave your car here and come back for it later. He grabs my arm as I pass him and pulls me to him. I need my car for work in Houston. I'll be right behind you. I place the bowl on the counter and press my body flush to his. I'd rather you were right beside me. His warm breath bathes the side of my neck. I roll my hips against his. I'd rather be right on top of you. You're insatiable. His grin is huge and proud. How could I not be? I let him have that because I love that smile. He deserves to smile like that. I want to make sure he always does. He hoods his eyelids, and his lips, unobscured by the beard he'd shaved off this morning, curve into a sultry smile. He lifts my sweater. I'd like to be inside that spectacular ass of yours again. He bends his head and pulls my tight, already throbbing nipple into his mouth and sucks hard. His teeth circle the sensitive tip and he tugs. Oh, Remy. I sigh. He lets go of my breast and drags his lips up my chest, up my neck, and finally arrives at my mouth. But he doesn't kiss me. We don't have that kind of time. But we could. Someone pounds on the front door and we freeze. We both turn to look at the door and see the silhouette of someone out there. But it's so frosted I can't even tell if it's a man or woman. You expecting someone? No, and Nancy didn't bark. She's outside. He eyes the door and then heads toward it. He touches a panel in the wall that pops open, and he pulls his shotgun out. The person pounds again. This time they call out, "Hello?" I follow him, and by the time he's pulling the door open, I'm standing behind him. An old man with a long, white, unkempt beard covering half his face, a dirty, faded, worn, light blue baseball cap pulled down so low his eyes are hard to see, stands before us. But there's a friendly smile on his face. Remy's dog is sitting docilely by his side. "Hello there, sir. Sorry to knock like this." He pulls off his baseball cap, and I gasp. He looks so much like... No, I shake the thought out of my head until I see Remy's face. Then I know I'm not wrong. He's thunderstruck and is just gaping at the man. The man's eyes dart left to right nervously. He reaches down to scratch Nancy's head, and she preens into his touch. "I've been looking for her for almost a year." "Well, damn," Remy says, and the hollow shock in his voice makes me wince. "Oh, God. She been with you all this time?" The man drops down on one knee and looks his dog in the eyes. "Missed you, baby. Did those boys hurt you?" He runs a hand down her sleek black coat and caresses the stump where her tail had been. Remy puts his gun down. "She's yours?" "Yeah. Some kids led her away while I was asleep almost a year ago. I sleep down by the underpass in... They cut off her tail and left her for dead in a ditch." The man's face crumples in anguish and drops his head into his hands. And then he sobs hysterically. Nancy nuzzles him with her nose, and after a few seconds, his sobs subside. I rush up to stand next to him and put my hands on the man's shoulders. They are bone-thin and shaking from his sobs. But what strikes me is how thin the fabric of his shirt is. Then he coughs, a rattling, wet, unproductive sound that I can tell isn't a normal cough. I look at Remy, and his expression has morphed from shock to anger. Remy, we need to bring him inside. He's not well. Who are you? Remy barks down. His voice is brittle with anger. The man's sobs grow loud again. The dog whines and rubs her head on his shoulder. Remy! I chide him and stand in front of the man and put what I hope is a reassuring hand on his chest. His heart thunders under my palm. His eyes are narrowed and menacing. His square chin wobbles as he struggles to maintain his composure. I know you're scared. I'm scared too, but we've got to bring him inside. Something is wrong with him. He just stares straight ahead at the sobbing man. Please, I add softly. He looks down at me, and the anguish in his eyes makes my knees weak. Cal, what the fuck is going on? He grabs my arms. His eyes darken to that unreadable black that they were when I met him. I don't know, but we'll figure it out, okay? I turn back to the crying man and drop to my knees so we're face to face. What's your name? I ask him gently. They call me John. He darts a nervous glance at Remy. His eyes widen at whatever he sees there, and then he looks back at me. I didn't do anything wrong. We don't think you did. I'm Cal. This is Remington. I say Remy's full name because I want to see if there's a spark of recognition. There isn't. Well, from the looks of that fella, I'm not so sure about that. He's just surprised to see someone come looking for the dog. He's had her a while. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. She'd been with me since she was a pup. His face is dirty. His beard is knotted and hanging in straggly strands almost to his chest. But there's no mistaking that he looks just like Remy's grandfather. His nose, the color of his hair. But it's his eyes. That blue that rivals the cloudless sky behind us that seals the deal. Sir, will you let us bring you inside? Why? He stands back up. He adjusts his posture, and I can see the same pride that runs through Remy straighten his shoulders. How did you find her? Remy asks. His voice isn't angry, but its tone is taut and clipped. The man takes a step back and shrugs slowly. She must have seen me. She always had the keenest way of knowing when someone was coming. I was walking up that way from town. He points in the direction of Fredericksburg, and she just ran up beside me and then turned and came up this way. I see. Remy's response is distracted, his voice hollow. He eyes the house and nods his head. This place still looks good. You know this house? I ask, and Remy and I share a surprised glance. Oh, yeah. I've walked this way once a year for decades, back to the place I was found. Where's that? He slips his baseball cap back on, and his eyes disappear from view again. A ditch near San Antonio, he says, and then starts to cough again. I put an arm around him and have to stifle a gasp when I feel how prominent his bones are. Sir, come in. Let me get you something hot to drink for your cough. I just made some turkey sandwiches. Think you'd like one? His eyes light up. Oh, that sounds nice. I can eat out here, though. Being in that house, it gives me a headache. You've been inside? I wince at how harsh Remy's voice is. Well, whoever owns it
is always having work done to it. You know, renovating. The contractors pick up day workers from outside the Home Depot in Fredericksburg. I always jump on those crews, but I stopped working here about 10 years ago. I would get these headaches so bad they'd end up sending me home, and once they wouldn't even pay me for my time. Headaches? He reaches to touch the base of his skull. Bad ones. Right here. Tell us about the ditch, Remy interjects. The man's eyes widen at the impatience in his voice. I shoot Remy a disapproving look, but inside my heart is racing and impatience is making my pulse race too. I want to know too, but I know that the fastest way to get it isn't to demand it from him like that. Take your time. Tell us what you can. He glances wearily at Remy and then at me. Well, that's why I started crying just then. Just the thought that my girl suffered the same fate as me. What do you mean? I ask, foreboding crawling up my arms. Remy's hand closes over mine and he squeezes it hard. When they found me, I had parts cut off, too. He holds up his left hand. His ring and pinky finger are gone, right down to the root. I gasp in horror. What happened? I don't know. Don't remember. Never have. They call me John, and it suits me just fine. My first memories are waking up, calling for help. Help coming. No one knows how I got there. No one's ever come looking for a fella who looked like me. I'm speechless and can't fathom what he's been through. John, let me get that food, and of course we can sit out here while you eat. Sure, that would be very nice indeed. Okay, we'll leave you and Nancy to get reacquainted. Her name's Gigi. He pets the top of the dog's head. Of course it is. I smile at him. I grab Remy's hand and we go inside. We'll be right back, and then we'll talk.
34. John Doe. Remy. My heart is beating so fast my whole body is vibrating from the speed of the blood rushing through it. I'm trying to think, but in my ears there's this loud whooshing sound that I can't get rid of, the way it was when I saw Cal standing on my doorstep a few days ago, times 10. I let Cal lead me back inside and push me down into a chair at the table. She sits down next to me and grabs my hands and starts to rub them as if she's trying to warm me up. Is that my father? I ask the most improbable question. I feel like someone dropped an anvil on my head. He looks just like your grandfather. She shakes her head and covers her mouth like she can't believe she said it. Then she drops her hand and leans forward, her eyes wide with shock. I mean, they could be twins. His eyes... With every word she speaks, something I can't define but know I won't be able to contain grows inside of me. Cal, Remy, he woke up in a ditch with his fingers cut off. I know! I roar. My hand slaps the table and the salt and pepper shakers in the middle rattle with the force of it. Cal's eyes bulge and she slaps both hands over her mouth. I know, I say more quietly, and then I drop my head into my hands. Oh, Remy, I'm here. She jumps up and puts an arm around me. She presses her body into mine and strokes my neck. She feels so real, so warm, so here. But all I can think is that this won't last either, that something will come along and destroy it. My heart constricts with each glide of her fingers across the tense muscles in my neck. I can feel his presence outside the door, innocuous and yet goading me at the same time. I glance back at the door. Let's go talk to him, I say after a minute. I'm terrified at what he's going to say, but I'm more terrified that he's going to leave and I'll never know. She slides off my lap and hurries over to the small cooler she packed this morning. "Let me get him his food." A startling thought comes to me, and I grab her hand as she's walking past me. "Let's take him to Houston with us." She puts the sandwiches on the table and places both hands on my shoulders. I look up at her and her eyes soften with sympathy. Normally I hate that look, but right now it's very welcome. "Let's see what he has to say first, Remy. See if he's even willing to come to Houston," she says gently. "Oh, he's fucking coming to Houston. If I have to tie him up, throw him in the truck, and drive with him kicking and screaming the whole way." I stand up and take a steadying breath and then walk outside. She puts a hand on the door handle as I start to turn it. "Remy, I want you to take it easy. He's sick. If we take him to Houston, we've got to get him to a doctor before we do anything else. I think he's dehydrated and that cough doesn't sound good." Those are the least of his troubles. I open the door and squint against the morning sun. We're going to be late getting back to Houston, but it doesn't matter. He's sitting on the porch steps with his back to the door, and I recognize the set of his broad but very frail shoulders. It's just like mine and Hayes's. "John." I call his name, and he turns around and smiles. It strikes me as so sad that this man who had such a promising start to his life has ended up here, and that he's sitting on the porch of a house he lived in but doesn't recognize, and is talking to a man he sired but doesn't know. "Thank you kindly, both of you." He nods and smiles a closed-mouthed, grateful smile at Cal and takes the sandwich from me. His hands are a mess, dirty with fingers that look like they've all been broken with what looks like decades of dirt under his fingernails. "John, you have no idea where you came from?" "Nope. I have some snatches of memories. I dream, but nothing I can remember. The first thing I remember is the lady who found me." He takes a bite of the sandwich, and Cal hands him the thermos cup she's filled with hot coffee. "She stayed until the hospital let me go. Then she took me to an apartment in San Antonio. Said it was mine." "She took you to her apartment?" Cal's expression is as bewildered as mine. "Yeah, said it was mine. I stayed there with her for a few days, but then—" He shakes his head. "It didn't feel right, so I left one night when she was sleeping. I started walking right back to that ditch." "Is that where you live?" "No, I don't live anywhere. I move around. I get by with odd jobs, sleep outside, and try to remember. But I don't." "Do you remember the lady, the one who took you from the hospital?" "Oh yeah, of course. My memories from the hospital and everything after that are clear." "What did she look like?" "She was pretty. A black lady, long dark hair with a streak of white down the middle of it." 35. Brothers. Remy. 3 days later. "Thank you for seeing me." I sit down across the desk from Hayes Rivers. I study his face. I've seen it countless times in the last year, but now I can see my father's features stamped all over it. It's in the broad tip of his nose, that deep bow on his upper lip, his dark wavy hair, his
Enjoy the stillness between chapters. Let the music cradle you gently until we resume. Thank you for being a listener.
hazel eyes and his olive coloring. He must have gotten that from his mother's side. But everything else, his height, his build, his confidence, all of that are from the part of him that is a wild. "Fuck you for missing my wedding," Hayes says, and I grimace apologetically. "I didn't know there was a wedding," I say vaguely. When he cocks his eyebrow at me, I shift a little uncomfortably. "And I'm sorry I missed it." He eyes me and he smiles. "I held your spot." He picks up a picture that's facing him and hands it to me. He and his wife Confidence stand in the center of the picture, kissing while their wedding party flanks them on either side. Next to his brothers and in between another man I don't recognize is a space where I guess I was supposed to be standing. I feel a pang of real regret as I look at what I missed. "You look great. I mean, your jacket is about half an inch shorter than it should be, but other than that," I say without looking up. "Ah, shut up, Remy. There's not a damn thing wrong with my jacket." I huff a small laugh and hand it back to him. "Confidence looks beautiful as always. When is the baby due?" He picks up his phone and pulls open an app. It has a countdown clock. 8 weeks, 3 days, and 14 hours left to go. I nod approvingly. "Congratulations, kid. You did good." He puts the picture down, his smile falling and his eyes growing serious. "We have a lot to talk about, Remy." "I know. I'm sorry I ghosted on you like that. I know you were probably reeling too." He sighs and steeples his fingers under his chin. "I was, but I'd known for a couple weeks by the time she told you. I'm sorry for that. She wasn't sure that you didn't know. She said she'd come to your family to tell them she was pregnant with me and that your dad was missing, and they turned her away." He drops this last bit of news, and it lands like a 2-ton bomb. "You didn't know that?" He deduces from my silence and expression. Clearly, I don't really know anything. They told us that our father died in a boating accident when I was 2. That's all. I was too young to remember anything. They had a memorial service for him and everything. I've seen the pictures. What a crock of shit. I spit. "Why is a memorial service a crock of shit? They thought he was dead, right? I mean, Gigi did. She said he wouldn't have left her and not come back if he could have." "He left us. Anything was possible," I say woodenly, a hollow spot in my chest opening wider as I come to terms with that again. "I know. I'm sorry," Hayes says. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Our parents are fuck-ups, and we're left holding all of the rubble from their mess." His shoulders fall a little, and he sighs. "Thank fuck you feel that way, Remy." "Thank fuck you do, too," I say sincerely. "We're going to need to keep our wits about us." I take a breath and tell him the rest. Gigi didn't just give me a letter in the hospital room. She gave me keys to the house where she and our dad lived. She said she had papers drawn up a long time ago deeding it to me and Reagan and Tyson, that she thought it's what he would have wanted. "So that's where you've been? I have to say, your organization is a well-oiled machine. They ran seamlessly without you for months before the first real snafu happened." My business manager is an expert in crisis management, and I've got ironclad NDAs for every single member of my staff, and they're loyal. We forgot that one event. If not, no one would have noticed. Hayes leans back in his chair. "Well, if your shit is so tight, why are you back?" "A couple of reasons. First one's a woman," I say simply. "You look like the cat who caught the canary. Is she the one who got away?" I give him a sideways glance. "Man, shut up. I have never mentioned anybody getting away." You told me once I should make up with confidence before she got a taste of the world without me. I got the distinct impression you were speaking from experience. That's some damn good advice, I say. Just fucking tell me, Remy. Yes, she's the one. She got away once, but I'll be damned if she does again. Do I know her? She grew up in Houston, but she left the same year I went to college, so I doubt it. She lives in New York. She's got a kid. His eyebrows shoot up. So, the motherfucker got his MILF. I'm annoyed that he delivered that line better than I did. Shut up, man, and as much as I'd love to talk about her all night, she's not why I'm here. Tell me then. When I went out to the house, I had hoped I would get some answers, find out what happened to him. Did you? He leans forward, drums his fingers along the edge of his desk. I don't pull any punches. I found Lucas Wilde. He's very much alive, but only because the person who tried to kill him failed. He leans forward in his leather chair and stares at me like I've just told him I saw the Loch Ness Monster. Remy, listen, my brother Beau, he spends a few months in the desert doing some very weird shit, and he's had hallucinations too. Were you eating the cactus out there? Hayes, shut the fuck up, please. I have never taken a drug in my life. I lean forward and press my hands to his desk. I found him. I brought him back with me. He's been in the hospital. He was severely dehydrated. He has pneumonia, a slew of infections, and he had to have almost all of his teeth extracted. He's a mess, and he doesn't know who he is. He only has memories after what happened to land him in a ditch. His expression flattens. His face pales. You're serious? His voice is gruff and thick with surprise. Very. And that's not all. What the fuck else could there be? He huffs. I think my mother's known where he's been all the time, and that she knows exactly how he got in that ditch. He doesn't remember anything, but get this. I found a dog wrapped in some wire, tail cut off, lying in a ditch. I rescued her, and she was with me for the last 6 months. She's kind of a guard dog. That's nice, Remy, but random. I spear him with a withering glare. She was his dog. His. Of all the stray dogs in Texas's hill country, I found his. No fucking way. What are the fucking chances of that? He shakes his head incredulously. I would think next to none, but that's how we found him. And guess what he named her? Tina, he laughs. Might have been more fitting, but no. Gigi. No shit. Hayes slaps the table and laughs. She'll get a kick out of that, he says. He has no memory of her. His smile sobers and his eyes get sad. She has very vivid ones of him, the way her eyes light up when she talks about him. Yeah, I figure there's something strong there if he gave his dog that same weird-ass name. Hey, don't talk shit about Gigi. Look, kid, I know she's your mom or whatever, but she's the reason my dad left us, and I don't understand how she could live with herself. He drums his fingers on his desk and eyes me skeptically. Let me ask you something about this woman. You telling me that if you loved her and she was with someone else, you wouldn't have tried to win her back? She was with someone else. I hate saying those words. They offend me and stir memories that never sit well with me. For almost 10 fucking years, I kept my distance and respected her marriage. You sure she's the one? Confidence couldn't be married to anyone else and me not at least try. I respect marriage, Hayes. That doesn't mean... The memory of Reagan's wedding to Marcel pops up. I meant it when I asked her to leave him. If she'd said yes, I would have walked out of there with her in my arms and not given a damn what happened. I did ask her to leave him. She said no. She has a kid. She didn't want to break up her home. What changed? She's divorced. I've been thinking about Cal's daughter a lot. She's supposed to be coming for a visit, and I'm nervous as fuck because I know Cal wants to live close to where she is. I don't know what that means, but if I have to move Wild Law to New York, I'll do it. The very thought sends a river of unease up my spine. I'm the head of our family. I run Wild Law, but I own 40% of Wild World stock. I'm still the face of the family's philanthropic efforts. Moving would be... I push the thought away. Cross that bridge when I get to it. Right now, I've got a huge fish to fry. So my mother's been in D.C. all week meeting with our lobbyists and having meetings with some suppliers. She's back tomorrow, and I've invited her to dinner. I want you to come. I want Gigi to come. I want everyone in that room when I tell them I found him. I had no idea you were so fucking dramatic, Remy. You know that's going to be a spectacle of epic proportions. I don't care about optics. It's the most efficient way to find out what happened. So you're going to have him walk in and see who starts confessing or tries to run for the hills? Of course not. We've got a lot of he said, she said going on right now. Lots of hiding and lies. Lots of untruths. I want to know who tried to hurt him, and I want to see their faces when they realize it's not a secret anymore. Holy shit. He whistles long and low. To say the least. I'll send you the details. Can I meet him? Ahead of time, I mean. You want to? I didn't think you would. I'm surprised. He was very close to the man who raised him. Yeah, of course. I mean, biologically at least, he's my father. I can't think of him like that, but I want to meet him. And since I'm clearly not a suspect in his disappearance, yeah, man, of course. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. It's been a busy week. Oh, I understand. You've had all that fucking to do. I laugh. When you meet her, you'll understand. No doubt. I stand to leave, and Hayes calls my name. Wait, so how do you feel about the fact that we're brothers? Elated. I love Tyson, but if I could have picked a man to be my brother, it would have been you. I answer honestly. Me too. The coolest motherfucker I know. I'm just sorry it went down the way it did. He pats my shoulder. Me too. But I'm fucking glad it went down.
36. 3 conversations and a fuck-up. Cal. I swear, you're the best cook in this entire city. Remy rubs his hands together gleefully as Sweet drops off 2 plates of steaming garden omelets. She puts a hand on her ample hip and glares down at him, her pretty face pinched in annoyance. That sweet talk may work on your gal here, but it doesn't work on me, Remington. You wound me. I'm being sincere. I've been in here every day since I got back. That's got to count for something. He gives her a charming flash of his smile and she rolls her eyes. You're nothing but a flirt. Thank goodness you got your girl back. Be good to see you settled down. His girl. That sends flutters through me. I'm trying to convince her to stay. He grabs my hand and squeezes it. I squeeze it back. She doesn't look like she's going to need much convincing. I can practically see the stars in her eyes. She nods at me. Stop talking about me like I'm not here. Maybe you should try having breakfast in bed one morning instead of rolling in here every day, she says, eyebrows raised knowingly before she pats Remy on the shoulder and strolls off. I love it here. I smile after her. I'm glad. I do too. So, what do you think? Breakfast tomorrow? My place? Are you asking me over to your house, Mr. Wilde? I bat my lashes at him and drawl my words. I am. And not just tomorrow. When all this shit with my dad is over, I want us to talk about how we're going to close the distance between us. You're getting ahead of yourself, I say, and try to laugh around the bundle of nerves in my gut. We've got a lot to figure out. Nope, just finally catching up, actually. He wolfs down the last bite of egg and stands up. Where are you going? I have a meeting in 15 minutes. I'll see you tonight. So you'll be there by 6? I ask Remy. Yeah, but you and Lucas don't have to get there earlier than 8. The fireworks won't start until after 7. You're awfully glib for someone who's planning to try and catch a potential murderer tonight. Sure this is how you want to do it? Absolutely. It's the only way. The element of surprise will be like a truth serum. I think everyone's going to be surprised. I doubt that will tell you who actually hurt him. Unless you get someone to confess, you'll need proof. You're right, I guess. But at least when we're all in one room, there can't be any he said, she said. Everyone will be shocked. Everyone except you, me, Hayes, and probably Confidence, since I know his pussy-whipped ass tells her everything. What if you're wrong? Ah, my little pessimist. But I'm not. He taps me on the nose with a wink. Look who's talking, Mr. Worst-Case Scenario. I'm just asking what yours is. Worst-case scenario is that neither of them did it, but at least we'll know the role they played. Between the two of them, we'll find out everything we need to know. Yeah, we'll definitely know more than we do now. I close my laptop and reach for his hand. I wince at the way the muscles in my neck protest. I reach over to rub the points of tension that have made a permanent home in the muscles of my neck. His fingers brush mine out of the way. Let me do that. Oh, that feels so good. Never stop. My head lolls forward and I groan in relief as his strong fingers work a knot that's been bothering me since I woke up. God, your neck is tight. This week has been intense. I'm actually pretty tired. I close my eyes and he digs deeper and the tension starts to dissipate. If only he could make the rest of my problems go away as easily. He sighs. I'm sorry. This thing with my dad has stolen all of the oxygen in the room. I haven't even asked you about your story. Did you get everything you needed? At the mention of the story, my stomach gives a small flip. Thank God he can't see my face because I'm sure it's turned green. Today's a big day for you. Let's just focus on that. We'll have plenty of time to talk about my story later. He stops rubbing my neck and tilts my chin up with his finger. His eyes move across my face like they're taking an inventory. Are you okay? I'm okay. This week has been intense. My story is a cluster, and I miss my daughter. She'll be here on Friday. Yeah, I can't wait for you to meet her. She's a character. I smile fondly as I think of my daughter's antics. I can't wait either. Things will be calmer by then. We can spend time getting to know each other and figure out how we close this gap. My heart leaps at his words. We have a future. Our paths are clear. I can't either. He glances at his watch. Sorry, I've really got to go. You good to walk back to the hotel by yourself? Yeah, I know this neighborhood like the back of my hand still. I'll be fine. Conversation 1. I'm just walking back into my hotel when my phone rings. Give me an update. I've only got 6 minutes before my next call. Jules's abrasive voice snaps in my ear. Morning. Well, I had a meeting with Gigi Rivers. I stammer. That's fucking fantastic. Did she tell you anything about Remington Wilde? If he came to see her that day in the hospital? I clear my throat and rack my brain for a lie that will tide her over, just until I can decide if there's a story in there somewhere. Yes, she said he came to see her. He and Hayes are friends, you see, good friends, and it was just a friendly get-well visit. That's bullshit, though, right? I mean, we see him storming out of the hospital, squealing out the garage, and then he hasn't really been seen since? Well, I don't know what's going on with him and Reagan, but no one else here seems to think he's missing. I talked to a source at his office. She said he sent out a company-wide email this week saying he was back from his break and that he can't wait to share all of the exciting ideas he had while he was away. So it appears he was just on vacation. So I think we can scrap that part of the... I'm sorry. Are you high? Who goes on vacation for months? Nobody, she yells. The flips my stomach has been doing intensify. I haven't heard a single rumor about him being an alcoholic or on drugs. Honestly, I think there's a real story in whatever is happening with the Rivers family and their resurgent... Kalila. No one gives a shit about their resurgence if they don't know the details. If you're not up to it, come home, pack up your office, and find a job at the Huffington Post. And then she hangs up. I drop my phone like it's on fire and fall backwards on my bed. I can't afford not to have a job. Tomorrow is payday, but by the time the sun sets, most of it will be gone. Fear makes my throat constrict, and I force myself to face the worst-case scenarios. If I don't write the story, at the very worst, I lose my job. But I'd have at least one more paycheck, and I own my place outright. Taxes aren't due for months. I may not be able to find a job as a journalist, but I could keep food on the table while I sold my place. And with the money left over, I'd have a nice nest egg until I could figure things out. If I do write my report, at the very worst, Remy wouldn't forgive me. But I'd have a job. It might even be the promising beginning of a career I've always dreamed of. But all of that would probably mean causing real harm to the fragile peace Remy and I have forged. I don't even have to think about it to know which one of those poison pills I'd rather swallow. I just need to think about what comes next. I decide to go for a walk to clear my head. Conversation 2. I leave my hotel with no particular destination in mind. So when I find myself standing in front of To Be Read a few minutes later, I'm surprised. I planned to never come here again. I have so many painful memories about our time here. I thought being back would send those old feelings that I avoid like the plague flooding back. But my feet guided me anyway. As I stand here, the only thing flooding me is love. I had loved it here. It had been the best summer of my life. I love living in New York, but this feels like home. And now that Remy and I are both ready to give us a go, it also feels like a solution. It's still vacant, just as we left it. I wonder why Lister never sold it or found someone to reopen it. I also wonder why he never wanted to know his daughter. I can't imagine what makes a man do that. Paul may not win any awards for Father of the Year, but he at least made time for Bianca. My feet, guided by my heart, lead me through the huge grassy square that's the heart of Rivers Wild. I can see Bianca running across it, flying her kite. We have a great park in our neighborhood in New York, but nothing like this. I pass the massive arcade of food stalls called the Market that would put an international festival to shame. Bianca has always been fascinated by other people's backgrounds. She has a more adventurous palate at 9 years old than I do at 31. Oh, she would be in heaven. This could be a real, fresh start. Not one born out of a moment of crisis, but a decision made in a moment of clarity. And that's why A few minutes later, I find myself standing at the other place I never thought I'd go, in front of David Lister's house. It is in spite of my nerves that I find the courage to take a deep breath and ring the doorbell. He answers the door himself, and if it wasn't for that trademark scowling smile, I wouldn't know it was him. The words I'd rehearsed die on my tongue as my alarm at his appearance rises. He's stooped and pale, his cheeks nearly hollow. His pajamas, a dignified navy blue ensemble, look like they're draped on a clothes hanger instead of a human body. His dark eyes are watery and red-rimmed as he takes me in.
You look just like your mother.
I do? I'm surprised at the tenderness in his voice.
You better come in. Standing up for too long is tiring.
He shuffles away, leaving the door open, and I follow him in.
I hope you don't mind that I'm not dressed. Just doesn't seem like it's worth all the effort on the days I'm not going out,
he says wearily over his shoulder. I don't mind at all. I look around the room, trying to see every picture, see if I can see glimpses of myself in him when he was younger. I see nothing but strangers' faces staring back at me.
Have a seat.
He points to the small love seat across from his reclining chair. I hesitate for a second, not sure that this was a good idea after all.
Go on. You came all this way. Don't chicken out now.
His eyes twinkle with humor as he lowers himself back into his chair. I'm not chickening out of anything. I sound defensive, but I don't care. My nerves are flying around like bats in my stomach, and I sit down because I'm afraid my legs might give out on me.
You've got more courage than me. I've never been able to work up the nerve to come and see you, even though there were so many times I wanted to.
You did? I clutched the bag in my lap to my chest. I didn't expect that.
Of course. I owe you an apology. It's too little, too late, but I do.
His admission surprises me. I, of course, can list my grievances against this man in my sleep, but I've never imagined he would feel any remorse. So I ask the one question I promised I wouldn't. Why didn't you want to know who I was? He doesn't even blink.
I cared very much about your mother. I met her when I was going through a very difficult time. She was far too young, and I was far too old, you see. I could have gone to jail. I had a business, a family. I just couldn't risk everything for a lapse in judgment.
He doesn't even sound sorry. He's just telling me the facts. So you abandoned her and me. My tone is biting, and he casts his eyes to his lap.
Yes, I did,
he admits, and somehow it doesn't hurt as much to hear it as I had imagined. I see.
You have to understand, my wife and son both died in a horrific car crash about a year before your mother came to see me about you, after you got in all that trouble. I wanted to help, so I gave her the bookstore. But I couldn't do more than that, Kalila. When I looked at her, all I saw was my karma. I'd convinced myself I lost them because I betrayed my wife. It was irrational, but I was grieving, so I kept my distance. But every time she's asked me for it, I've helped her. But I've had my own struggles.
He sounds like he expects me to feel sorry for him, and I guess on a basic human level, I do. I glance around the room and imagine how different my life would have been if I had grown up in this house. I may have had a nicer roof over my head, but this man wouldn't ever have been the father I needed. His explanation sounds more like excuses, and they leave me cold. They're also not what I want from him. Mr. Lister, I came here today because I want the bookstore, and I want you to give it to me. Conversation 3. Cal, this is some shit, Kelly says, her tone thoroughly scandalized by what I've just told her. Trust me, I know. I am ankle-deep in it and sinking further every day. Oh, wee, honey. You know how to fuck up right. You go big or go home, she chortles. You're not helping, Kelly. I moan miserably. I have a low-level thrumming of panic inside of my head. I called her because she knows what's at stake in a way that no one else does. I'm sorry. Let me just make sure I've got this completely straight, okay? She says soberly. Okay. So you didn't know he was the story when you went to see him, right? Right. Now, you're lying to Jules to buy time to find an angle that doesn't include him because she stuck her neck out for you. But also, you're moving back to Houston to run a bookstore some dude just gave you? Right. So, what about this story? Is it not newsworthy? She asks. Of course it is, but I can't be the one to tell it. So, you're going to let someone else get this huge scoop on the man you love and write it instead? I don't know if anyone else will get the scoop. If Jules sent you down to Houston to chase this story, then trust me, it's a big enough scoop that you're not the only one with it in your sights. Someone will write it, but that someone won't be you. The thought unnerves me. Cal, tell him about the assignment. Ask him if he'll consider giving you the story. This could be his chance to get ahead of a story you can't bury. Yes. Oh my God, Kelly, you're right. I mean, he's very private, but if he could have some assurances about the story, and maybe you need to tell everyone the truth, Kelly says, as if it's that simple. I know, I say. Then why haven't you? She asks. My life feels like it's all balanced on a less than firm foundation. I don't want to lose it all again. I admit my deepest fear. Cal. Her voice is gentle. I only say this with love. You can't begin your relationship on the back of a lie. And honestly, if you tell him, he might help you. Give you the story. Oh, God. He's going to hit the roof. That's not the end of the world. He'll be mad, but then he'll get over it. Don't let your fear lead you down a path of bad decisions. You've got a second chance. Do it right. Her words make perfect sense. I know it's the right thing to do. I'll tell Remy first. If he doesn't want me to write it, I won't. And then I'll call Jules and tell her what I've decided. Cal, I've known you a long time. And as talented as you are, and as much as I want you to succeed in this career, I am so glad you're choosing love. I laugh nervously. Well, let's hope love chooses me back. If he has any brains, he'll never let you out of his sight again. He's already threatened that. I'm glad he loves you that much. You deserve that. I know you're afraid, but I promise it's not going to be as scary as you think. My heart swells with love for her. She's such a good friend. I just hope I'm making the right decisions. The fuck up. When I hang up with Kelly, I open my laptop and start writing. It's just an outline, but I think Remy might like the direction I want to take. I'll show this to him and explain everything. As I write, I see how, with the right angle, the seemingly sordid chronology of events really just paints a picture of the typical American family. Sure, they have more money, but these aren't rich people problems. This could be a chance to lift the veil, show the human side of a family that only ever shows the public a perfect face. Worst case scenario, he says no. I would lose my job and probably never work as a journalist again. But after my conversation with Lister, I have a plan. I'll be okay. I love Rivers Wild. I love Remy. I walk to the window and look out over the square. It's got a lot more stores than it did when I lived here. There are more cars, more people, but it still looks like the idyllic slice of suburbia that I've never seen anywhere else. Bianca would thrive here. It would mean amending our custody agreement, but I could make a convincing argument. By the time I'm done writing, I'm excited. After we get past this evening, I'll show him and we can plan the future we've always dreamed of.
37. The Truth. Remy. You have a beautiful home, Remington. Thank you for inviting us. Gigi smiles nervously but genuinely as they walk into the front hall of my house. Yes, thank you for coming back from your months-long sulk just in time to host a dinner party weeks before my baby is due, Hayes says irritably. I'll try to time my life crisis better next time, Rivers. This would be a good time to tell Gigi who else is here, Hayes says. None of the lightheartedness in his companion's tone is present in his. I'm not surprised or unprepared. He made me promise to name my firstborn son after him before he agreed to bring Gigi today. I know that this is going to be a fucked-up day, but there's no hiding from it anymore. And whatever Gigi suffers today will be tempered by seeing Lucas again. I walk to stand in front of Gigi. Her smile has gone from hesitant to non-existent in the space of a moment. Who's here, Remington? Her voice is cool and even, but her eyes are wide with trepidation. My family is in the sitting room. She turns to look at Hayes. He turns his unsettled gaze on me. Remy, maybe we should rethink this. Maybe you should help me keep things moving exactly as we planned, I say in a stony, unforgiving voice. There's no turning back. She's terrified. Hayes walks over to Gigi. There's nothing to be terrified of, Gigi. I promise her. Tonight is going to be a difficult one, but I think you're the person who it will be least difficult for. I know there is no love lost between you and my mother. That's an understatement if there ever was one, and it's not just your mother, it's your grandfather, too. Yes, I know. Well, my grandfather is dead, so it's just her you're going to see. Well, Reagan and Tyson are here too. They're expecting you. My mother is not. She wouldn't have come or stayed if she knew she had to see you. I say with blunt honesty, What in the world is going on? She raises her voice and takes one stiff, deliberate step back from me. Hayes is the only person I've fully briefed on everything. What is everything? She cries loudly, panicked. She looks to Hayes, her expression alarmed. What is going on here? What have you been keeping from me? Come to the sitting room. I'll tell all of you together. I don't wait for her to agree. I just continue walking and know that Hayes will bring her along. As soon as I open the wide wooden double doors that lead to my formal sitting room, my mother jumps out of her seat and strides towards me. What is going on? Who was at the door, and why in the world? Her words die in her throat at the same time the sounds of their footsteps tell me that the Riverses are in the room now, too. What are they doing here? What is this? She turns those dark and raged onyx eyes on me, and if looks could kill, I would be halfway to dead just from that first glance. My heart pounds in my chest, a hard drumming that steadies me as adrenaline rushes in and keeps me from running out of the room. I've never been more afraid of anything in my life as I am of the conversation we're about to have. I inhale sharply through my nostrils and tell her, I'm not drawing things out tonight. Time is of the essence. They're here because it doesn't matter why they are here. She shrieks and spins on her heel and walks back toward her seat. I am leaving. I will not breathe the same air as this vile woman. She snatches up her purse and walks back toward me. I step into her path. You are not going anywhere, I say sternly. I look over my shoulder at the Riverses. Gigi's eyes are glassy, and she's clutching Hayes' arm like her life depends on it. I gotta hurry this up. I look back to my mother and say sternly, no one's leaving until we're all done. She eyes me like I'm an offending stain on her pristine white blouse. Her nostrils flare as if a malodorous wind just blew through. This had better be good, she says, and then stalks back to her seat. Will you please have a seat? I say to the Riverses. They walk over to the chairs I've set up next to my family. Reagan and Tyson watch me with wide-eyed awe. You guys okay? I ask them before I get things started. Reagan nods yes. Tyson just looks down at his lap. He's taken the news terribly. I never realized how much he missed my father, too. He was just a baby when he left, but he's refused to see him until tonight. I haven't pushed because I've thought it might be for the best. My father's been extremely cooperative. I think he's just happy to have a clean bed and all his meals. Being here for the last week hasn't done anything to jog his memory. Rivers Wild was only in the early stages of development when he left. Nothing here would look familiar, certainly not his children. We've already had 2 sessions with a psychiatrist. After all of this time without any medical care, it's been an essential piece in trying to help him get the tools he needs to rebuild his life. We've told him his real name, told him he's from here, yet I haven't found the courage to say the words, I'm your son. And maybe that's because it doesn't feel like an honest thing to say. I'm not his son, not really. I'm the son of the legend of Lucas Wilde, but he's not real. I've grappled with that all week. Does that mean I'm not real either? Cal shot that question down vehemently and convincingly. Of course I am someone. I'm the man I've made myself. Just because I spent my life chasing what turned out to be something contrived doesn't mean I'm contrived. I've made choices, followed my convictions, and I've built a good life. All of that is true. But it's going to take more than her sweet assurances to make me believe it completely. When all this is over, I'm getting back to my day-to-day as quickly as I can. I'm going back to the office on Monday, making my appearance official, and then figuring out how to get Cal to stay in Houston. I clap my hands together in anticipation and turn to face my guests. Thank you for coming. I asked you all here today because while I was gone, I found out what happened to Lucas Wilde. I rip the Band-Aid off fast and without any warning, and I watch their faces. My mother rolls her eyes. Gigi's eyes fall shut, and she grips Hayes' hand tightly. Remy, this is ridiculous. We already know what happened, my mother scoffs. We know what you say happened, I respond. He walked away from his life for love, Remy. It cost him everything. Cost us all everything. The vitriol in her voice is diminished by the extreme sadness in her eyes. I'm sorry, Tina. Gigi's head has been bowed all this time, but she looks up at my mother now. Her hazel eyes are bloodshot and wet. I know Lucas and I hurt you in ways we couldn't begin to imagine. The decision we made wasn't a flippant, easy one. Really?" My mother's disbelieving voice is laced with relief. This is clearly a very long overdue conversation. My heart, so long cold to her, constricts as I watch a sadness I've never seen come over her face. It ages her instantly. "Yes, we chose differently the first time. You didn't know that we met in college." "Of course I know that." My mother's voice cracks with indignation. "Lucas told me all about you when we got married, called you a phase, said he knew nothing lasting could be built on something that floated so far off the ground," she says spitefully. Gigi nods, and her smile is wistful and fleeting, her eyes a little lost. "Yes, that's what we told each other when we broke up. It felt like an awful lot of trouble to go to for something as unknown as love. His family hated me, mine hated him, and we both, especially him, didn't want to make life harder than it had to be. So we went our separate ways. I stayed away, but I've never regretted anything more. Life had a shadow over it for years." Her voice has dropped to just above a hush. "And then you came sailing back to town." My mother sing-songs her derision. Gigi sighs impatiently. It's the first sign of impatience or annoyance she's shown all evening. "Yes, I came back, for a love I'd held so fleetingly I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. For a love, it turns out, that was worth all the trouble." My mother scoffs and actually rolls her eyes. "Remy?" Gigi turns her urgent, pleading hazel gaze toward me. "I know your life was disrupted in ways no apology will ever make up for. But one day, when love calls you, you will understand why we did what we did. What we had was so rare, we knew it. Please try to understand." I watch her closely and process everything she just said. Her decisions proved disastrous for me. The revelations that are going to come to light here today will likely change the course of all our lives. The ripple effect of their decisions will probably continue to be felt. But it wasn't her fault that my father didn't love my mother. Not her fault my mother loved my father in a way that wouldn't allow her to move on. I understand Gigi just fine. It's the same kind of love and my refusal to be parted from mine again that brought me back. She watches the thoughts move across my face, sees the moment I soften, and smiles. "What utter garbage!" my mother shouts. Disgust narrows her eyes and curls her lips. She stands up and walks toward Gigi. "You are selfish, entitled, and fragile." Her words are a sequence of poison-tipped arrows that she flings with breathtaking speed. Gigi flinches like she's being pierced by them. My mother comes to stand directly in front of her. She glowers. Her body is rigid and her hands are planted firmly on her hips. "You think getting to fuck the man you love is more important than my children knowing their father?" Gigi blanches, but recovers and rises to her feet. She's a tall woman. My mother is not, and she uses her height to her advantage. She looks down her nose at my mother, her expression glacial. "I do not think that, but clearly you do." It's my mother's turn to blanch. She takes a step back. Gigi presses on. She points a finger accusingly at my mother. "You are the one who decided that if he wasn't sleeping next to you, that your children wouldn't see him. You are the one who told them he was dead and threatened him with persecution if he didn't go along with it. You are the one who is selfish, entitled, and fragile." She spits back at my mother. My mother laughs. It's loud, brash, and false. She spins around to face me. "Do you see why I was so dead set against Cal? She would have ruined your life and thought somehow she was in the right. You would have ended up in a ditch somewhere and I wouldn't have been there to save you." Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes what she just said. Mom, I call her name quietly. What happened the day you tried to kill him? Reagan gasps and looks at me with shocked eyes. I don't know why. I told her I was going to ask. Stop saying that, she says, and her chin, for the first time I can ever remember, trembles. I feel a pang of guilt, but press on. I knew tonight was going to be uncomfortable for everyone. I didn't exclude myself from that expectation. There's no stopping this train. We'll all leave here different people than we were when we arrived, but it's time to end all of the secrets and lies that have held sway over our lives for so long. I cross my arms over my chest and look my mother squarely in her eyes, the exact same as mine, and I drop my bomb. This is my house. Here we tell the truth. When I first discovered the true circumstances of his leaving, you told me you and Pops had decided to tell us that because you were trying to spare us the knowledge that he left us. But why didn't you tell me 6 months ago that you found him alive and took him to a hospital? Gigi's moan is tortured, and she covers her mouth to muffle it. My mother's eyes widen in shock, but she recovers, and her mask of indifference is back. So, you know, she says, as if she's the one who has to accept an ugly truth. Yes, now I know for sure. That's unfortunate, she says stiffly. You knew he was out there and you never thought that maybe you should bring him home? I ask incredulously. So he could go back to her? She yells and points at Gigi. I slam my fist down on the table with such force that everything on it rattles. What about his kids? She remarried, moved to Italy. She hasn't lived here in almost 30 years. We were here. We needed him. Her eyes sweep across me and my siblings. You were the most ungrateful children. You wanted him. Him, who was not worthy of the title of your father, who didn't give enough of a shit about his children to stay with them. She's raging. You hate him. You kept him away. Tell us what you did to him. Did you try to kill him and get cold feet? I saved him! Her voice crackles with anger. He was lying in that ditch and I dragged him out. Me! She pounds her chest and turns her eyes, burning hot with accusation, at Gigi. She sat in her house for days before she even went to look for him. I didn't. I looked for him. Gigi yells back. I look at Hayes and he's staring blankly at my mother. How did you know he was in that ditch? I ask. Because she put him there, Gigi shouts. I did not! My mother hollers. Gigi is undeterred. She stands, stalks across the room, her finger pointing angrily. I've always known it. You hated him for leaving you. You think I didn't know you were talking to him? You think I didn't know he was still seeing you? I knew, but I also knew how desperate he was to keep contact with his children. You and that devil he called a father wouldn't let him. My mother's on her feet again, too, her eyes blazing. The heat of her anger has dried her tears, and the two women meet in the middle of the room. We all watch in fascination as the two normally dignified, stoic women practically bump chests. You shut your ignorant, thieving mouth, my mother seethes. You don't know anything. He loved me until you came to town with all of your bullshit about chasing your happiness, and you stole him. I didn't kill him. I should have, though. Should have left his faithless ass to rot in that gutter. But I knew he was still alive, and the colossal fool that I am, I still love him. So I saved him. And then I tried to hide him, because if the person who tried to kill him found out he was still alive, he'd try again. What did you do? Give up your baby, marry another man, and then move to Italy. Gigi's hand flies toward her, palm open. My mother catches it. You don't have the right, she hisses. I wish it had been you in that ditch. You deserved to be there. She drops Gigi's wrist like it's filth she's holding and marches back to her chair. Gigi stands there, her shoulders drooping, her eyes forlorn. Hayes walks over, drops a kiss on her forehead, shoots me a warning look that says, "Move this shit show along," and takes her back to her seat. So, what happened? I ask my mother.
I got him a place to live, but he left and I had no idea where he'd gone. I hired a man a few years ago and found him. The guy told me he got a dog and named it Gigi.
Gigi gasps.
Even when he can't remember his own children, he remembered her.
She spits at Gigi, then turns accusing eyes at me and my siblings.
And even though he left you, you still love him more than you'll ever love me. Me, who has given everything to keep you safe. I wanted to tell you the truth so many times, so you would know who he really is.
She sighs heavily, covers her face with her hands, and bends at the waist. I watch her and wait. I want to comfort her, but I know she won't want it.
I found him in that ditch by chance. We were supposed to meet that day, and he was late. Lucas was never late. I went as close to their house as I dared and parked and walked around a little. That ditch runs behind their house. I found him about half a mile away and took him to the hospital. Why didn't you call me?
Gigi asks. My mother scoffs.
I wasn't sure you hadn't put him there. I thought maybe he'd reverted to type and was cheating on you too,
she says snidely. The blood drains from her face.
He would never.
Wait, what did you tell Pops? I interrupt Gigi and turn to my mother, and for the first time since this conversation started, I see real, unadulterated panic in her eyes.
He was away when I got back from San Antonio. I went to his office to look for something and found your father's rings, the rings that had been on the fingers that had been cut off his hand.
The world stops spinning. I stare down at my hand in horror, at the ring on my own finger, the one my grandfather gave me right before he died. I tug it off and drop it on the table. I look between her and it. You're lying.
I'm not,
she says so simply, with so much defeat.
I logged into his computer. He didn't even have it password protected. He couldn't imagine that anyone would dare look through his things. I found the emails. He never even bothered to delete them between him and the man he hired to kill your father. He was to bring those rings back as proof.
Why would he do that? That makes no sense. He was his heir.
No, Remy. He hated Lucas. He was an utter disappointment.
So he disinherited him. Why in the world would he want to kill him?
Because Lucas wasn't going to go quietly into the night, not without what was his.
He wanted money? I ask incredulously.
He wanted you. All three of you.
She says slowly, her gaze sweeping over me and my siblings.
He did?
This question comes from Tyson. She turns to look at him. She just nods. My heart thuds. Once, twice. Then it starts sprinting at a breakneck pace. I didn't realize how badly I'd needed to hear those words until she said them. Since I discovered he'd left, I've woken up every day wondering how my father could walk away from his children. It's been the thing that has kept me from being able to feel any joy in finding him.
Your grandfather was not going to let him have you. He had poured all of his hopes into you, Remy. So I tried to mold you in his image because I didn't want him to think you were a disappointment too. I'd seen what he'd done to his other disappointment.
You're saying he would have killed me?
I don't know, but I didn't want to take the chance. And you are so much like Lucas, this hard exterior you've developed to protect your soft inside. I knew you'd fuck up, and then he'd decide to clear the way for Tyson. She sounds sad, but not apologetic at all. Good God. I run a hand over my face and try to let that settle. I never told him what I found. Keep your enemies close, as I've always told you. In this case, I moved in with mine, but it was what I thought was best, she says. Best? For us to live with the man who tried to kill your husband? I always did what I thought was best, she repeats. And you just let him get away with the attempted murder of his son? Reagan shouts and stands up. Tyson is glaring at her, his dark eyes full of malice. Yes. She nods as if to reaffirm how obvious the answer should be. Everything has a price. For your lives, nothing was too much to pay. And he was good to you. You've achieved so much, all of you. We're all miserable, Tyson says quietly. We are all miserable and our lives are a fucking lie, but look how much we've achieved. He stands up on that last word. His voice gets louder. Why are none of you losing your shit? He asks the room collectively, his eyes wide with disbelief. I lost my shit, Tyson. I've had 6 months to process it. I remind him, trying to keep my voice gentle. But you just found out right now that Pops tried to kill our father. His son. Pops. He shakes his hands like he's trying to rearrange the air around us, create a whole new reality. Tyson. Reagan tries to calm him, but he cuts her off, flinging an arm in her direction. And she's been calm about everything. You've had months to let it all sink in, but she found out when I did, and she's sitting there like she's watching a fucking play. Who says I'm not losing my shit? She asks, her voice rich with her grievance at his statement. She stands up and faces him. Just because I'm not screaming like the rest of you? She flings her arms wide. I'm thinking about my own fucking children, Tyson. Something you don't have to consider. I step in between them. Hey, we should not be fighting with each other. I say gently and try to appear calm, although it is the very last thing I am. Guess what, legend? You are the only people I want to fight with right now. I'm done with this little circus you put on tonight. His gaze sweeps the room once more before he turns and stalks out. I don't try to stop him. I know how he's feeling, and I know it will take time to process and come to terms with all of this. Everything slows, and I sit down heavily in the chair across from them. My mind is reeling, and I just want this night to end, but I have a feeling the nightmare is just beginning. I stare between the two of them. I found him, I add. And Gigi's eyes fly open, her hand covering her mouth as she watches me wide-eyed. You didn't, my mother says. He's here. I watch her face. He's dead, she shouts almost as if she says it loudly enough it will be true. He's not. My mother's face pales as she takes in my expression. She knows I'm serious. She drops down in her chair. Reagan takes her hand. She snatches it back. Gigi breaks the stillness in the room and rises slowly from her seat. Remington, you know where he is? Right now? I nod. Oh my God, she cries and starts toward the door. Hayes is out of his seat and after her in a flash. Gigi, if you just... Where is he? Her voice is thin and ragged, her eyes move in wild swings around the room, and she turns in an almost full circle. Hayes wraps an arm around her shoulders and leads her back to her chair. G, let's go sit down. I know you want to see him, but we have to talk first, and then I promise I will take you to see him myself. She looks up at Hayes, her expression dazed as she searches his face. Come on, darling. Come sit down. Sit down? She pushes out of his arms and looks at him like he's got 3 heads. I'm not going to sit down. Are you insane? She spins to face me. Where is he? I want to see him right now.
She doesn't raise her voice, but I know it's time. I nod in acquiescence and pull out my phone.
Who are you calling?
My mother asks as my fingers start to fly across the screen. Her voice is anxious and sharp. I glance at her. Cal, he's with her.
Kalila? She's here? Where?
Upstairs, with Lucas. I just texted her to bring him down.
I'm not sitting here for this.
She stands and starts to stride from the room. You're not going anywhere. I stand in her way. She looks up at me, and for the first time in my entire life, I see the heartbreak, free of anger and resentment, in her eyes.
I am not going to sit here and watch their reunion, Remington.
She's speaking in a whisper, but her eyes are yelling at me. He doesn't remember her, I tell her.
He will,
she says quietly, assuredly, brokenly. He won't, I insist.
Please, I know I don't deserve any kindness or any care, but please do not make me watch this. It's more than I think I can bear.
She's naked, but for her pain right now. And I hate it. All of it. She didn't choose this. She married the love of her life only to discover she would never be his. I swallow down a lump in my throat as I remember how I felt when Cal told me she was getting married. It had been a knife to my gut. I can't imagine if she had been my wife first. I step out of her way. I'm going to call you when we're done, and we're going to talk. She nods and starts out of the room.
I'll take you home, Mama.
Reagan, who hasn't looked up from her hands since Tyson left, stands up.
You will?
My mother pauses and looks doubtfully at her daughter.
Of course.
Reagan links an arm through hers. She gives me a wan smile, and they walk out together. I walk over to where Gigi is sitting, clutching Hayes's hand and staring tearfully at the door. You okay? She doesn't say anything. She watches the door until, nearly 10 minutes later, it opens and my father walks in.
38. Certain. Cal. My eyes open when the sheets of the bed are pulled back and Remy slips into bed beside me. I roll over and sit up. Wait, I want to see your face. I reach over him to turn on the bedside lamp, and he presses a kiss to my shoulder and then wraps an arm around my waist and pulls me over until I'm straddling him. He presses his cheek to my chest and hugs me to him. My heart aches for him. It's been a hellish 24 hours. After everyone left, Gigi and Lucas were left in the library talking. Seeing her didn't bring back his memories. Well, except for one. When he saw Gigi, his eyes filled with tears. He stared at her and said, "I know you." She nodded, tears running down her cheeks. He said, "Can you tell me how? I'd really like to know." She had looked at Hayes and then at Remy, who nodded at her before she said, "I'd really like to tell you." We left them alone when it became clear that, for them, there was no one else in the room anyway. Remy went back to his office with Hayes. I hadn't heard from him since. I finally decided to go to bed at midnight. I didn't expect that sunrise would bring an easier day with it, so I wanted to try and get some rest because I knew that there were still a lot of questions to be answered, and I needed to tell him about the article. "I'm so fucking glad I have you to come home to tonight, Cal," he whispers against my breast. "I'm glad too. Are you okay?" I hug him and stroke his head, trying to soothe him. He's radiating with energy, his skin on the edge of being hot, and he's tense. I don't know. Everything that was certain is gone, Everything I thought I'd lost has found its way back to me. I'm so relieved and so fucking drained. And then, as if to make his point, he sways a bit and lets some of his weight rest on me. Oh, baby, I know. You should get some sleep. I hold him and rock him. I love you, Cal. I'm scared to even imagine what you must think of me. I mean, my mother was so awful to you when we were kids. If I had a kid and someone treated her the way my mother treated you, I'd probably want to kill her. I can't help but stiffen with surprise. I thought for sure he was going to talk about his parents. Oh, yeah. Your mother and we have a long way to go, I think. But I've always been willing to try. Now that she might be too, maybe it will be okay? I actually want to cunt punch his mom, but I keep that to myself. Right now, I feel like I just need to make sure Remy knows that everything's going to be okay. How are you feeling about your parents? Are you okay? I've been so worried about you. I mean, honestly, I've been more worried about you, he says, surprising me again. Really? I'm not the one who had a bomb dropped on her life in the last 2 days. That's not exactly true, but this doesn't seem like the time to bring up my custody woes. But he pulls back and looks at me. I mean, he's not your father, but he is mine, and we're us. So it happened to you too. I want to be here for you. You must have feelings about it too, right? Right. I say, and my heart softens. Remy always finds a way to take something terrible and reshape it into something beautiful. Like he did the night I met him, and the summer I fell in love with him, and over the lifetime I spent away from him. I'm okay. If you are. I just love you so much. I always have. It was this dizzy love that made me want to change my entire life for you. His rumbling laugh is full of nostalgia, but even a love like that has limits, right? I nod sadly. I'm anxious about the conversation I know we're going to have soon, but right now, I just want him to get a good night's sleep. I just want to hold on to you, unless you want to talk. He rubs his big hands in circles on my back. I don't want to talk. I want to make love to my woman and then fall asleep with her in my arms and be certain of one fucking thing, he says, and then pulls me down deeper into his lap and presses me against his rock-hard erection. Yeah, baby, we can do that. I whisper and press a kiss to his neck and then another. His hands grab a hold of the huge t-shirt I'm wearing and pull it up and over my head. I'm completely naked, and when he pulls the sheet off him, I find that he is too. His cock slides between the swollen lips of my pussy right away, and he cups my neck and takes my lips in a kiss. His tongue teases my lips before it slips inside my mouth and kisses me deep and slow. I rock back and forth on his cock, each time getting closer to my opening until I finally lower myself onto him. This, the first breach, is always such an experience, a master class in the worthiness of a little pain. The pleasure I know is coming is like nothing I've ever known. He grabs my hip and pulls me down all the way and pulls us chest to chest. I roll my hips, seat myself at just the right angle, and then burrow into him. He cups my head and brings his lips to my ear. The soft hair on his chest rubs my nipples. His cock feels like it's swelling inside of me, and his tongue traces the shell of my ear in a slow back-and-forth sweep. A rash of goose flesh breaks out over my skin, and I shiver. I love you, I tell him in a husky voice and roll my hips again. Fuck. I needed to hear that. I love you so fucking much, he says, and thrusts up deep but gentle. Our love is expanding, gaining dimension, changing color, becoming clearer every day. Your happy ending is with me. I lift myself up and fall back down. Of course it is. Tell me who you are, he asks. So I tell him with each up and down of my hips that I hated my life without him in it. I fuck him and tell him that I love him without limit. When I come on his cock and with his name pouring from my throat, I tell him that I love him because he never stopped loving me. When he comes inside of me with his eyes holding mine, I know he never will.
39. All legends are lies. Remy. We've been curled up in bed, binge-watching Game of Thrones on her laptop all day. I've dozed off a dozen times and wake up when Cal shakes me awake. She's lying on her side, cradling her head in her hand, her small naked body stretched out like a meal next to mine. "Are you okay?" She stretches. The tips of her breasts get caught in the beam of sunlight that's cutting through the window, and my mouth waters. "I'm okay," I say, and reach down and take her nipple in between my fingers. She winces, and I let go. She grasps my retreating fingers. "You sucked them raw last night." She puts my open palm over her breast, and I see the bruises my finger left last night. "Shit, I'm sorry. It was too rough." She presses a finger to my lips and shakes her head at me. "Shh. My body is yours, however you need it. But I want to take a shower and eat. I'm starving." "Yeah, and we should probably go to the grocery store. I want you and Bianca to stay here at my house when she comes, but I have no food." Her smile falters. "Let's talk about it later, okay?" She swings her legs over the side of the bed and is closing the bathroom door before I can respond. "Okay," I say to the back of the door as it closes. The water starts running, and I sit back against the headboard. That was strange. I minimize the screen on her computer and open her browser to check my email. Just as the browser opens, a document titled R. Wild on her desktop catches my eye. I close the browser and only hesitate for a second before I open the document. It's an essay of some sort. The bold title is underlined. The Legend and the Lie by Kalila Greer. Remington Wilde is an enigma. He's made an art of being elusive. Who is the man behind the legend? To know that, we must know the truth. This is a journey into the amazing life story that's bigger than one man, and that proves that all legends are really just built on lies. What follows is my life story, laid out in some sort of chronological outline, written by Cal. At first I'm confused, and then I replay the last 10 days, and it all becomes clear. She's been skittish and anxious. I thought it had to do with her daughter's upcoming visit. I haven't had a minute to talk to her because I was dealing with work and my dad. We'd only come together when I would collapse in bed with her every night. I assumed she'd been working during the day like me. I hadn't asked her a single question that wasn't related to my dad. The shower stops, and I close the document and open the browser. Maybe I'm wrong. She wouldn't do this without telling me. My pulse thuds in my ears, and cold dread settles in my gut. I drop my head into my hands. I get dressed and then sit and wait for the woman who has stolen my heart, who owns its every beat, who my soul has fallen in love with, to come out of the bathroom and tell me that she's been lying to me the entire time. The bathroom door opens, floral-scented steam filters out, and she steps through it like the siren she is.
Hey, baby, I was thinking we could just order something in. I need to talk.
She stops talking when she sees my expression. Her eyes widen with alarm, and she rushes toward me.
Remy, what's wrong?
She bends over and cups my face. Her worried eyes search mine. Are you writing an article about me? I ask, and she recoils. Agony rushes into her eyes, and a groan escapes her lips. She drops her hands from my face like it's a red-hot piece of coal. She kneels in front of me and looks up at me. Her eyes fill with tears.
I was going to tell you, Remy, I swear.
My stomach drops to my toes. Shit. It's true. Fuck. Fuck. Damn every fucking thing to hell. This is the woman my heart was made to worship. I love her so damn much. Somehow, though, we keep fucking it up. I am sick to death of lies. I would rather die than to listen to another single one. And I think one more lie from her lips might actually kill me. After yesterday, I feel as raw as I've ever felt. The one thing I thought was real has just proven to be more myth than fact. I place a hand on her head, run it around the delicate curve of her skull, sift my fingers through her thick, damp hair. I drag them across her chest, skimming the edge of the towel she's wrapped herself in, and stop when I get to her heart. Do you know how much I love you? She looks up at me and nods. Her lips are trembling, her eyes leaking the evidence of her distress.
I was going to tell you.
Those words, the admission of her deceit, the sorrow in her eyes, the damage she's done. What it means for us all comes rushing at me, and I know I need to get away from her before I say something I don't mean, something I can't take back. I stand up and step around her. She scrambles to her feet and grabs my arm.
Please don't go. Please let me explain.
I turn to face her and avert my gaze because I'm not sure I can take that look in her eyes right now. Are you going to tell me that you're not here to write a story about me and my family?
No, but
I would like you to go. Her face crumbles.
Remy, you don't mean that. I know this sounds bad, but...
Yeah, Cal, it sounds bad, I say, and I walk over to the door and open it. Leave, please. I am struggling to keep my temper in check.
If you want me to leave this bedroom, you will have to carry me out of here.
She tilts her chin at me, daring me to do it. Oh, I've treated you with the gentlest of kid gloves, but don't forget who I am. In the storm of my hurt and anger, I do the stupidest things I've ever done in my entire life. I throw her over my shoulder and start toward the door.
Remy, what are you doing?
She shrieks as I throw her over my shoulder.
You cannot put me out, not without hearing me out.
I can and I fucking will. I grate out and open the door and set her on her feet in the hallway. And then I see that she's wet, barefoot, and in her towel. Her eyes are wide with terror, her lips are trembling, and I'm slammed backward in time to the night of the annual gala. She had that same look on her face. I remember her dignity, and things that once said and done can never be taken back. Oh my God, my anger comes crashing down. I made her look like that, again. God. This is a nightmare.
40. Not enough. Cal. I watch as Remy comes to his senses. He steps aside and I walk past him stonily. I throw my towel on the bed and rush around the room, throwing things haphazardly into my suitcase. I tense, pause for a minute, but don't look up when he comes to stand next to me. My heart is racing, my pulse beating at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I'm so angry I can't speak. I can't believe what he just did. Will, shit. What are you doing? His voice is a low groan. I can feel his eyes on my body, and I'm glad I didn't cover myself. Let him look. I'm leaving, like you asked, I say through gritted teeth. I walk back to the small dresser where I'd put my underwear and pull things out. He's watching me silently. I was angry, hurt. I'm sorry. His voice is gruff, but I can hear the contrition in it. I toss my underwear into my bag and turn to face him, and when I see his face, the completely exhausted eyes, the brackets of worry around his mouth, and the way his shoulders are drooped in defeat, I sigh. My anger loses its fervor. Right now, he's the boy I met in the library, and just like then, he's in desperate need of a hug. I can't imagine how much turmoil he's in. My heart breaks watching him standing alone. I put my feelings aside and put my arms around him. His wrap around me immediately. He lifts me off my feet and squeezes me so tight that I wince, but I don't let go. We stand there, and in each other's arms, everything is suspended. I let him take some of my strength for himself. I know he needs it. I can show him the grace he denied me because I know he's in pain. I love you, Cal. Show me. I whisper into his neck, and he shudders. He lifts my thigh up to his waist, and he presses against me. I don't fucking deserve you. He whispers into my neck before he takes my mouth in a kiss. It's not a tender kiss. It's hard, demanding. His tongue doesn't dance with mine. He plunders my mouth, searching, and I let him get lost at the same time that I lose myself. I'm not aware of us moving until he breaks our kiss and throws me onto the bed and crawls between my thighs. I want to eat this pussy so bad. He plants his big hands on my inner thighs and spreads me open. Stay like that. He lets go, slides one hand under my ass and parts the lips of my pussy with the other. Then he lowers his head and licks me from my clit to my asshole. He dips his tongue inside and I gasp and tense. Shh. His lips brush my taint and his breath tickles me, but I relax. His mouth moves up and I grab his head and wind my hips, pressing myself into his mouth. His thumb presses against my tight pucker and I bear down. He slips it inside of me just as he starts to suck my clit hard. I scream, and in what feels like seconds, I'm coming. He slides up my body. I fucking love your sweet little nipples, Cal. He breathes before he licks one, and then the next. I wrap my legs around him and reach between us. We don't speak. He's silent when he thrusts into me. The only sound he makes is a loud, hissing exhale before he starts to fuck me. It's fast, it's hard, and I savor every single pulse, tremor, and moan he coaxes out of me. As good as it feels, I don't come again. I'm just lost in watching him. He's drenched in sweat. His expression is the picture of the kind of bliss that you can only find in really fucking amazing sex. When he finishes and catches his breath, he takes me to the bathroom, kneels between my thighs, and wipes away the smear of his cum from them. Then he stands up, places a hand on either side of me, and pins me in place with his penetrating gaze. That article,
is not your story to tell. I won't let you publish it.
41. Decide. Remy. Cal's back straightens, her eyes register surprise, disappointment, and then nothing before she drops them from mine.
Please move your arms.
She looks down at the hands I've cupped on the swirling marble counter. Not until you promise me that you won't, I say. I know I'm pressing my luck and being heavy-handed, but there's no way in hell she can do it. Her eyes fly to mine, the brown is flecked with gold, and she's furious. If looks could strike a man down, I'd be flat on my back.
I've already promised you everything I owe you, Remy.
She delivers these words as a cryptic warning. What the fuck does that mean? I step away from the sink and she hops down.
You don't get to forbid me from doing anything. Loving me, being my man, doesn't mean you own me.
Her voice is matter-of-fact. She grabs a towel from the warming rack on the wall and wraps it around her naked body. I know I don't own you, but I own that story. I follow her out of the bathroom and lean back on the dresser as she starts to get dressed.
You don't own that either, Remy,
she says. Her raised voice ratchets up the challenge in her words. The hell I don't. I told you half of that in confidence. I push back. She sighs deeply, and I can see how exhausted she is.
I would never have published it without your permission, but you have to understand that you don't own it. None of us do. And even if I don't, someone is going to tell it.
Why didn't you tell me about it before?
When did I have time? When we were falling back in love and I didn't even remember my own name? Or when your dad showed up? Or when we came back to Houston and you were busy trying to decode your family's rendition of Hamlet? Or when you found out before I could tell you and wouldn't let me explain?
She says in a furious whisper. Yes, Cal, any of those times.
That's easy for you to say now. I was going to tell you. You weren't exactly in a great state of mind when I got to your cottage, and honestly, neither was I. And I was trying to kill it.
She snaps the front closure of her bra and then pulls a long-sleeved white t-shirt out of her bag and slips it on. You were going to kill it? You fucking wrote it, I bite back.
To show you. To maybe convince you that I should tell it, that maybe it would be good for you.
She shakes her head in exasperation and digs around in her bag.
The way you found it, I understand how angry you are, but you can't not let me explain, Remy, and you can't ever handle me like that again. Ever.
She points a finger back at me and then sits down to slip her jeans on. Where are you going?
The last 10 days have been intense. I don't think we should be making decisions when we're both so emotional.
Alarm pings from my head to my chest and back again. I drop down on my haunches so that our eyes are level. Hers are shuttered, and even though she's sitting right in front of me, she's never felt farther away. What decisions?
Any decisions, Remy, except for the ones that have been made for us, I mean.
She looks so tired. Her eyes are distant, and I can feel her slipping away. Fine, maybe get some rest and we'll talk later, I say cautiously, not sure I want to know where her train of thought is headed.
I can't focus on us right now. My daughter is coming and I don't want any drama around her. She's had enough of it, and I want her to like it here. And I've got to figure things out with work. I've just got stuff to do. I'm going back to the hotel,
she says stiffly. Disappointment is a cold knife to my heart. So, you don't want me to meet Bianca? I ask, even though I know the answer.
I don't know if it's a good idea. I just need to think.
She avoids my eyes, and I let her, because the distance in them is almost more than I can fucking stand. The tangle of emotions that are running riot through her have tentacles, and they reach out and wrap themselves around me. I feel her regret most keenly, but I also feel her anger. She's seething. I glance at her. She's wrapped her arms around herself and she's staring straight ahead. What can I do? I ask, and hear the desperation in my voice. She shakes her head slowly, her shoulders slump.
Remy, you don't trust me. There's a part of me that understands, but we have to work on that, and I think maybe some space will be good for both of us. We've been in this pressure cooker for the last 2 weeks, and I'm fried. Maybe we'll be fine, or maybe we'll realize that this was all too much too soon. Either way, I think we should take a break.
42. White Night. Remy.
I don't understand how a man like you can be so totally clueless when it comes to women.
Reagan shakes her head at me in disgust. We're lying in a double float in her pool. It's a warm night and the cicadas are singing for us. Her huge magnolia trees dangle over the pool, and the lights at the bottom of it make me feel like I'm somewhere far away. I wish I could get far away from how shitty I feel. I don't know what to do about Cal. She asked for a break, and I'm giving it to her. But it feels wrong. We've spent enough time apart. I came to stay with Reagan for the weekend so I could avoid being out and about in Rivers Wild. I don't want to risk running into her. She left my house and hasn't been in touch since. I spent all day moping around, and after Reagan put her kids to bed at their ridiculously early bedtime, she dragged me outside and into the pool and coaxed the story out of me. I told her everything. How is this me being clueless? We were at an impasse. She wanted to write a story about me. I couldn't let her do that. Why the fuck not? You think you're the Prince of Persia? She laughs derisively. No, Reg, I don't want the whole world to know how fucked up our family is. I shoot back, annoyed at her nonchalance. Remy, there's nothing to be ashamed of. People are going to figure out that Dad is back. He and Gigi will come up for air and someone will see him. And there's going to be reporters flocking. Someone will write that story. Why not let someone you trust, someone who loves you, write it? Why didn't she tell me? I hate that she kept something from me. Oh, for God's sake, grow up. She scoops a handful of water and splashes me with it. Fuck you, Reg. People lie. You lie. That woman loves you, dummy. She wouldn't have hurt you or done anything to betray you. I know Mom fucked us up, but you're lucky. If a woman is brave enough to love you again after you broke her heart, I promise she's the one. Give her the benefit of the doubt. I groan. My stomach feels like someone dropped a 10-pound weight in it. Oh, shit. I fucked up, didn't I, Reggie? Big time. But now you have the chance to make it up to her. How? She kisses her teeth. You're lucky you're pretty, 'cause you've got like 0 game. Shut up and tell me. She flips a lock of hair off her shoulder and turns on her side to face me. The way I see it, that girl has saved you more than once. You told me you wanted to make her believe in happy endings? Then take a page out of a fairy tale and be the white knight she needs right now. Go give her that story. Tell her you want her to write it. Save her job, make her career. Be her hero. When she says it, it all sounds so obvious. Her phone rings. She looks at it and curls her lip. Work? I ask. No, Marcel. It's about time for his usual check-in, she says irritably. Trouble in paradise? I have never lived in paradise, so I wouldn't know. But trouble in general, yes. She flips on her back and pulls her hat over her face. I wish I'd been around more in the last year. She's been lurching from one mini-crisis to the next. Work, her husband, her kids, everything is sort of haywire in her life at the moment. You want to talk? I ask after a few moments of silence. She pulls her hat off her head and looks at me askance. I can't believe you're still here. You should be running over to Cal's place and practicing your grovel. She shoos me away with her fingers and covers her face again. Are you sure? Remy, I'm floating in a pool on Friday night with my 3 beautiful children sleeping inside. I'm grand. You go. When I get back, we're going to spend some time together, sis. We need to talk. I slip off the raft and wade toward the stairs. It's about time you remembered you have a little sister, Remy. Her tone is light, but I know I've neglected her, everyone in the last few months. I'm sorry, I know. I love you. I squeeze her hand. I love you too. Don't come home until she says yes. I'm ready to see you happy again.
43. Charmed. Cal. Bianca, don't answer that. I'll be right there, I call from the storeroom. First thing I did was to install a doorbell so that we could keep the door locked without missing deliveries. But Bianca's opened the door twice when she wasn't supposed to, and even though I scolded her firmly the last time, I know she'll do it again. I wipe my hands clean of the dust that settled on them like thin white gloves and rush out. I can't help but close my eyes and smile as I step into the store. The smell of citrus wood cleaner assails me, and I'm more sure than I've ever been about anything in my life that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. "Mommy's in the back," Bianca says, just as the small bell over the door jingles. "Bianca." I stop dead in my tracks when I see Remy stepping through the doors, dressed in a white t-shirt and swim trunks that look like they're actually wet. He's wearing running shoes and sweating. In his hand is a wilted bouquet of bluebonnet flowers with clumps of dirt hanging from their still-attached roots. "Hey, Will." Hi." I untie my apron and run a self-conscious hand over my disheveled hair. "I wasn't expecting you. How did you know we were here?" Henny told me. "I was headed to the hotel and I ran into her. So, you're buying the bookstore." He rocks back on his heels and looks around. "Yeah, I went to see Lister," I say vaguely and hope he gets the hint. I'm not keen on having this conversation in front of Bianca. "I hope you don't mind me stopping by," he says, smiling down at Bianca too. "Nope, we don't mind. We're just cleaning up." She smiles up at him. A clump of earth falls from the flowers and lands on my newly polished wood floors. "Oh, these are for you." Remy walks over to me, arm extended. "Thank you." I take them gingerly and inspect the dangling root. "But I'm not sure the river's wild landscapers will be happy to see you went shopping in their flower beds." I smile grimly at the slightly pathetic but very pretty bouquet of bluebonnets. "It was for a good cause." He sounds nervous, and I almost do a double take. I've never seen him anything less than very sure. I'm glad to see him. I was so angry with him just a day ago, but this morning I woke up wishing I hadn't asked for space. I'm glad one of us has some sense. I lean forward, my eyebrows raised in mock surprise, and whisper so that Bianca can't hear. "Why, Remy, have you come to grovel?" "Absolutely," he says, his expression completely serious. I bite my lip to stop my grin and keep my eyes serious. Stolen weeds are a dubious start, I know. I just wanted to get over here. "Will, I'm sorry." He steps forward and puts a hand to my waist. I shake my head quickly and step back. "Let me introduce you to my daughter, Bianca." I nod over his shoulder at her. He mouths, "Sorry," before he turns around. Bianca stands, all shy, with her head of dark brown curls and the glasses she started wearing this year. She looks just like I did at her age, and she's just as skeptical. She sticks her hand out for Remy. "Nice to meet you, Mommy's friend." "Bianca, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Finally." Remy takes her hand and bows over it like he's meeting the Queen. She giggles. My little girl is so like me at that age and never, ever giggles. But then she's never met Remy, and he could charm a giggle out of Medusa. Nice to meet you, too. Mommy showed me your picture, said you're her best friend. Bianca, it's not nice to repeat private conversations, I reprimand her. I already knew that, and she's mine. Remy runs a hand over my daughter's head, and my heart quickens. We just had dinner, but there's some left over if you're hungry, she says, batting her lashes at him. Oh, boy. My daughter is a firm believer that the path to everyone's heart is through their stomach. I ate already, but maybe we can have breakfast tomorrow. Sweet and Lowe's makes a mean omelet. Can we, Mommy? Please? She asks, and I smile stiffly at Remy. Of course we can. Now run upstairs and get me a vase for these flowers. She grins at both of us and then darts through to the back. As soon as I hear her feet thundering up the stairs that lead to our living quarters, I speak. Way to put me on the spot. I cross my arms over my chest in disapproval. I wasn't. She invited me to dinner, and I didn't want to completely disappoint her. But I do want to talk to you. He steps toward me, and I take a step back and glance over my shoulder to make sure Bianca's gone. Come back later. After she's asleep, we can talk then. Okay. What's her bedtime? 10? He asks. 8:30. She's only 9, I remind him teasingly. Oh, yeah, of course. He is nervous, and it's cute. Okay, I'll see you later, I say when he just stands there. Okay. He nods tersely. And, I put the trellis back up. Step up your groveling game. Right now, it's a little lame, I choke, then reach up on my toes to press a kiss to his lips. I love you. I love you, too. I'll see you tonight.
44. Love Me Like That. Remy. The things we do for love, I mutter to myself before I stick the stem of the rose I bought between my teeth and start to climb the trellis. I'm sure this window was lower to the ground all of those years ago. Thank fuck I work out. I rap on the window twice before her light comes on and the curtains rustle. She pulls them back and opens the window. Her smile is wide and on the other side of that fucking screen. Oh, God, Remy, I was just kidding. Why did you climb up here? I can't open the screen, remember? A deafening rumble of thunder is followed by a clap of lightning that illuminates the sky and nearly gives me a stroke. I can't speak around the rose I have gripped between my teeth. Reagan's right. My game is so weak. I'll meet you downstairs, she says loudly, enunciating her words so her lips move in a comically exaggerated way. I laugh and the rose falls from my mouth. I let go of the trellis with one hand to try to catch it and lose my footing. The last thing I see are her wide, horrified eyes before I go tumbling to the ground. I land flat on my back, the wind knocked out of me, and I feel a fat drop of rain fall right in the corner of my eye. In what feels like a split second, that one raindrop multiplies and with another crack of thunder turns into a deluge. The lights come on in the back windows of the bookstore, and I plant my hands on the ground to find that it's already muddy. It's raining so hard that I don't see Cal until she's 10 feet in front of me. She's in tiny boy shorts and a tank top, and she's not wearing any shoes. Her mouth is moving as she runs frantically toward me, but the rain muffles her voice, and I yell for her to stop. Cal, slow down, it's muddy. She keeps running and promptly slips and slides into me with enough force to push me backward into the soggy pit of dirt. Remy, oh my God, are you okay? She straddles me, rain pouring down her face. Mud is smeared on her shirt, which is plastered to her body. The peaks of her breasts are hard under her tank top, her boy shorts are thin, and I can feel the heat of her cunt on my stomach. She runs her hands all over my body like she's checking for broken bones, and my dick starts getting hard. I wrap an arm around her and pull her close. Well, I'm fine, but you're making my dick hard being out here half naked. She throws her arms around my neck and hugs me. You nearly gave me a fucking heart attack, you crazy man. She peppers kisses all over my face. I'm the fucking legend. You think a 20-foot drop can take me out? Yes, I do. I know you forget this sometimes, but you're actually made of flesh and bones. Speaking of bones, I push up into her and she grinds down onto me and presses a kiss to my mouth. Well, all right now. Come on, let's get clean. How about we finish being dirty first? I nudge against the opening of her pussy, and even through my jeans and her shorts, I can feel how hot she is. She rolls her hips one more time before she jumps off me, extends a hand out to help me up, and leads me back inside.
Cal. Remy walks around my room drying his hair, a towel tied around his waist. His ridiculously sexy body, so powerful and muscular, still damp from his shower, immediately distracts me from everything I planned to say while I waited for him to finish. Here we are, back where we started, he says, peering at the pictures I stuck on the corkboard last night. They're all of me and Bianca, all but one. It's a selfie he took while we were at Gigi's house. I'm laughing, but Remy's looking at me with an odd expression that stole my breath the first time I saw it. It's my favorite picture of us. It's everything we are. Or could be. If we take the time to do it right this time. You want to get dressed? No. Do I need to? Yeah, you do. We need to talk, and if you're naked, I'll want to be naked too, and then we won't talk at all. He drops his towel, and my mouth waters at the sight of his magnificent body and the glorious cock hanging between his legs. Get naked. He growls and palms himself. I mean it. Get dressed. I pick up his t-shirt. It's still warm from my dryer, and hand it to him with a stern shake. He curls his lip and takes the shirt from me, slips it and the briefs I also dried on, while I sit on the bed and wait. You're killing my buzz, he grumbles as he slips on his jeans. Mine died when I thought you plunged to your death 30 minutes ago, so at least now we're on the same page. We were on the same page when we were outside, and you were straddling me. He flops on the bed next to me and turns on his side. I mimic his position so we're lying face to face. I drink him in. There's still so much of the boy I met in the library there. The kind, sure, funny boy who made me reach for more. He runs a finger down the slope of my nose and over my lips, his eyes following the path and landing on my lips. Bianca has that freckle too, he observes. Yeah, she does. I joke that it's the only thing she got from me. I start to laugh, but it dies when I see how serious his expression is. What? I want you to write the article. His declaration catches me completely off guard. Really? I lean away from him in surprise. Yeah, he nods. That's not what you said 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I was raw and angry, Cal. The timing of all of that wasn't ideal, and you didn't exactly give me a heads up. His tone isn't reproachful, but I still hate that he found out before I could tell him myself. I'm sorry about that. He takes my hands in his, strokes my palms with his thumbs, and looks deeply into my eyes. I know I'm the last person on earth who should be allowed to say this to you, but I'm going to say it anyway. His expression is so grave that in the space between his words my imagination goes wild with worry. Just say it. It's just that we can't keep things from each other, Cal. Not anymore. If this is going to work, then we've got to be able to talk to each other, because when we don't, we fall apart. The truth, no matter how scary, is always much easier to handle than the fallout of a lie. I know. And I want to stop the lies we've been telling about my family. I can't tell Gigi and Lucas's story, but I want to tell my own. I want you to write it. I'll even sit and let you interview me if that would be better. I eye him skeptically. Are you sure, Remy? Yes. Very. I know there's intense interest about my family, and the Riverses right now. It's time to pull back the curtain. My dad's reappearance won't stay a secret. He and Gigi have already established a connection. The truth is going to come out, and I'd like it to come from me. Whoever gets the story gets an exclusive and will make a name for themselves, right? Yeah. It was certainly enough that it would have gotten me that job. Well, then, I want you to write it. If I'm going to make someone's career, I want it to be yours. I sit up and contemplate what he's saying and what it will mean. Remy, Lister gave me the bookstore. I want to move back here with Bianca and run it. If I write this story, there won't be any turning back. I'll get job offers, dream ones, that will require me to travel, and I'll have to work a lot. Will you be happy? Isn't that what you want? That career? His voice is so calm compared to mine. Yes. His eyes narrow, focusing like he's just seen something he missed. What's the but, Cal? But I don't want you to have to let me write that story to make my career. I can figure things out. I don't want to be the damsel in distress anymore. I feel like I've been one my whole life. He cups my chin and turns my face toward him. A damsel in distress is the last thing you've ever been. You've come to my rescue more times than I deserve. I have not. I dismiss his statement. When I was 14, you helped me find the courage to demand more from myself. When I was 18, you helped me find my purpose. 2 weeks ago, you found me when I was lost. That's what we do for people we love, Cal. We help them when they need it. I'm scared, I admit, and his eyes soften. Of what? Surely not of us. A little. The first time your mother got in our way. The second time, well, that was all timing. I'm afraid that the third time will be a charm. And if it's not, we'll try again. He finishes for me. My heart is racing. A tear splashes on my hand before I realize that I'm crying. You mean it, don't you? We're really doing this. I didn't realize until then that I'd been worried that we'd find a way to screw up this chance, too. I've always been doing this. I was just waiting for you to catch up. His smile is contagious, and my whole spirit responds. You're the love of my life, I tell him. You are the love of mine. That deserves at least 1,000,000 chances, don't you think? I nod vigorously. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm yours. A smile breaks on his face, broad and proud, like he just reached the summit of a mountain he's been scaling. I feel it all the way in the center of my heart. Then let's start right now. He pulls me into his arms for a hug, and I let myself lean on him. I nestle against the soft cotton of his shirt and just savor the feeling of being safe and loved. I have to go back to New York. I break the silence. I know you do. I have to sell my place. Bianca needs to finish out the school year. I look up at his face to see if he looks as worried as I feel about a potentially prolonged separation. His expression is completely relaxed. His eyes with their thick fringe of lashes are smiling into mine. Don't worry, Cal. We've got this. I know. I just don't know when I'll be able to get back to Houston. He shakes his head. I have some business to take care of here. I might need a week or so, but until you're able to move, I'll be wherever you are. Surprise rises in happy, effervescent bubbles in my chest. Really? Yes. I can work from anywhere. I don't have any court appearances on my schedule, and if I do, I've got a plane that can take me to Houston and back in a day. I'm not prepared to spend that kind of time apart again. But my place, it's so small, and Bianca, I stammer as I race through the logistics of his plans. I've got a suite at the Baccarat. It's going to be fine. He strokes my arms reassuringly. I'm so excited. Oh, Remy, thank you. I reach up to stroke the strong, sharp line of his jaw. He drops his head and presses a kiss to my mouth. It's amazing that in the gamut of extreme emotions I've run the last 2 days, that in the sanctuary of his arms, all I feel is peace. It'll give us the chance to do what we've never really done before. What's that? Date. I want to take you to dinner, go see a show, walk you home and kiss you goodnight on your doorstep, send flowers to your office. All of the things I thought I'd spend my 20s doing. I'm overcome with happiness. I cover my mouth and squeal behind it. I'll take that to mean you like the sound of that. I nod. I love the sound of it. The way my heart flutters in my chest almost tickles, and I laugh as happiness bubbles inside of me. Okay, I'm going home, he says abruptly. Wait, what? I rise up on my knees and grab his arm to stop him from putting on his socks. I want to do this right. Your daughter is here. I'd rather see her again for the first time when I'm coming to take her and her mother to breakfast. I want to win her over, too. Show her what it looks like when a man loves a woman. So, yeah, I'm going home. He leans down to kiss me. I clutch his waist and say a silent prayer of thanks. So, we're good? He asks when he breaks the kiss. Yes, I love you. Like my life depends on it, with no limits. But you have to bear with me. I was married for all of those years, but I've never really had a partner. I've always been by myself. Not anymore. And as long as I'm alive, you won't be again. Be still, my beating heart. This magnificent man is mine. He always has been. I see us in his eyes taking shape, growing, cracking, frayed around the edges even, but holding together because we're writing our own story now, and in both versions, it ends with us.
45. Epilogue. The Legend of Remington Wilde. Remy. Are you sure? Once I hit send, it's out of our hands. Cal asks me for the 100th time, and I finally take the mouse from her and hit send myself. It's done. Out of our hands. Let the chips fall where they may. I press a kiss to her lips and slam her laptop closed. I lean down, scoop her out of the chair, and walk us back to our bedroom. You're awfully relaxed for a man who just sent his entire life story to a TV news magazine, she says skeptically. I set her down on the edge of the bed and sit next to her. It was written by someone I trust completely. I'm not worried at all. Besides, you titled it The Legend of Remington Wilde. Soon it won't just be a nickname, it'll be a motherfucking title. Oh, God, you're going to be impossible after this, aren't you? If impossible and glorified are the same thing, then abso-fucking-lutely. Now, let's fuck. I waggle my eyebrows. It's about damn time, she grumbles and starts unbuttoning my shirt while we walk. I'm just pulling her skirt up when she stops walking and steps away from me. Wait, our flight leaves in 2 hours. Do we have that kind of time? We still need to get She glances at her watch and I cover it with my hand. Bianca can have a few more minutes with her dad. The plane will wait, but I can't. Not another fucking minute. I lie back and hook an arm around her waist to take her with me. She squeals in surprise, but grabs my ass and pulls me into her. You feel that? That's 6 weeks worth of hard fucking you've missed. She grins like the little rogue she is. That was all your bright idea. I've been ready. I cover her lips with mine and drink the rest of her words. Her mouth opens beneath mine and her tongue slides home. I planned on taking my time, feasting on her body and making up for everything I've missed for the last 6 weeks. But the minute I taste her, that goes out of the window because there's no way I can take my time. I want to feel your skin. She pants against my mouth, writhing like she's as desperate as I am. I push up and rest on my knees between her legs and pull the shirt over my head, and her eyes light up. Oh, you're so fucking sexy, Remy. She shimmies out of her t-shirt and unfastens her bra. My eyes nearly roll out of my head when I lay my eyes on perfect, plump, and peaked nutmeg-colored nipples. I lean down to take one in my mouth, and fuck if I don't nearly come from just that one taste. Her hands are everywhere, and while I'm feasting, she frees my dick and her warm, soft palm covers it and starts to stroke. My back arches and I thrust up into her fist. Her thumb swipes my head and spreads the small bead of pre-cum around, and I groan. Fuck, you're killing me. I pull away from her, tug her skirt down to find that she's completely bare underneath. You're not wearing any fucking panties? I slide my fingers into the sweet slit between her thighs to see if she's ready, and then nearly black out when I feel how soaking wet she is. I need to eat this pussy cow. I bring my fingers to my mouth and suck her sweetness off my fingers. After you fuck me, please. Her eyes are squeezed shut, and I gaze down at this goddess who rules my life. The gold locket is around her neck where it belongs, and right underneath her left breast, the word legendary is scrawled in a tattoo that matches the one over my heart. I push into her fucking magical cunt and fill her to the hilt with one stroke. The bed's headboard slams against the wall, and our cries mingle as I start to fuck her. It's hard, fast fucking. We're not making love, but there's love in every single thrust. She grips me, holds on to me, and everything around us falls away. All that's left is us, the love that's been shaped by the journey we've gone on, and 2 bodies that have always been each other's homes. Those legends about happy endings are full of lies. It's not a destination. It's our fucking everyday. This love of ours has been true since I was 14 years old, and it'll be true until I take my last breath. We've been at the ranch house all week. I bought it from Gigi, and we come out here almost every weekend so my girl can see the stars. It's twilight. She's sitting by my side on our porch swing. Bianca's in the yard throwing a frisbee with the dog we got her as a housewarming gift when they moved in with me. Cal's reading, and I'm just soaking it all in. Life isn't perfect, but it's pretty damn close. My phone rings, and I pluck it from the table where it's resting. It's Reagan calling. "Hey, sup?" I ask in a cheerful greeting. Her sobs fill my ear.
"Remy, oh my God, please don't read your email."
"Why? What happened? Hold on." My fingers are clumsy because I'm fucking nervous. Reagan's tears are not a common sight. I switch her to speakerphone so I can open my email. Her sobs fill the air, and Cal sits up and closes her book. Both she and Bianca are watching me through eyes wide with alarm.
"Don't look. Marcel sent it to everyone,"
she cries. "Sent what?" And then I see it. The email's subject line reads, "Now the whole world knows that my wife is a whore." I take her off speakerphone and put the phone back to my ear. "Reagan, what's in that email?" Her sobs just get louder.
"He threw me out. In front of the kids. Remy, where are you?"
she cries. "He did what? What did you say?" I demand loudly and glance at Cal. She's looking at her phone in horror. I nudge her. She looks up and her eyes are full of tears. Oh, shit. "What?" I mouth to her. She hands it to me. Her eyes are like a deer's in the headlights.
"He threw me out, Remy,"
Reagan repeats. But I don't respond, because on my screen is a picture of Reagan. Her back is to the camera, but no other human being on this planet has that hair and that tattoo that says Jezebel right in the center of her back. She's naked but for a scrap of fabric covering part of her ass. The part of her ass not covered by the fabric is cupped by the very big hand of a man I'm pretty sure is not Marcel. I can't see his face because his head is bent to kiss her. The picture is embedded in an article from a French magazine I've never heard of. The headline screams, "La femme de Landel montre au monde qui elle est la Jezebel." The wife of Landel shows the world who she is, Jezebel. Reagan, what the fuck is this?
"I fucked up, Remy. Really bad. Please come home. I need you."
This concludes The Legend by Dylan Allen, narrated by Stephen Dexter and Robin Verne. Copyright 2019 by Dylan Allen. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dylan Allen and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.